The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Hinahabol niya si Kelra. Kelra, kumikrip from out. Hinahabol siya ni Edward. Tatlo ang nawala sa Omega.
Di pa nakakaisa ang Omega sa buong S11 at ito na ata yun.
Lalaban na lang sila. Kaya pa ni Kelra dito lumipad. Hindi pa rin siya lumilipad this time. At ayun na nga, binaban natin siya dito ni White. Si White sa mga loob. Si Reggio ang mahuli. Finally nakalipad si Kelra. Finally! Pero yung damage shot nandun pa. Hindi! Wala! Ben beats as Blacklist will take game number 1 sa series na ito. Pero binabanatan pa rin ni Kelra dito ang Lord. Sino na ngayon ang babanatan? Si Nico nag-backs out doon kay na Edward. Ang ganda ng better there. Strike! Para palado lahat as Ryzen sa mga Lord at the double kill para kay Kelra. Okay, hihilain ngayon sina Stove and the Owl will take that kill. Bumabanat na lang ngayon sina Wise. Grabe! Sabay sugod with the Stampede. Besagadore, pasok si Wise. Violet Queen. Sino tatamaan si Ryzen? At naubos ang tatlo sa side ng Omega. Tapusin na daw ang sigaw ng mga agents sa laban na to. Kalahati ang buhay. Pero napalalim dito outside the Blacklist International. Bumabanat lang sina Miko. Miko, wow! Ngayon, ubos ang barangay. Blacklist will take this victory 2-0.
Mukhang hanggang sa kadulutuluhan.
Circling Eagle.
Hindi kita titigilan. Circling Eagle coming in. Mula doon ngayon si Omay Venus. Penalty zone. Pumula rin ka dito kay Renjo. Si Venus kaya tatama ng mga crystals. Pero buhay. Buhay ang Blacklist.
Nagahanap na lang. Concealed play forced out mula sa Omega. Pero mukhang si Omay Venus na ang puntirya nila. Masasagasaan ni Ryzen pero tinakot ni Yue. Is this a big team fight na mangyayari dito, Edward?
May stash pa na gagawin. Lumipad na si Omay Venus. Nag-ulti. Para sa ng OMG sa Miss Kelra ngayon na magamit na ng kanyang blazing duet. Si Yue ganda ng pwesto. Nasa bandang PNP. Owl will take out Renjo. Si Ryzen ngayon wala do. Binabanatan si Owl. Tatlo na ang wala sa side ng Omega dito at buhay pa rin ang Reyna. Hinahanap nila ngayon si Kelra. Kelra maabutan mo! At naabutan siya! Ito na ba ang ending? Wise pumasok. Ang ganda ng ikot. Babanatan si Ryzen. Wala nang nagawa si Ryzen doon, kundi mag-out na lang. And si Yumi legendary na din. Nagkalabasan na ng manipulation at skill na ngayon mula doon na. Pero ayun, pinuruhan ni Edward. 2 heroes are down. Right side ng Omega. At mukhang gusto na tapusin na Blacklist International to. And from Bubog, Blacklist will move on sa playoff. Agad, nagalit sila ng paligulian. Si Shinsui nga ba dito ang mahahatak at siya talaga yung first down. Pero Altar to the rescue. Final slash naman na magiging sagot. Exort with a real-world manipulation. Ryota naman magzo-zone dito sa may batang ibaba. Pero si Shinsui ngayon ang mapapatumba. Prince naman ang bibigyan nila dito. Vengeance coming in from Nats. Tapos nandito naman yung only basic attacks coming from Eman. Halos puno pa yung buhay niya. May talon mula doon. Kek could do triple kill na siya. Possible Maniac. And there you have it. A Maniac and a first game win para sa mga Raiders. Hindi muna tayo mag-all in. Pero ngayon, napapasok ka si Nats. Sobrang tapang na sinilip yung push. Kaso nga lang mapipigilan ng dalawang beses dito yung Phantom Execution. Pero sa wakas, Phantom Execution na! Kaso nga lang yung Flicker Taunt mula dito kay Nuts. RSG, maaaring matapos na Kekinut with a hook. Kaso nga lang yung agad hindi sumakto. Eman na dito ang papasukin. At talaga maka-counter nga si Shinsui. Habang nasa may ng likuran, si Shinsui magpupush na. Yung RSG going in for the raid. Game 2 para sa RSG Slate Philippines. Maganda ng setup na binibigyan nila. Hirap ka na papasok tapos doon sa apat na miyembro ng Onyx. Wala naman dito si Ness. Mag-1 kill on the Iran. Kaso nga lang sila. Wawala pa rin sa likuran. Final flash na dalawa. Kaso nga lang makapag-vengeance pa. So buhay pa rin sila. At nakaabot pa nga yung members ng RSG. And they will take kill. Oh my God! Talagang pangkulat dito sa base mismo ng Onyx. Nagawa mo ba? Kompleto pa naman yung RSG. Huwag tatakusin nila. Pero factor naman yung spawn of minions. Kasi yan na nawawala. Mula doon sa kanyang mga karayom. Net naman dito mapapaklear na lang. Habang tatapusin na ng Raiders ito. Malinis din trabaho. RSG Slate Philippines will secure the series in a clean sweep.
Magandang araw, Pilipinas! And to everyone who's tuned in to witness the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world in action. Welcome to the second day of MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs. Now, after yesterday's display of mechanical prowess, we're down to the final 4 teams of the season, all of which were crowned as the best in an international tournament at some point.
Now, we have two former world champions facing off each other in a best-of-5 bout. The Hive got the best of the code breakers throughout their double round-robin meeting in the regular season. However, with the unbothered King Wise bringing out his assassin skills, will the results be different this time around as they meet in the first round in the upper bracket? Now, to answer that question and more, and to talk about the BREN Esports bout with Blacklist International, let me call our panelists, OSX, Manjin, and our guest fresh from Indonesia, Dilar and Marky. Hi, guys.
Hello po.
Oh, kamusta?
Okay lang po.
At tarima kasi. Oh, kamusta? Kamusta naman? Now you're back here in the stage of MPL. How is it like?
May mana ulit. Nakita ko yung mga Filipino fans eh.
Ah,
Ako naman, masaya. Siyempre, nakita ko ulit yung mga tropa na mga pro player eh.
di ba OSX Manjin, pagpunta nila dito, ang daming nagpa-picture, ang daming sumigaw. Superstars eh.
Grabe.
Si Dilar lang po yun.
Si Marky po yun.
Actually, naniniwala ako na sobrang dami kay Dilar, pero nung dumagdag si Marky, tumaas ang impact.
Mas tumaas.
Tumaas ang impact. Tsaka balita ko, hirap na daw si Dilar magtagalog eh.
Ay, okay nga, sige nga.
Yung
Kausapin
mga
mo
lang,
kami.
mga kalahating kilo lang.
Kalahating kilo.
Okay, mag-converse kayo ng mga 10 seconds. Okay, go. In Indo.
Ababar bang?
Ako, baik bangat bang.
Mantap bang?
Wala.
Okay, translate.
Well, translate!
Wala ka bang
Hindi ko pwede
naiintindihan?
mag-translate dyan. Pero it sounds good. What did you say to him?
How are you, Marky?
You're good.
I'm good.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Sama-sama. Sama-sama.
Makasi.
Meaning
Love
nun,
it.
you're welcome.
Terima
Sama-sama. Biruin mo halos mag-iisang taon na since nung pumasok si Nadlar and si Marky. And kitang-kita natin na para bang part na talaga sila ng culture ng Indonesia, lalo ng MPL. Kumusta ang buong taon ng pagsistay ninyo sa Indonesia? Kumusta ang culture? Kumusta ang food? Kumusta ang mga tao doon?
Sa akin, nahihirapan ako sa mga pagkain kasi
Manghang.
mas maraming mang. Kahit mahilig ako sa mang, nahihirapan ako eh. Kasi mas trip ko yung mga matatamis na pagkain.
Pinoy food na matatamis. Kasi di ba, Marky, yung ano doon, yung spice, yung level 10 sa atin dito, level 1 lang sa kanila.
Diba?
Basic lang po yung ano doon, yung... dito po, sobrang basic lang nung manghang natin. Doon po, sobra. Parang level 5.
Grabe. Level 5.
Oo, naramdaman natin yun,
sobra
di ba?
po, sobrang hanghang.
One time natikman namin yun. One time natikman namin yun. Actually, may nakita tayong picture ni Adlar. Parang may suot kang kanina, napakahaba. Ano tawag doon?
Ano ba yun? Yung...
Sa motor ka?
Ay, sa Yamaha yun, endorse yun sa Ibos.
Noong nakita ko to, doon ako nagpasalamat na meron talaga akong kaibigang artista. Ayan o.
Yan, ano yan?
1 year ago today, naglaro sila for Onyx Philippines. Ganyan, tinan mo yan, no? Kahapon pinagkaguluhan. Sinama pa ni na Coach Yeb, ngayon si Raha Yeb, tapos si Baloyski at lahat ng members ng Onyx Philippines. Lahat kayo nandito, sino lang ba kulang?
Alam ko, kompleto po eh.
Kompleto, di ba?
Opo.
Kulang na lang na isa. Alam ko may kulang isa eh, pero
Si Bimo.
si Pimo na lang.
Oo. Ayan. Actually, nakakatuwa, si Dilar ay parang talagang influencer na eh. Bukod sa nag-trending siya nung unang pasok niya, talagang trending na trending siya.
Pero alam
Pero
naman
yan,
natin,
super.
di ba?
Super creator.
Yung nakita ko yung mga posts, even his TikToks is reaching so many views most of the time after ng even ng matches. Pero ngayon alam naman natin kung anong meron sa PH na wala sa Indonesia. Gaya na lang ng isang damakmak na championship sa MLBB. Pero matanong ko lang kayo, Dilar Marky, ano nga ba meron sa Indonesia na wala sa Pilipinas?
Let's find this out. I'm curious.
Akin siguro, mas marami yung fans talaga dun sa Indonesia. Tapos grabe talaga sila sumuporta dun sa mga bawat team na sinusuporta nila. Tapos yung mga fans dun, nakakatuwa kasi nagtatouchdown sila. Tapos after nung laban, nagkikita sila, nagsasama sila.
That's nice. Ano napansin mo?
Ganun rin po eh. Yung sobrang dami pong fans. Tsaka, grabe po sila mag-taunt.
Grabe magtungol.
Opo.
Paano?
And it's normal. Oo nga, paano?
Dahil po nilang tatambol, tapos sumasayaw-sayaw, tumatalon-talon.
Pero
Ay!
pansin ko, walang pikon doon.
Opo.
Maraming dancer doon. Maraming dancer sa Indonesia, yung mga fans. Oo. Papayag ba ang mga Filipino fans na tatalunin sila ng Indonesian fans?
Oh, dapat may mga sumasayaw din dito eh.
Oo.
Lalo na sa first match. So, now, punta tayo sa ating upcoming matchup. Ang face-off dito, World Champions, BREN Esports, and Blacklist International. Now, kahapon, kung nanood kayo ng laban, tinanong ko si Wise tungkol dun sa kanyang tank slot. Sabi niya, chamba lang daw yun. Pero kasi, ang alam natin, may isa pang team na mahilig makachamba. Sabi nga, yung mga bata ni Coach Ducky, yun ang mga sinasabi niya sa interview. So guys, sino sa tingin nyo ang makakachamba sa laban na to? Oh,
Sa
ikaw.
akin makachamba siguro yung Blacklist.
Blacklist?
Kaya mo, Bren.
Bren, okay. Paki-explain.
Sa akin nag-check ping lang si Wise ng Lancelot. Magaling na talaga siya mag-assassin simula pa nung una.
Oh!
Sa akin po, sobrang dami pong hero ng Blacklist. Ay, ng Bren. Blacklist din kasi ako eh. Ito kasi,
You're
nag-aaway ako eh.
turning over!
Palit
Okay,
eh.
saka ba talaga?
Blacklist talaga ako, pero bawal dalawa eh. Kaya Bren
Bawal
muna
ba?
ako.
May ganun pala.
Bren ako, Bren.
Bren ka.
So, Bren, okay.
Bren muna ako, Bren.
Huwag ka malito. Huwag ka malito. Okay. So, siya sa Blacklist, siya sa Bren.
Oo, Blur.
Hap lang, hap.
Hap ka. So, sinasabi mo, medyo 50-50 ang laban na to.
Opo, pares po magaling eh.
Interested ako sa sinabi ni Blur kanina kasi alam niya mismo na nag-a-assassin talaga si Wise. Kasi dati, nung pumasok sila, nung season 4, Onyx, naging kampi mo mismo si Mamshu at si Wise. Kasama mo rin si Marky nung M3 na nakalaban sila. Ngayon, ano ba ang iba sa kanila simula last time nung nakalaro mo sila?
Siguro nung season 4 kasi kami talagang sobrang batak talaga tsaka passion talaga namin eh. Tapos nagbalik yun after nung napunta sila sa Blacklist. Kaya sobrang proud ako na nag-iba talaga yung galaw nila nung napunta sila sa Blacklist.
Good friend, good teammate.
Dahil pinag-uusapan natin si Dilar or known as General Dilar. Dati yun at ngayon, tuloy pa rin yan. Binabanggit pa rin namin yan. Pero mainit din ang harapan sa EXP lane. We have Flap, TZ, and Edward. Now, considered as rivals ng dalawang to back-to-back when you're still playing in MPL Philippines, give us some thoughts kung paano nga ba yung matchup ngayong araw.
Sobrang hirap nung matchup na yun kasi sa ngayon sobrang batak ni Flap TC pero sobrang consistent ni Edward. Kaya kay Edward ako kasi lalo na pag nakuha niya yung Arlot, sobrang galing niya mag-Arlot, mag-timing ng ulti eh. So yun sa magiging team nila.
Oh, yun. Kwentuhan mo kami sa XP lane meta sa Indonesia. So sino yon sa mga doon, mga XP laners doon, ang makakapalag dito sa mga bata natin? Si Psychots ba?
Siguro ako.
Ikaw, wow! Yung! Ikaw,
Joke lang.
No confident.
Siguro si Luke nung geek pa.
Si Luke. Ikaw, agree ka siya?
Opo, malaki na tiwala ko kay Dilar. Boto kay Dilar.
Joke mo lang yan
Ako, interesting yung XP laner matchup pero kumustahin naman natin ang gold lane matchup. Nakita natin si The Golden Boy, Owl, yesterday against the gold standard na si Kelra. Ngayon, haharapin naman niya ang best gold lane ngayong season 10 na si Super Marco.
Super Marco!
Marky, bilang isang super gold laner, ano masabi mo sa matchup na to?
Ano to? Dalawang idol ko to eh. 50-50 lang para sa akin to. Kasi
50-50.
yung gold lane naman, hindi naman gagawa sa early. Mag-farm lang naman sila eh. Kailangan lang nilang di mamatay.
Kailangan hindi mamatay.
Yun lang talaga.
Ikaw, what do you think about this matchup, Dilar?
Sa akin siguro si Super Marco. Kasi sobrang consistent niya eh. Sa galaw. Tsaka depende rin kung nag-improve si All nung kahapon kasi hindi ganun kalakas yung nabigay niyang galaw eh. Kaya siguro depende sa magiging galaw niya ngayon.
So 50-50. So pinag-uusapan natin ngayon ng gold lane. Tama ba? Gold
Sa akin
lane.
hindi 50-50. Mas lamang sa akin si Marco.
Oh, okay. Dati alam ko may super ka rin sa pangalan mo bago ka naging Marky na ang haba-haba ng Y. Na i-gen mo. Di ba? Dahil pinag-uusapan natin ng gold lane. Kamusta naman ang meta sa Indonesia? Sino nga ba mga gold laners doon na makakapalag dito sa gold laners natin sa Pilipinas?
Sa tingin ko si CW po eh, si Chewe.
Si
Onyx.
CW.
Si yeah.
Ikaw, what do you think, Dilar?
Si Franz, kakampi ko yun eh.
Oo.
Baka magalit sa akin yung ibos eh.
Loyal!
Isang matinding statement lang ha. Tingin mo ba makakapalag si Brands sa mga gold laner sa Pilipinas?
Depende pag ano, may mana siya. Okay naman, wag lang maiya. Wag lang maiya sa Pinas. Lagi kasi panalo yung Pinas eh.
Okay. 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 May onting spice. May onting spice. Marky, balita namin na nag-announce na ang Bigetron na nag-thank you na sila sa'yo at nagpaalam na sila. Kung papapiliin ka ng MPL-PH team, anong team ka maglalaro?
Sa tingin ko, baka mag-omega ako. Namiss ko na rin kasi kalaro si Keller eh.
Omega
Oh
dahil
my
kay Kelra?
Omega. Kasama, gusto ko na makalaro si Keller ulit. Namiss ko na siya kalaro.
Okay.
Dalawa na kayong gold laner doon.
Hindi po,
Paano
baka
yun?
may mag-adjust sa aming isa.
Sino mag-a-adjustan yung dalawa?
Depende po sa pag-uusapan namin.
Okay. Mag-uusap sila. Ikaw naman, kung papapiliin ka, kung maglalaro ka ulit sa Pilipinas, anong koponan? At bakit?
Siguro blacklist. Miss ko na yun
Blacklist.
eh. Ano na ako eh, iba na ako ngayon eh, ibang dealer na. Kaya sobrang na-miss ko silang kalaro. Depende kung mas malakas ako ngayon kay Edward.
Oh! Naku! Contender
Pero isa
pa
rin,
naman
Omega.
yan.
Omega din. Gusto ko rin kakampi si Keller eh.
Okay, now you both said Kelra. Anong meron kay Kelra na gusto niyo siyang maging teammate?
Sa akin kasi, nakikinig talaga siya sa akin eh.
Nakikinig sa'yo.
Kaya gustong-gusto ko talaga siya kampi.
So ikaw yung kuya niya.
Opo.
Magka-vibes kayo. Okay, bakit si Kelra?
Sa akin, matagal ko na rin kilala kasi si Keller at saka yung passion niya talaga sa ML. Sobrang, kahit marami nang babash sa kanya, talagang tuloy-tuloy lang nga siya.
And always nakikita naman kung gaano ka-close si Kelra sa kanya mga teammates. Despite what we see sa camera, he's a really good teammate.
Yeah, to add to that, a year ago, yung in-eliminate ng Smart Omega ang Onyx Philippines, ang unang ginawa ni Keller, tumakbo siya para yakapin si Marky. And that was the most heartfelt moment na nakita ko back then. That was the playoffs na kinailangan niyang gawin to go. And kahit kami, hindi namin kinaya dun sa Tagalog broadcast eh. Ano yung nangyari dun? Tama ba?
Umiyak lang po siya nun eh. Ewan ko, sabi ko sa kanya, okay lang yun. Kasi nung nakarang season naman, nilaglag namin sila eh. Kaya bawi-bawi lang.
Napag-usapan at balikan natin itong laban ngayon. Matindi to, 2 former world champions, BREN and Blacklist. Kung meron tayo mga prediction sa feeling nyo sa draft or makikita nyo na magaganap sa laban na to, what do you think will happen?
Tingin ko magliling na si Wise eh.
Kailan yung last time nag-link si Wise? Malala mo ba, Manjin?
Naalala ko mga bandang season 6, may mga parts na naglilink si Wise nung nauso yung funnel meta. Magkampi pa kayo nun sa Onyx. Tapos naka-mage si Venus, tama ba? Mga ganon. Ay, siguro mga 3 years ago?
Hindi ko na matandaan yun. Sobrang tagal na.
Oo, sobrang tagal na eh.
So, Ling, you think that's what's gonna happen?
Tsaka ano,
Okay.
siguro yung Barats tsaka Matilda lagi.
Okay. So, we're gonna see kung gaano siya kagaling dun sa kanyang prediction. How about you, Marky? What do you think will happen?
Siyempre, 3-2.
3-2.
Opo.
You think it'll be 3-2?
Bren, yeah. Dikit
3-2
lang yung
Bren.
laban kasi para silang matindi eh. Hindi na mga nagbibiro. Mga malalakas talaga sila.
3-2 ikaw, sa tingin mo, ano?
3-2 Blacklist.
3-2 din!
Okay.
Kayong dalawa. Okay, huwag kayong magbigay ng team, ha? Para walang magalit. Ano sa tingin nyo yung mangyayari in terms of final score?
Ngayon, same sa kanila, 3-2.
3-2!
Hindi ko babanggit ko anong team.
Ako, feeling ko, may aangat, may bababa. May aangat, may bababa.
Play safe ah.
Ang mananalo dito, sa tingin ko, team na nagsa-start sa letter B.
Oo. Witty talaga to, witty. Now,
Tama ka, Perds. Tama ka, Perds.
I wanna go around sa inyong lahat. If you wanna see something in this series, what would that be? Other than prediction, anong gusto nyong makita na kakaiba or maulit muli?
Well, kung kahapon, sinimulan ni Wise na nag-Lancelot siya, what more kung ano makikita natin today na i-open na sa mga libro?
Okay, again, ikaw naman.
Ako din, gusto ko ulit makita yung lance ni Wise.
Lance ni Wise?
Sa akin siguro yung link ni Wise mga Granger ganon.
Oh.
Link Granger! Oh, okay.
Pwedeng ibalik. Ang masasabi ko lang, matindi ang BREN Esports ngayon kasi sunod-sunod yung laban nila. Pero Blacklist International nagpakita ng bagong form yesterday. So
Yes.
we're all in for a treat.
Now, we're about to end the pre-show. So, any final thoughts and last messages na gusto nyong sabihin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood all throughout Philippines?
Siguro bigay nyo na yung buong suporta nyo sa laban na to. Kasi isa to sa pinakahintay na laban eh. Kasi parehas world champion eh.
Mag-cheer lang kayo, tsaka iwasan nyo yung pambabash. Enjoy lang natin lahat yung laban.
Love it! Iwas ng mabash, mag-enjoy na lang kayo. At para sa ating mga online viewers dyan, gusto nyo bang manalo ng mga diamonds? Just comment a photo of yourself watching the MPL Philippines playoffs sa hashtag of the day post na matatagpuan sa official Facebook and Twitter accounts, of course, ng MPL Philippines. And you get a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds! Ang hashtag for today, nagbabago yan araw-araw, hashtag MPL-PH Tapatan! So, sumali na kayo. And now, simulan na natin ang Battle of the World Champions, Hive Agents! This is BREN Esports versus Blacklist International. Let's pass it on to the voice of MPL to welcome our teams. Renmar, pasok.
From the play-ins elimination round, we are left with our top 4 teams. The losers of today's matches will be sent down to the lower bracket. SMX, the world, welcome to the first match of day number 2. From missing out on the playoffs in 2 seasons, to a 4th place finish last season, to being the number 1 team heading into the season's playoffs, they are BREN Esports! Dominant in their first ever play-ins match, they burned down the barangay and are looking for cold, sweet revenge against the Bees. They are the reigning and defending champions, Blacklist International! And please welcome our coaches to the stage, Coach Ducky and Coach Master the Basics. Agents and the Hive, make some noise for our first match of the day!
It is the battle of dynasties here in MPL Philippines Season 11 as we will witness the match between Blacklist International and BREN Esports. Dalawang franchise na kilalang-kilala natin being the world champions for the Philippines. BREN Esports, ang tagal na ng kanilang franchise dito pero makakalaban nila ngayon ang defending champions ng Season 10. This is gonna be an intense match and interesting yung storya na mga abangan natin dito from every roles. Lalo na sa jungle role from Kyle TZ and Wise. We've seen Wise already evolve towards the tank assassin junglers for their squad. But also there is that young Kyle Saison on the side of BREN Esports that dictates the tempo of this lineup. Majority rin na nakita natin from BREN Esports is nagra-run sila ng mga assassin heroes and yung flexibility na naa-avail nila sa kanyang hero pool. We have Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Flap TZ, Few, and Ogwen. Ang tagal nag-rebuild ng BREN Esports for 3 seasons. habang pinapanood nila yung dynasty na nabubuo from the side of Blacklist International, ay nagre-rebuilding process sila. And ngayon, top form ang BREN Esports. They are a step above over any other team at the moment. And ito yung makikita natin sa laban na to. The experience as well from the XP Lane World Champion on Carl TZ is detrimental for this roster success. But now, we have Blacklist International, Owl, Wise, Edward, Yue, Oh My Venus at this point. No question na ang success ng Blacklist International. Nandoon ang experience, nandoon ang credibility, achievements, and nandoon pa yung kanilang flexibility. Nakita na natin to again. Wise kahapon nagpakita ng kanyang tank slot. Marami nagsasabi na hindi nakakapag-assassin si Wise na post pa sa Facebook. And ngayon, pinakita na niya. Actually, matagal na siya nag-a-assassin. Back in Season 7 pa, ginagamit niya na yung Ling, even with Blacklist International. So, hindi na to rare experience for Blacklist. Talagang alam nila na may mga heroes silang capable silang gamitin, pero kailangan nila itong gamitin ng tama. And for the longest time, laging tama yung mga nakikita nating desisyon at hero pool na nilalabas ng Blacklist International. Again, there is this contrast between BREN Esports and Blacklist. Yung rebuilding process na nangyari for BREN Esports to find this identity that they have right now. And I would say they are one of the most aggressive teams in the league. Yung kanilang commitment sa pagde-decide ng mga movements on the map, it's very decisive. While you have Blacklist International, yung kanilang resilience sa paggamit ng group out strategy or yung tinatawag nating ube composition, yun yung kanilang ginagamit as a secret weapon against all other teams. Medyo pantay yung ating mga statistics for both sides. Pagdating sa aggression, pagdating sa objectives, pagdating sa resource battle, halos pantay yan. Pero looking at here, yung stability ng BREN Esports, yung tower secure ratio ay mas mataas sa kanilang side. This is because Super Marco has always been phenomenal on keeping up in terms of farm and yung pag-translate sa objective. While Blacklist International naman, ginagawa din naman nila yun, pero they do it as 5. So there is that difference pagdating sa kanilang playstyle between these two squads. And ang nakakatakot kasi dito is for BREN Esports, meron silang mga games na talaga nagiging dominating ng sobra against other teams. While Blacklist International, may mga times na nagpa-falter sila against hyper-aggressive lineup. So it is definitely still a challenge for the world champions na i-defend ito against BREN Esports. Pero again, may kasi silang baon eh. Nakita na natin yung Wise lot. So may chance pa na mag-flex ang Blacklist International dito. Actually, sa community, marami nagsasabi na baka hindi pa natin nakikita yung mga tank picks ni The Queen. Baka marami pa siyang pwedeng ilabas dito dahil puro Blacklist International signature heroes lang yung nakikita natin. Yung mga Lolita, yung mga Estes, pero di natin alam, baka bumalik yung mga Kufra, yung mga Atlas. Pwedeng-pwede ito i-flex ng Blacklist International. But of course, it is still that ube strategy na nagko-compose ng kanilang winning ingredients. Now, let's look at the things that they need to do here in this match para manalo sila sa ating Infinix keys to victory. Now, for BREN Esports, be aware of the Wise lot. Again, nabanggit natin ito kanina, yung flexibility ng jungle role for the side of Blacklist International. Yung offensive tempo na dinadala nito for Blacklist ay kakaiba talaga. Nakita natin, even Omega fell to the aggression on the early game na hinatak ng Blacklist International. Nakuha nila yung aggressive hero on Wise. So yun yung kailangang abangan ng BREN Esports. Now, for Blacklist International, learn from the regular season's results. Against BREN Esports, they are not successful on that campaign. So, meron kang history na pwede mong tignan. May mga backup data ka na pwede mong aralin against BREN Esports, how they strategize, how they move around the map, and of course, yung mga potential na signature picks naman na lalabas from BREN Esports. Kailangan mong tignan yon para makapag-prepare ka dito sa upcoming match against BREN Esports. Now, for both sides, it is a best of 5. Adapting is very, very key. Very familiar tayo na si Blacklist International medyo malupit mag-adapt. Pero nakita natin nung regular season na may mga times na hindi sila nakakapag-adjust ng maayos, while BREN Esports is very confident in adjusting certain playstyles, and nandun nga yung flexibility na sinasabi natin coming out from the jungle role. So it is important for both sides to do that kasi matagal tong series na to. For sure, marami nag-aabang ng 5-game series between the world champions, that is BREN Esports and Blacklist International. Magiging mainit itong laban na to. Marami silang pinaglalabanan. But one thing is for sure, ang tinitignan nila dito is hindi bumaba ng lower bracket. Keeping up those 2 lives is really, really important. So let's see, huwag natin parakirin pa. SMX, let's make some noise! It is time for the world champions, Blacklist International versus BREN Esports. Game number 1 as we head on over to our casters.
You know, at the end of it all, we are just stories, legacies even. Now we have 2 storied franchises looking to build onto their story of legacy. 2 match wins to make it to the finals and see the world who will achieve that here. BREN Esports, Blacklist International, and my name is Reptar. Welcome to the English broadcast for day number 2 of the MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs. I'm here with Leo and Wolf. Gentlemen, hot day yesterday, even hotter day today.
Happy to be of a service and to be a part of this grand story.
Oh, you cannot write anything better than this, right? 2 of the best franchises in the Philippines battling it out. Well, they're not getting eliminated just yet, but you know that it's going to be very high stakes here.
There's a lot of power between these 2. And with Smart's new Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, share, stream, everything. You can also get Unli TikTok, Unli Text to all networks, and free Smart Giga Arena tickets. All that power for 7 days for just 99, that's 99 pesos. Load now. Again, we've been talking about power. I want to talk about 2 powerful junglers here, and I want you to pitch this to me and to the viewers at home like you're pitching a product. I want you to pitch Kyle Teasy to the audience.
All right, so let me take this. Yes, I know that yesterday wasn't as fruitful for my one spotless prediction rate, but the regular season is proof that Kyle Teasy a whole nother beast in Season 11, right? You saw when it comes to his choices, right? Signature picks, Fredrin and Hayabusa. Dude, that is 2 polar opposites of what makes the Season 11 jungle meta a thing. And the fact that he has performed amazingly with these 2 means Wise should flex even harder. And that's me opening it up to you.
No, I think that he shouldn't. I think Wise, this is my pitch, is the unbothered king. And I think that he deserves that title because he is definitely, literally unbothered. I mean, you can see that he has a lot of experience with him that he can bring to the table. You saw that even with the Lancelot, the Wise Salot, right?
All right. Trademark.
It's your trademark, Renmar, but he can play even other kinds of heroes. For Kyle Teasy, yeah, sure, you can play assassins, but how deep is your hero pool, right? Wise, his hero pool isn't a pool, it's an ocean.
All right. I hear you. But take this into consideration. You're comparing one Wise to Kyle Teasy. How many seasons does Wise have above the young Kyle Saison? All right? I'm just talking about time here, man. And give the same amount of time to Kyle Teasy. It's gonna be different. He's gonna become the unbothered king. You saw him; he was smiling and waving.
Yeah, but you know, Wise already even in his first season during the MPL already picked up so many things, right? Yeah. So maybe if you can argue about time up for Kyle Teasy, you can even argue that Wise also did whatever he's doing in a short span of time when he started.
All right, ding, 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 ding. I love it. I love this first round of arguments between our 2 debaters. But thank you so much. That is Blacklist International's Wise and BREN Esports Kyle Teasy. As we head into the banning and drafting phase, to our MPL community, we have observed a visual bug to Diggy's lock settings and Young Against passive ability, allowing the user to see the opponent outside its vision range. So if you were listening yesterday, this is why Diggy is banned. With this, Diggy will be banned globally from the tournament until May 16, 2023. That is why Diggy is not available. So, as we head into the draft, you've pitched the picks and the power of Kyle Teasy and Wise. We have to look at the bigger picture here. It's BREN on the blue side, Blacklist on the red.
Okay, so Joy and Arlot were the points of contention in the previous day that we have, just yesterday. Then I happened to speak to both our guests, like Marky and Dilar, and they kind of agreed the same. But most particularly, they mentioned that Arlot should not be given to Edward. And there was also the school of thought that maybe we can forego the Haka Venus strategy, and this time Haka Edward should be the strategy. And so it seems BREN Esports have adjusted accordingly.
I'll agree. Agent Zero, time and time again, has proven to be potent, regardless of who he's facing, man. The Bees, the Hive, Lasson, doesn't matter. I think you're right. Maybe hack an Edward. Hack a Zero. Hack na Bunjing. And
Yeah.
that's what Bren is doing.
Hack a lot of things.
Hack a lot.
Hack a lot of things. When
Alright.
you're referring to Edward, I agree with that sentiment. The effect of Edward in yesterday's series against Smart Omega was evident, clear as day, crystal. You saw how monstrous he was for Blacklist. Now for Bren's first pick, what's it going to be? Valentina's
I
Open?
think Valentina. I think just makes total sense. You know that BREN Esports really loves that hero. Maybe the only curveball here is that they snatched the Fredrin.
Big Fred.
But at this stage of the game, right? I mean, we're in the playoffs. Surely Fredrin was successful yesterday, but I think that it's not a hero that both of these teams will prioritize anymore.
Well, the good thing about BREN Esports, the Fred, is they can flex it.
It's Valentina.
But they might even be able to do that into the second phase. So,
That's
yeah,
right.
no, I think we're going to stick to the usual here, especially since Blacklist performed so well yesterday. Bren's going to play it close to the chest.
All right, so red side 1-2. Favorite picks here for Blacklist are usually Fredrin and Farsa. But it's going to be something else.
Oh, okay. So it's Yue and the Edward Special, Eve and the Glue. With the absence of the Faramis, Blacklist International feels very confident with this hero. But we have to understand that there's still the Claude for BREN Esports to use.
Yes.
And they do use that versus the Glue. And it's also perfect versus the Eve. So I will not be surprised if this is the priority for BREN Esports. And that also means that something like a Lapu Lapu should be one of the priorities for BREN Esports as well. So I'm thinking Claude and Lapu Lapu as their answers here.
I double down on the Claude.
The Claude,
Not so sure about the XP lane, though. They might want to wait to see what... if that gold lane matchup is going to be that.
Yeah, for sure.
So...
Oh!
There it is. XP lane first.
All right, so Claude unanimous, and they do pick it. But they do get the Lancelot. Is it more of a let's not give it to Wise, or more of a let's just make sure it's in the hands of Kyle Teasy?
XP lane first, meaning Black understands Aegis hero has his hero.
Yeah.
We're fine. Like, hunker down.
Yeah. Well, to answer your question, it's not a little bit of both, but definitely both. It's not a little bit, right? So they really want to take this. It's a very strong hero that BREN Esports can use one of their signatures. And
Is that John Wick?
That is John Wick with
John Wick.
a pencil.
Is he allowed to do work here? I believe the MPL arena is a consecrated ground.
Yeah, it is. And he's also not allowed to bring in a weapon. That's a pencil in his hand.
Yeah.
Get him checked.
Yeah, but this is someone who doesn't have a pencil in his hand. It's a much bigger sword. It's Fredrin as the third pick.
Yeah, so eventually we come to that decision coming out from Blacklist International, but typically you want a supporting hero with the Fredrin. So I will not be surprised if BREN Esports all of a sudden bans out the Matilda, even when it's not one of the top picks. You saw how good Oh My Venus is with that hero. Maybe the other options will be like Lolita as the bans against the Queen. So that could be the potential for BREN Esports. Or maybe they just ban out the gold laners like Carry or... Actually, Beatrix will be okay for Blacklist International to use.
We saw how Owl performed yesterday. Dilar commented on it. We're all expecting a little bit more from the gold laning rookie that has a gold medal. So it looks like that's what Bren is on. They're on that page. So will this last ban be the Lolita? It has to be.
It has to be.
For me, I would rather leave the Lolita open, just because that means you can have a real-world manipulation and the Numenon Blast available for BREN Esports if you decide to take it away. And then at the same time, BREN Esports can do one of their things that they love to do when they have a Valentina is get double set up and Blacklist take it away.
All right. That's why I was thinking, hey, maybe Oakland can play it too.
Exactly. Which means now that Blacklist is definitely eyeing for a support hero for Oh My Venus. That is usually what they do when they have the Fredrin. Typical duos with that will be the Faramis and the Digi, but of course the Digi is automatically banned, as Reptar mentioned. And the Faramis is also already banned out by BREN Esports. I'm really looking at Matilda or Estes.
It's one or the other.
Blacklist.
It's one or the other, for sure.
Exactly.
So if BREN Esports takes out one of them... they're giving the Queen both!
Yeah, maybe they definitely are prepared for it. Maybe, who knows, maybe they'll swing it like get a Esmeralda. That's the carry.
Okay.
So you can still use Zhong if you're BREN, or the Lapu Lapu is still, honestly, still pretty good here.
And both are pretty good against the Estes.
That's right. I think the Lapu Lapu just makes total sense if you pick up the BREN, if you pick up for BREN Esports.
But what's Oakland gonna play?
You know, there is still the Cho.
That's right.
But
yeah.
I do feel that there is an argument that can be made for a Kadira here for BREN
roaming
Esports.
Kadira.
Okay.
You just go fast, go hard.
Yeah.
Shock and awe.
Shock and
Shock and
awe.
awe, yeah.
And we saw when BREN Esports faces Blacklist International, that's how they love to play against them.
Yeah.
That's why they were able to set that dominant game where they didn't allow Blacklist any kills because of the shock and awe play style of BREN.
Adventure starts here.
And
Florin!
They take it away and they put it in their hands.
Ogwin takes a page out of the Queen's playbook as well. Flap does his best Agent Zero impersonation, and the answer back. Blacklist picks up the OG. There it is, gentlemen.
Wow. World class. BREN Esports, you have that M2 skin. Blacklist, they have that M3 skin. Man, Game 1 is just all about flexing what they have achieved as franchises, right?
It's a homecoming for the Lancelot skin, too.
Definitely.
As a fan of our fantastic and beautiful sport, and as you can see, unanimous talent predictions here is for BREN. I am geeking out with how these two squads drafted this. Florin in the hands of Ogwin. I never would have thought I'd see the day the president of the Anti-Healing Club on the hands of the Master Blaster against Blacklist International. What universe did I wake up into?
Master Blaster.
That's what I call him. And by the way, you can
it.
predict as well at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with a hashtag #SmartPowersMPL-S11. One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll and keep an eye out for some action here. Wolf, any predictive analysis on how the first 2-3 minutes of the game might go?
There's going to be a lot of healing. Oh, Agent Zero, the god of first blood, but now he had help. Oh, wait.
It's the other way around.
If I have the time, I'm going to geek it out, right? But I don't think that we will. Maybe after this game. But I just want to say, Blacklist, for the entirety of the group stages, when they play Estes, when they struggled, they have found a lot of issues like reaching level 4 for Oh My Venus. This time, what they did was an early switch. Top lane, you can see that Yue and Edward shared EXP so that they will not have to wait for 2 minutes before they switch out. And this is the solution that Blacklist is looking for.
On the day where the solution visited our hallowed grounds here, Blacklist finds a solution. By the way, who will gain more assists in this game? Ogwin or Oh My Venus? Don't forget to use the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S11 when commenting on the live stream. So, Oh My Venus might actually be able to hit level 4 potentially quicker than Ogwin. But now Flap TZ, does this mean he'll be playing from behind, or is the quick early kill that early just something not to worry about?
If anything, it's not Flap that's actually struggling with this. It's Kyle TZ. Why's got a free camp on him because of the whole rotation up top.
I think this is... I just can't believe that Blacklist will eventually do it. There's just a long history of this. This deserves a whole video just to explain what are the semantics of what happened, what are the rudiments that happened up top lane.
They're doing it again. You ask the question, will Flap TZ suffer? It looks like he will. He's not going to be part of this turtle dance as we start. Yes, I'm expecting this to be a dance. Both Wise and Kyle want first dibs on this snowball turtle. First turtle here, 2 minutes, 50 seconds in. Full reset. Yue with the RWM, very low. Few just going out. Edward gets the ride on him. There's an electro final blow into the back line. The heal coming in from Ogwin. Edward, Agent Zero takes down the idol of the kids. And that's going to be another kill for Blacklist.
And because of that, look, there's Fredrin in the jungle of BREN, but that's not BREN's Fredrin, and Blacklist got more kills around that turtle pit, which is still up.
Oh, this is such a... Wow, Blacklist just did their homework. You can see that instead of fighting around the turtle, they just held on to it and team fought. They did not take out the turtle. This time, Weiss is going to walk into the turtle with a level ahead of Kyle TZ because of how much monsters or creeps he took away from BREN's jungle. And they are just going to hold on to the turtle. They don't need it. All they need was to farm. And now Blacklist is leading by 1,500 in gold.
Oh, contest Kyle TZ. Not by contesting the turtles, but by contesting his jungle when he doesn't even know what's happening.
That's 4 members of Blacklist right on top of Kyle. Here comes Flap TZ for the response. Oh My Venus, the heal. Very low turtle, about 1/10 of its health. Wise secures it. Flap tried. But then again, Blacklist now growing that lead to about 2K.
Yeah, it looks like this will continue to balloon, Wolf, as the lead and the levels between the two junglers are starting to form a noticeable gap. Palteezy still about to hit level 6, a quarter of the way there. But I agree with you. Blacklist did their homework in terms of how to rotate, but ow.
Oh, pressure on this carry. Ow, stunned very, very quickly. Oh, BREN knows that they can force it.
Yeah, you know, I've seen a lot of Blacklist games, and you know, to the point where I study them. This is a different rotation. Whatever they're doing, it's so totally different. Oh.
We were thinking, usually we think of picks in terms of something new. This time Blacklist is showing a new rotation, contesting the orange.
Here it is. About a third of its health left in retribution range. Wise not going to force the issue. Let's Kyle get a buff. See how interesting I use my words? Let's Kyle get his buff. The first 4 minutes of this game, Wise was calling the shots.
I will allow you. This is yours for now. A terrifying thought. We were talking about these two junglers, the power between these two. About to hit level 5 here. Some items rolling in already. I think I saw an Ice Queen Wand on the hands of US Eve.
Yeah. So what now? What happens now for BREN Esports is that there's just really no contention that they can do around all of these big objectives unless they win a team fight. That should be their goal right now. So you are really seeing what the Blacklist International have prepared for against BREN Esports. The pattern of what they're doing, it's totally different from what they are doing in the group stages. This Blacklist just coming out prepared for BREN Esports.
Uh-oh.
Will he commit the real-world manipulations? 3v2.
Oh, they timed it well. Blazing Duet, an early pull from Super Marco. Oak very low. Gets taken down underneath tier 1. Now Wise coming in from the back line, forcing out an early BMI from Marco. He does survive. Few from the back line, finds V. Doesn't let him go. The Queen still stands with the heal and the ult. Oh, and Owl pushes his whole time. Blacklist International have bought so much time across the map. Now they're going to make a visit towards the Turtle Pit. Can Blacklist seal it away? Wise takes the turtle! And Palteezy has Agent Zero on him. This Lancelot might not be long for the world. Can Palteezy save his jungler? The answer is no. Wise takes another head. BREN Esports are out of their tempo.
Absolutely. They have double heal now with, of course, the Florin ultimate and the Estes ultimate. But so far, nobody can stay in front. So this is where the weirdness starts from BREN Esports. They decided to go for a Benedetta, which is not a tanky hero. They wanted to go for sustain. Surely, you want to stay in front of Blacklist International, but no hero will be staying in front, right? There's no tanker.
They need the peel.
Yeah, they
so
don't have
weird.
it. It's quite divey, quite messy. While Blacklist is a quite static formation. You know what they're going to be doing. And they do it so well that BREN will expectantly struggle as they want to hold on to this mid lane turret. And it seems like Blacklist have solved, you said the magic phrase earlier, Leo, have taken BREN out of their tempo. The key to victory earlier for BREN was flex your aggressive tempo. BREN can't flex anything because Blacklist said it from minute 1. Nay, second 25.
Now we see Blacklist just taking control again. They don't have to force anything. They are playing to their tempo. They're waiting for Owl, and Owl might have said yes. Palteezy going in for the forward flicker. Palteezy does survive, gets his life, keeps it, but just for now. But still, everything still belongs to Blacklist.
The benefit of having a global heal coming out from Oakland, but all that gave to BREN Esports is just a little bit of time. Now Blacklist International are going to be pressuring top lane once again because what they know is that Super Marco is the only win condition left for BREN. And if they do shut down Super Marco, there's nothing left.
And here's a big skirmish inside the purple pit of BREN Esports. RWM from both sides. And looking for a grab. Oh, just pandemonium in here. Blazing Duet coming in from Super Marco. All the targets hit, but just like that, Oh My Venus heals up the rest of Blacks International. No dice. BREN take no one down.
Well, everybody's just sustaining themselves. Well, that is the power of the Florin, of course, and the Estes. That is actually very surprising that BREN Esports lasted for that long. You can see that even after trailing behind, they still have some shots.
Oh, and from the turtle, they make a beeline straight for the purple. And right in front of Palteezy, spending his retribution, Wise commits Grand Theft Purple.
Not enough damage just yet in the books for BREN. Actually, it was after that long engage where we saw Super Marco just got to build the golden staff, so he didn't have it there. I'll flap Few Venus up top as BREN tries to hold on to their top turret. Here comes Yue. Looks like Blackfoot might be able to break it here.
A two-man defense sent in by BREN Esports. The RWM keeps Slapped Easy and takes him down. Here comes Ogwin to the response. Few with an RWM of his own. Owl forcing the issue, gives the kill up to Wise. Few goes down. Now, on a Brazer's Wrath, point blank on a Super Marco, taking down the gold laner from BREN Esports.
So many mistimed ultimate spells coming out from BREN Esports. First, the ultimate coming out from Ogwin, not saving Flapteasy. Then they fought, and then after the BMI, you can see that Wise is just on point with a taunt, and he uses the ultimate. You can see it happening from a mile away, but you don't really know how much damage it will deal. But because of the lead that Wise already amassed against Super Marco, the levels are there and the damage was there. Blacklist International on a tear against BREN Esports.
Sweet revenge against the Bees. So what I mentioned earlier for Blacklist International, it's only game number 1, but right now BREN is killless. No kills secured. They only got a tower up top. Blacklist have been controlling this game, and with controlling the mid and the jungle, they've controlled the pace in which Super Marco can farm.
A little bit of a requiem though, some redemption for Kyle DZ. He does get the purple, but at what cost? That tier 2 down bottom might as well have been taken down by Wise. Just the same. The past minute of silence, I believe, has been just excruciating for the Hive. BREN is getting nothing. Again, Reptar, you mentioned it. Nothing.
I always thought BREN Esports as one of the teams that really solved the Ube strategy. But then Blacklist have just brought it back, and they're now dominating as they continue to do so, taking away another buff away from Kyle TZ with the Lord up.
Poor Kyle. Blacklist can just make a call to go for the Lord here, and BREN would be the better, the smarter to not contest.
Yeah. I think the last 2 picks of BREN Esports look really like a pocket strategy, and maybe we have put so much trust on the BREN Esports when they did pick it up. But now, you're going to see it in practice. Flapteasy's Benedetta isn't doing anything. Even after his death, right? You're gonna think that maybe he can do something for the team, but if you think about it as BREN Esports lineup as a whole, composition as a whole, he does not achieve anything apart from like clearing the waves. Because somebody has to be in front.
Threatening the kill on a Master Blaster, Ogwin. He gets out of dodge, spending that flicker. Blacklist with their trademark Ube, moving as one, crossing that river, going straight for the Lord.
Pretty sure Ube is also the flavor of ice cream glue. That's the new skin, and I know it's not ice cream, but I might as well just call it ice cream glue.
Yeah?
You're hungry.
Yes, I am quite hungry. Super Marco, by the way, still hungering for gold, but was finally able to build the corrosion size, so that's 3 main items already. Is this enough, or does BREN need to turtle it out even longer?
For sure. I think that they have to turtle it out. Like, super duper late game. That's my answer to you. Fortunately, they have a lot of weight here because of the Benedetta as well as the Claude. But until they get all of the items up, until they get immortalities up, I don't think that BREN Esports can really match up against Black. This is such a strong comp that Blacklist has right now.
Oh man, I see exactly what Wise and Edward were doing. They were baiting Kyle DZ to commit to the orange, but that won't happen. Owl almost takes down Flapteasy, almost single-handedly, with the Queen down south, going ahead and making sure that her gold laner doesn't go down. Look at Super Marco. I wonder if Owl knows there's an RWM coming in. Down goes El Cuago del Loco. He muerte, fam.
4-1 trade. Kyle TZ was left alone in the Lord, but BREN Esports found the key target in the Quago, and BREN Esports have found a lot of space up top.
And credit to the idol of the kids, man. Legendary Few utilizing that real-world manipulation to its full effect. Of course, they punish the overextension coming out from Owl, but you can see that the way that Few used the edges of the real-world manipulation to lock down Owl. So masterful.
And Owl had no business. He's not running a Purify. He couldn't get out of there even if he had the flicker. So now, we'll see how far that takes BREN Esports. It's a little bit of redemption, a little bit of consolation.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's enough to help him contest his Lord.
It's not going to be that case.
Yeah.
I guess that what they bought here is time for the split push.
Oh, Kyle Deasy, put that half health. RWM coming in from Few. Very low, Kyle Deasy, not gonna survive. Agent Zero gets the kill. Now the Lord in retribution range. There's an electro final blow. Look at the top lane coming in from Super Marco. Marco, what are you doing? Pulling the page out of Betty Cutie's book. Oh, not quite so, says Owl. And yes, BREN Esports gets a penetration, but Black gets lured.
Man, I was gonna criticize BREN Esports for fighting under that Lord fight, because I honestly thought that BREN Esports made a mistake, but that wasn't the case. It was a part of the plan all along. KTZ might have died, but Super Marco achieved a very important objective. Taking out one inhibitor turret means that now they can control the minions much better.
The team that has been playing behind since 25 seconds was the first to break down an inhibitor turret, but Blacklist looking for revenge here in the mid and here with the siege.
The waves are crashing in from Blacks International. Up top, that's a Luminous Lord. It will crash on through this inhibitor. Let's see BREN looking for the defense. Wise, the front liner. He's put down to a third of his health. Mid lane in jeopardy. Owl coming in. Flap trying to cut the line here. Kyle TZ as well, drawing lines among the members of Blacks International. Super Marco taking down the Lord. An inhibitor falls down in mid as well. Blacklist. I believe that's mission successful.
Absolutely.
Oh, BREN Esports gold laner. Their condition is met. He has the items they need to deal damage.
Oh,
but he's back!
An RWM coming in from Yue. And there's like a final blow. Flap trying to stop this push. But they're not going to stop. No minions coming in. Blacklist calls it off.
What a play there by Black. And it's sent back Super Marco. Couldn't maximize the Blazing Duet.
Still going. And the waves are still coming. And BREN is still holding on.
Yeah, and both teams are just so good at team fighting. You see that bottom lane, US started the ultimate. Early world manipulation was actually greatly timed, but BREN Esports had Ogwin's ultimate to survive, and Super Marco also got away. Nobody died in that skirmish, and no turret died as well in the bottom lane. Well, it is true that Blacklist International will have the macro advantage since they have more map control, courtesy of taking out 2 inhibitors. But BREN Esports, after pushing that top lane, means that they kind of equalized in one lane. You can see that they are behind by 7,000, but it's not impossible for them to mount a comeback.
Can they? It's the biggest question. Almost 8,000 behind, 35 seconds until the Lord spawns. One of the biggest things that has been giving BREN problems is the fact that, yes, other than just his farm, but in combat, in a fight, Edward and the rest of Blacklist, it is led by Edward's Glue, has been completely disrupting KTZ's flow of dashing in and dashing out, forcing him to use Thorn Rose way too early, Phantom Execution, just to avoid getting controlled. They're layering their crowd control abilities onto a Lancelot incredibly well.
And there's not much iframes Kyle TZ can play with. It's so difficult, man. And to think that his XP laner, Flap TZ, is more like a scalpel, while Agent Zero, Edward, is a sledgehammer. The fact that BREN Esports is still in this is utterly impressive.
Yeah. They're doing it by trying to win team fights that they... by playing off map.
Ogwin walks into an almost deadly bush, but it's not going to happen so quickly. Not like that. Slapped easy. Forces one. Super Marco coming in from the back line. RWM coming in from Yue. And Marco might take down Oh My Venus. Down goes the Queen. London Bridge has fallen. It's a 4v5. Few taken down. The RWM canceled quickly. Here comes Kyle TZ. Facing off against Edward. Oh, wow. There's some breathing room for BREN.
And that was a well-executed sandwich play. Because of the gank from Super Marco, it forced Edward away from helping Wise in the Lord. It looked like a free one for Wise, but KTZ was also there to contest. And now, because of everything that happened, now BREN Esports are in prime contention position for this Lord as Super Marco pushes down bottom.
Let's see if that's going to happen. There's a push down bottom, and in mid, a skirmish. Yue with the RWM. Marco with the push. Down goes Ogwin. Look at Flap TZ. Just dashing on through the 2 and 3 members behind that wall. Now it's just Few and Kyle TZ. And Marco is still just pushing. Is this a deja vu of the same gambit from earlier? Albeit, might be a little too expensive.
Very, very expensive. Now they won't have Benedetta to clear out the mid lane. Surely they will have Kyle. No immortality for both of these players from BREN.
Oh, they're holding on. Marco, a 10th of his health. No minions. BREN Esports still in this. Blacklist, though, they are a complete lineup. They're going to go straight for this evolved Lord.
Blacklist International have found a way to keep the lead in their hands while BREN Esports continue to send Marco down bot. What will Blacklist do? Edward will be able to recall back. Free Lord for Blacklist.
Too easy, and now for BREN Esports, all they need to do is to clear out the minions, maybe cut some waves. But Blacklist International are always deadly with the Lord push. You're gonna have to be very worried, and it is going to be the mid lane. You can see Owl already ushering the minions up top so that it will be a two-pronged attack. And Edward also into the bottom lane. Somebody has to attend to the side lanes before they engage in the mid lane. Otherwise, Blacklist will just win this by sheer power. They are going to be treating this Lord like a battering ram against the gates of BREN Esports.
At 9 minutes, that 8K gold lead is still massive. Like, you know you're outgunned.
Sure.
Oh, Pew showed himself.
Oh no, spends that flicker.
Carry!
And he has the carry ult! This Valentina not long for the world! That's a 4v5, maybe even a 4v6 as the Lord is still standing. Look at Kyle TZ struggling to clear the waves. The Lord will eventually go down. And Kyle TZ in no man's land. He's far from his teammates. Oh, the waves are crashing on through. Flap TZ just attacking each wave, each member. Oh, Yue with the RWM. Kyle TZ just dashing on through. Blazing towards Fenton already by Super Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, BREN Esports will lose this defense. Blacklist draws first blood.
1-0 for Blacklist. Folks, this is Blacklist International's first game win against BREN Esports this season, and they do it in dominating fashion in the playoffs.
They also did it with their signature picks. You can see the glue priority coming out from Blacklist International with the Eve. They get the first blood on to the Benedetta up top. Then they did not stop from there. Weiss with the Fredrin was just so masterful with farming. You can see that he knows how to utilize his ultimate to its full effect by utilizing combo it with a taunt. He does not make those gamble plays where he's just going to throw the ultimate and hope that it hits. He goes for the best play possible. And that is the reason why he is the master at this hero.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time I saw Wise play that way was on the Baksha in one of the MPLIs, and he was just straight on from minute 1, I live in your jungle now.
Exactly.
That or the SEA Games.
Yeah, and I think you guys said it best, the best play possible. That's what it felt like Blacklist International played with the entire game. Where it seemed like every decision they were making was the best one.
Yeah, and you can see that BREN Esports on the flip side, they are trying to go for those 50-50 plays all the time.
The whole draft was a 50-50
Exactly.
play.
This Benedetta and the Florid, you would understand why they picked up the Florid eventually. Like, you saw how they wanted to do it, but they're really lacking a frontliner that will be healed up. You don't have that, typical RPG tank that you heal up, right? So they needed that.
All right, and we need more details here, so let's throw it on over to Midnight on the analyst stand for more info.
Well, for one, nagawa nilang maibalik ang Ube strategy composition sa lineup ng Blacklist International, and it ended up being a sweet victory as game number 1 proceeds to the Agents. Welcome dito sa ating analyst stand. Mga pala si Midnight na nating i-breakdown kung paano nga ba ito ginawa ng Blacklist laban sa BREN Esports. Ngayon, maraming pwedeng matutunan dito sa game na to, pero isa ang nangingibabaw na kailangan natin tignan sa laro ng Blacklist International, it was the immaculate objective control na pinakita ng mga Agents, and of course yung high-level objective taking capability. When I say high-level objective taking capability, pwede kasi sabihin na lagi lang nasa Turtle, lagi lang nasa Lord. Pero ang kinagandahan dito kasi sa Blacklist, hino-hold nila yung mga objective kapag kino-contest ng BREN Esports. Kasi majority of this game would fall on to the Lord controls. And alam naman natin kapag hawak mo yung Carry tsaka Claude, aabot tayo sa late game. And si Blacklist International, alam din nila yon. Pero na-maximize nila yung kanilang lineup, having so many good sustain and frontliners on this draft with the Fredrin and Glue na humaharap laban sa BREN Esports. Nakakuha sila ng early game control. And pagdating na sa mga time na Lord na ang labanan, hindi sila basta-basta naglo-Lord lang. Hindi nila nirarush pababain yung HP ng Lord. Tinitignan nila yung mga pwesto ng mga heroes ng BREN Esports kapag lumalaban sa Kyle TZ, nag-hero lang sila. Tinitignan nila kung lalaban yung Claude. And every single time, ito yung ginagawa ng Blacklist International. Chine-check nila yung mga conditions pagdating sa Lord fight at hindi ito basta-basta na-engage ng BREN Esports. Now, let's look into the stats here by both squad. Makikita natin 2 kills lang yung nakuha ng BREN Esports. Muntik tayong umabot sa mission ng Blacklist International na i-return yung favor na 17-0 sila ng BREN, pero this is still a very dominant display coming out from Blacklist International. Again, yung kanilang yung kanilang early game decisiveness to commit on the aggression, kitang-kita at ramdam na ramdam actually ng BREN Esports. Kasi the main problem with BREN's lineup is, nung early game, even though pwede natin sabihin na may damage sila, meron naman silang enough sustain, na overload sila ng Blacklist International. Early game kagad, gamit na gamit yung Eve, gamit na gamit yung Fredren, pati na rin yung Glue. And of course, kayang-kaya nilang gawin yan dahil nga may backup sila na nagagaling mula kay Estes. The Queen herself is always present in the team fights. Makikita nyo naman dito sa team fight participation, most of them, ang pinakamalaking contributor, Oh My Venus, pati na rin si Yue. Yung dynamic duo talaga ng Blacklist International, yung nagbigay ng early game tempo for this squad. And of course, Wise always securing the objectives for this lineup. Pero may backup na naman ang BREN Esports. Nandiyan pa rin naman yung Claude. Kasi nga, hindi na rin nila nagamit yung Lancelot. By the way, huge shoutouts kay Marky kasi sabi niya kanina, kapag hindi mo nagagamit yung Lancelot jungle ng early game, mabilis siyang mag-fall off. And naramdaman natin yun dito sa game na to. Parang si Claude na lang yung inaasahan ng BREN Esports. Pero sabihin natin, may late game prowess pa rin naman ang BREN. Pero when it comes to those Lord takes, dun na nang ibabaw ang Blacklist International. And the MVP for this game is none other than the Golden Boy, Owl, for Blacklist International. 4-1-2 on this carry. And I really love yung kanyang participation sa early game. Some would say na kapag gamit mo yung carry, hindi ka basta-basta nagpa-participate sa mga early skirmishes. Pero pag tignan mo kasi yung lineup ng BREN Esports, sino nga ba namang lalaban din dito kay Carry? Yung Benedetta may hihirapan din kapag nakipag 1v1 kay Carry. Yung Claude, alam mo namang hindi siya magpa-participate. And yung nag-iisang frontliner ng ng BREN Esports was the Lancelot. And yung Lancelot, hindi rin siya makakapag-stay sa harapan. So, all in all, ang idea ng Blacklist International, and specifically si Owl, is gamitin yung kanyang hero ng early game. Isang item lang yung kailangan niya, which is yung Corrosion Sight. Kapag enough yung kanyang attack speed, anybody on the side of BREN can melt in seconds. And hindi rin siya takot lumaban dahil nga provided siya, napakaraming backup ng Blacklist International. Nandyan yung real world manipulation na nanggagaling kay Eve, nandyan yung heal na nanggagaling kay The Queen, and of course yung frontline niya ay ang hirap patayin for the side of BREN Esports. Yung Glue, actually, very commendable dito yung naging performance ni Edward. Hindi siya basta-basta nagko-commit ng kanyang split-split kasi alam niya na pwede niyang hintayin yung timing na lalaban yung BREN, then tsaka siya magko-commit ng split-split. So parang nagkakaroon ng soft committal coming out from Blacklist International. If magko-commit ang BREN, doon talaga mag-fully commit ang agents. And ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung mga Lord control ng Blacklist International, hindi nila nirarush yung Lord. May mga times na nire-reset nila yung Lord laban sa BREN Esports. Kapag kailangan nila mag-hero lock, kapag nakita nila yung mga proper targets, talagang willing silang bitawan yung Lord. Even resetting the HP of the Lord sometimes. And yun yung naging key ingredient dito for Blacklist International to maintain their control in the mid to late game. Even though may fallback plan naman ang BREN Esports, it didn't really pan out for the squad, as Blacklist International also had a late game variant of their own, which was Owl on this carry. Isang beses lang siya namatay, pero that death hindi na naulit. Naging consistent yung performance si Carry, and naging enough din yung damage output na later on in the game para maka-match up sa late game power ng BREN Esports. Again, fantastic game number 1. Objectives was really crucial for both sides, pero Blacklist International yung nag-control nung tempo ng ating game. Let's see kung makakabawi ang BREN Esports sa game number 2. Pero bago lahat, kausapin muna natin si Sona for some interesting insights dito sa ating venue.
Maraming salamat, casters. This time around, we are over here at the MPL store. At kasama ko ngayon, kilala nyo na, wala nang iba para magkaroon ng shopping spree. Wala nang iba kundi si
Humby! Yeah!
At ngayon, titignan natin kung ano nga ba ang laman ng MPL store para makapamili tayo ng merchandise. Kasi kung titignan ko yung outfit mo, parang medyo kulang eh. Kulang ka sa MPL merch.
Kulang nga sa MPL merch. Tara, magsimula na nga tayo dito.
Simulan natin sa Omega. Can you please introduce us to the 2 colorways at kung ano ba yung pwedeng babagay dito kay Humby and how much ba ang Smart Omega jersey?
Ang Smart Omega jersey po natin, meron siyang 2 variants. Generic at saka yung may IGN. Yan, meron siyang 5 sizes.
I like that.
Small, medium, large, XL, and double XL. Comes with 2 colors. Yan, yung puti at saka yung dark jersey namin.
Maraming salamat. This time, since nandito ka, everything is free. Kumuha ka ng isa dyan ngayon. Ano bang gusto mo? O
Siyempre,
sige, kunin mo na yung
diba?
hanger. Nahiya ka pa eh. Yan, maraming salamat po. Hindi namin alam kung ibabalik namin mamaya. Pero this time, lipat naman tayo sa kung ano ba yung nandito sa store na walang iba kundi BREN Esports. Ang dami nilang pins, laces, meron pa sila ng keychains, and of course, the cap. So, ngayon, at dito pa nga, meron pang jersey sa banda likod. So, please introduce us kung magkano nga ba yung nandito sa loob ng inyong table.
Itong mga small items namin is 100 yung enamel pin, kahit saan nyo siya i-get from sa lanyard. Lanyard is 150 and bag tag is 50 pesos. At ang pinakamasaya dyan is yung cup namin na dating 1-2 is 200 na lang.
I like that too,
From how much to? From 1-2 is 200 na lang. Alam mo, eto na yung pangalawang gamit mo. So
Ay,
this
mukhang
time, ikaw
maganda
na
rin
to,
to,
Min. Kulang ka ng cup ng konti.
I like this too,
So
yeah.
this time, lipat naman tayo ng kaunti dito sa may bandang gitna dahil titignan na natin mismo ang Echo Store. You see a lot of their merchandise from the socks, from the laces. Meron pang light stick and of course, yung mga fan signs nang sa ganun ay maging handa kayo para mag-cheer sa kanila mamaya. But speaking of which, yung mga shirts, Madam, ano ba yung pinaka best seller sa mga shirts nyo and what is something na pwedeng babagay sa kanya?
Feeling ko, dahil cute si Kuya, bagay sa kanya yung mga chibi shirts niya.
Wow!
Bagay sa'yo to.
I like that too, I like
Cute ka
that
daw,
too.
bagay
Ganda,
sa'yo
ganda.
yan. Pero dahil meron ka ng shirt, ang ibibigay ko sa'yo ay yung bag. Naawa naman na kasi ako sa'yo kasi
Oo
wala
nga,
ka
no?
ng paglagyan ng shirt
Sorry,
mo. So ako nang bahala
lalagay
sa'yo.
ko.
I got you over there. Maraming salamat. Habang inaayos niya yung kanya mga nagiging setup, we are gonna move forward dito naman sa Black Box Store kung saan makikita natin napakaraming merchandise. You have cards of your favorite Blacklist players. Nandito rin ng mga shorts. Andito rin ng, would you say leggings? But again, jogging pants. Right? So, this time, nakita ko kanina, meron kayong notebook dito as far as I can remember. So, how can you get that?
Para ma-purchase po ninyo yung notebook, kailangan nyo na pong mag-purchase ng aming starter pack, which is the Black Starter Pack. Ang include po nun ay yung itong string bag, yung ating collectible na cards po from our players. Then kasama rin po yung keychain. Ito pong random keychain.
So you get a keychain, a sling bag, these cards, and of course none other than yung nabanggit mo nga kanina na para makuha to, you also have the notebook. So make sure to take that one right away. O pili ka na ng isang card. Ikaw na yan. O dyan, mamili ka muna. Bahala ka na sa buhay mo. Lipat na muna ako dito sa bandang kabila. Kasi this time, eto na yun, Min. Yung bandana mo ba, nababenta yan?
Oo. Naaalala ko yan
Naaalala mo yan.
Yeah,
The bandanas are right over here. You also have the stickers, the slippers, and meron din silang mini standees ng inyong mga paboritong Raiders. So please, introduce us kung ano ba yung pinaka-unique na item na nandito sa inyong table.
Ang pinaka-unique na item namin is yung standee namin. Kasi kami lang ang merong ganito. At saka, pinirmahan talaga ng mga players natin to. Tanan!
So if you want to have a signed mini standee of your favorite RSG player, make sure to go ahead for here. Pero ngayon, para mabuo na ang iyong MPL drip, ay ibibigay ko na sa'yo ang tsinelas. Hindi ko alam kung paano may susuot yan. Nasa sapatos ka pa kasi. So okay lang yan. Lapit muna tayo ngayon. No problem. Alam mo, naiisip ko ng konti at ng very, very slight.
What?
Kompleto yung Smart Omega jersey. Meron ka na. So I feel like this time around, ang pinaka-importante na kailangan nating tignan ay yung jersey contest.
Ooh.
Kailangan nating mabili at kailangan mong makita kung ano ba yung laban ng bawat jersey na meron tayo ngayon. So the question is, for the first round, since ando naman na din sila sa loob, naglalaban na rin sila tawagin na natin ang representatives mula sa BREN Esports at Blacklist International. Nasa kaya sila? I wanna see him once again. Eto na, face off lang ng konti. Min, huwag ka dyan. Yan. Oh,
teka nga ba?
Ba't dalawa sila? Tanongin mo nga ba't dalawa sila?
Teka, ba't dalawa kayo?
Masyadong malakas yung blacklist, kailangan ko nakakampi.
Ooh. I like that, I like
okay,
that.
sige. Tatanungin ko kayo, ano bang meron sa jersey nyo?
Color. Black and yellow, tapos sa Omega. Ikaw
Gold standard.
So you have the gold standard. And dito naman sa kabila, you also have
Blacklist International jersey po. Designed by Sir Quicks. Agents, bilhin na kayo para lalo tayong lumakas ha.
Game on win might be the buff that they need. RSG.
Quality RSG jersey.
And last but not least, sa Echo.
Jersey ng M4 World Champs.
M4 World Champs. At lahat ng yan ay makukuha nyo sa tulong ng Maya QR code which will be presented to us right away. Feel ko, i-check out mo na lahat ng mga binili
check
mo
out
eh.
ko mo. Nakalimutan
Bahala ka na
ko
kung
eh.
paano mo babayaran yan because when you get the payment through the Maya QR code, which is actually very easy to consume, all you need to do is to scan the QR code at may bibigyan yan for a chance to win a very special skin mula sa Maya. So ngayon, nalaman nyo na ang nandito ngayon sa MPL Store. Balak na natin sa laban. Back to you, casters.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. He's here, he's back, and we are now back into Game 2 of Blacklist International versus BREN Esports. Clear as day. We asked BREN to set the tempo, but it was Blacklist who did that from second 20. 20 seconds in.
Right. As soon as we dropped into the game,
the tempo was
first
set.
blood, yeah.
First blood already. That is something you don't usually think about when you think of Blacklist International.
Yep.
And I think you said it best. They did their homework and they prepared something
Yep.
special for BREN.
So I promised that I'll be nerding out, right? And I think that we have a little bit of time here because we are at draft. So what we were trying to solve when we're looking at Blacklist International, they won with SS and RC in round 1 of the group stages, and then they used the SS there. That time they were winning, and they were winning in the mid lane, and they were able to get to level 4 for the ultimate of the Estes, right? Fast forward a month after, now they're not winning anymore with the Estes because teams are denying the switch. Like, you prevent Oh My Venus to clear the minions in the mid lane by 2 minutes. So, what happens here is that you don't have the ultimate when the turtle fight happens. The change-up that Blacklist International did to answer that is to park the Eve up top already, minute 1. So that gives you two things. One, you have a kill threat up top. Second, you also have big experience on the Eve, which then translates to Eve not having to stay in the mid lane for a longer time and gives a lot more EXP to the roamer in the mid lane. That is their solution. Yeah, end of my TED Talk.
Clip that. Thank you, Professor Wolf, as we are now in the draft, perfectly explaining the scenario of game number 1. The scenario will change in game number 2 because teams have switched sides now. Fanny and the Kaja, priority bans here for Blacklist. Joy and Arlot, priority for BREN. Will they give the glue to Edward?
Well, if you're thinking about the glue, you have to make sure that you do your homework. Cover up for the Faramis. Watch out where the Faramis is going to be picked up. If it's banned, then all the more easy. But yeah, BREN Esports still on that same track mind from game 1. Hakana Bunjing.
But it's 2 drafts now where we expect BREN to pick a certain pick, but it's Blacklist to pick a certain pick, but Blacklist take it away from themselves. The 1-1 was the ban here for BREN.
Yep.
And now the Valentina, still open, could be first pick Fred as well.
What if this is Eve from a Blacklist? Well, there's your answer.
What if? And it is indeed.
This man is a god.
So why would it be Eve? Why is this worth it for Black?
Because this is a classic Blacklist thing that they pick up the hero that's most influential for them. And we can argue that Yue did so many things in that previous game.
Yes.
And the thing is, you're not that scared of the Valentina. It is shown in game number 1 that even when the Eve's ultimate was copied, it didn't matter for Blacklist International because they're gonna ube anyways.
Can't be the original.
Exactly, can't be the original. And flashback to M2 where they first picked this Eve, no matter what happens, right? So
yeah.
it's a Blacklist special. Now, if you're BREN, you pick up the Valentina, maybe now get the Lapu Lapu actually, or a Fredrin. But I think I favor even Fredrin. Oh, Valentina and Fredrin, I mean. Oh man.
We'll pick the homeland man, Lapu Lapu, and the Faramis. Aren't these a bit too early? It feels like it could have gone later into the draft. A lot more priorities, much more open.
Yeah, too late. If you're too late to pick up a good hero for against Blacklist International, its value inflates. So I guess that you understand why this was the pickup.
And they're running it back. It worked in the first time running. Don't fix what's broken. They got to break a code with it. So now it's going to be the focus onto the gold lane takedown.
Yeah, I think you'd rather go carry here if you're BREN Esports instead of the typical Claude that they pick up. Or of course, Claude is still pretty good, but you can see that if you pick up the carry instead of the Claude, you have a kill threat against the Fredrin. damage output that they lacked heavily in the previous game. So I think that this carry should be the priority for BREN Esports. If not, they can always go back to the Claude.
Yeah, that's true. And true damage if they pick up the carry.
Yep.
That would work really well against a lineup that will go full on Ube, but they go for Beatrix. They go for, I believe the fear is they needed more wave clear in their eyes, just in case things got too bad. And it seems like the Bennett's Rage might be the favorite ultimate here for her.
Beatrix seems to be the sweet spot that BREN Esports wants to sit at. Good damage output.
Yeah.
Come the late game, they still have the Gambit, because when you're in the late game, if BREN Esports does get there, I'm wondering what went wrong for the carry in the mid, right? So they want to cover up for that and just say, you know what, Marco, just pick up the Beatrix.
Yeah, he's good at it. No worries. BREN Esports might consider Benedetta and Yuzhong altogether. Haka Edward just to its full effect, right? You don't. What else can you pick up from the XP lane? If the Benedetta and the Yuzhong will be banned out, what else do you actually pick up? Maybe something like a Terizla or a Thams even, but those are the heroes that aren't really favored in the meta game that we have right now.
Or do they flex the Fred if it comes down to it?
I
right?
agree.
Because they're
It could
choking
work,
hard.
It's actually
down
good.
Onto Edward, and Coach MTB, Coach Dex might say, all right.
Yeah.
It looks like they checked you, bro.
I think that's actually a good pickup.
It's not impossible.
One of the things they can do, maybe, BREN Esports would want to pick up the Akai as their fourth pick. Because if the option of a Fred flex into the XP is up, you wouldn't want Blacklist to have a Fredrin in the XP lane and an Akai in the jungle, especially since you're a lineup that has a Faramis.
I agree. So you ban out Yuzhong if you're Bren. You don't. I mean, even when you say that it's a Haka Edward or Haka Bunjing, Haka Bunjing, yeah. Yuzhong is still a good hero versus the Beatrix, so that's a confirmed kill.
Very good, yes.
Yep.
But a surprising fact about Edward this season is he has not played Yuzhong at all, actually.
Well, that's surprising.
Yeah, and even in the past, if I'm not mistaken, for Blacklist International, ever since season 8, maybe even 9, they're rarely a Yuzhong pickup team.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Oh, this is an even better ban. I think the Brody just fits perfectly for the composition of Blacklist. It's great versus the. It's great with the Estes, and it's also great versus the Lapu-Lapu in a way that you won't get one shot by this hero. So yeah, I think it's a really good ban.
Oh wow!
This
seems to be
anti-Ogwen.
Yeah, a race towards Master Blaster Ogwen. Like they forced him to play the Florid unless it was something BREN Esports wanted to do anyways.
Yeah.
But now he has to pick up what? They're funneling him into a Cho.
I think you pick up the Akai here if you're BREN Esports.
Right.
I think you just get it.
Yep.
It's decent versus the team fight of Blacklist, great versus the Fredrin. If the Fredrin is a jungler, yeah, exactly. And it can go even deeper if you want to flex it, right, for Ogwen.
Yeah. Flex it for Ogwen, and then something maybe like a Hayabusa in the jungle?
Yeah,
if that's
something like
enough
that.
split team fight split power, Akai would be perfect, but it's not. They pick up the Grok. They prioritize an Ogwen pickup, and now this is where we might see an Akai friend.
What world will there be an Esmeralda for Edward? You're looking at Grok, you're looking at Feramis and Lapu-Lapu. You are going to have a field day if you're playing the Esmeralda. What world is there for the classic Edward hero?
You're going deep.
They're going deep.
It's not impossible.
Not impossible.
Oh, this is Terizla.
No, it's Terizla, and they go for a Claude. So this Blacklist lineup, both looks like they have all their bases covered from early to late.
For sure. And now you're gonna wonder, is this Grok gonna be the gold lane? Oh, sorry, the jungle for BREN Esports. Then you pick up something like a damage dealer. Like you can go back to a Valentina or a Farsa if you're BREN Esports. So you'll have the burst. Park your Faramis onto the roam. But then again, there's so many flex picks here for BREN Esports. You can still go back to an Assassin, but Assassin is not advised against the Estes composition. So maybe you can just literally think about the Grok as your anti-Claude strat and just go back to a damage dealer Farsa or a Valentina in your mid lane.
I'd rather see that because,
well,
okay, so a Hayabusa did show up. Not in the way we expected, though.
Eventually. We were expecting it in an earlier spot, but it looks like BREN Esports were just making sure. They were clearing the way and seeing, all right, now it's for sure. Wolf, now they're going to have to do exactly as you said. Are there enough split team fights to make sure that this pays dividends in the hands of Kyle Teasy?
Well, if there's one thing, Kyle Teasy, this is would you imagine Kyle Teasy rocking a Grok or a Hayabusa? You would prefer Hayabusa, right?
Yeah,
so maybe that is what the ideology is for BREN Esports. Just let Kyle Teasy play his thing.
As we head into the game, again, don't forget to register your Sims. It has been extended to July 25. That is the new deadline for Sim registration. Keep your number and stay connected with Smart. Make sure that your Sim is registered so your Sim don't be dead. Register now on smart.ph/SimREG TL.#smart. SimREG.
All right, here we go. Looks like we're already changing the tempo, if y'all know what I'm saying. No early first blood as you get into game 2.
Yeah.
Oh, Blacklist are still going to try it, though.
Yep.
Oh, they really just want to control Flap. That's their, as explained earlier, that seems to be their condition for making this the earlier Ube strat work.
No cutsies for you, Charles.
That is Flap's name.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, see Ogwin as the Grok. I don't think that he will have a decent time in the early stages. I think he'll definitely need to wait for the first anti-magic item. You can see the pokes coming out from both Yue and the damage out from Oh My Venus. It hurts a lot.
Yeah. And taking it easy right now, but Ogwin is struggling. Otherwise, already contesting some creeps in the jungle of BREN Esports. Continuing the same tempo from the last one. It's going to be a slight level advantage here for Wise.
Yep, and it's not coming at any cost. I mean, yes, the gold lead does show that it's BREN Esports who has a small gold lead, but yeah, no, Blacklist are playing to their tempo. This is what they want to do.
Yeah. You can see that Wise is already just owning the jungle once again. And
oh no!
Oh, the damage.
Nothing. Your roamer can't roam.
Yeah. That is why I felt really divided when they picked up the Grok. I mean, I would have understood if it will be put in the jungle role where he's technically unbothered.
Yeah.
But as a roamer, there's not much that you can really do against this composition of Blacklist. So this decision from BREN Esports, they're really just going to be relying on their mechanics and the understanding of Ogwin. Look at this. Ogwin is not level 4. Doesn't have the ultimate, and he's not even taking any minions in the mid lane. While Oh My Venus will get his ultimate for sure.
Yeah, Yue giving him that minion wave as he is already level 4 himself, so full ultimates here for Blacklist. While BREN will be able to hit 4 thanks to that siege minion. Smart move there by BREN.
Yeah.
Adapting to the situation. So far, it looks like it's Blacklist first on the scene. Guardian's barrier. Ogwin playing with the space inside that pit. It looks like Wise and Kyle Teasy aren't yet decided if they're going to take it now.
On the bottom lane, 2 gold laners just duking it out. Seems to be Al has a slight lead over Super Marco. Blacklist International still here in the jungle pit.
It looks like it's game time. Turtle less than half health. Here comes Edward and Ogwin and the Appraiser's Wrath with a wild charge. Getting on out of here. Ogwin's still alive. Still no kills on both sides. Here comes the bravest fighter from Flap Teasy. And the penalty zone from Edward. No one home. Flap Teasy still alive. Tail end of the bravest fighter canceled with a stun. There it is. It's still up. RWM from Yue. Oh, I think that's a clear checkmate. Turtle going over to Blacklist International. Kyle Teasy nowhere to be seen. But they were able to make some responses. Oh no! Ogwin in trouble! There's a flicker from Agent Zero! No dice. Still no casualties.
Interesting that they did not use few in that occasion. BREN Esports, you can definitely see that they were struggling already with a lack of enough tankiness against the composition of Blacklist. You see Ogwin struggle utilizing the wall charge to get out instead of the flicker. Imagine if he waited for his more opportune moment, right? Could be perfect. And had it been that they had a Cult Altar to utilize in that specific occasion, maybe they could have gambled, or maybe they could even have taken some heroes from Blacklist International. Interesting decision from BREN.
Yeah, it seems like they just wanted to manage mid, didn't want to risk it. A sense of overcautiousness right now for BREN, but we gotta be honest. Usually for Blacklist International, overcautious is just normal cautiousness. That's how good they are at countering and making a small team fight win into a massive outcome in favor of Blacklist.
You can see that Blacklist International are taking full advantage of the space that they get for free. You can see that Claude is just manning up bottom lane, unbothered also against the Beatrix, where you can argue that the Beatrix will have some advantage over that Claude in the matchup. And of course, Weiss is just getting all the levels that he needs.
Oh, Flapteasy in trouble. Got first blood to 2v1 up top, but how about down bottom? The Queen goes. Super Marco gets the kill. Shadow kill, just able to push back the remaining members of Blacklist back. BREN Esports able to go trade 1-for-1, but no conversions just yet.
Oh, cross map play by both teams.
You can see BREN Esports might be able to push bottom lane. Finally, Ogwin starts with the ultimate, hitting on both Owl and Oh My Venus. Oh My Venus didn't have Purify, only rocking the flicker this time, and that means turret for both teams.
But Blacklist is quicker on the draw. Here they are already at the Turtle Pit, so they have that benefit, and they will indeed take it. BREN can only watch.
I see. Weiss always going for the best play possible.
RWM, penalty zone, flickered on out by Idol Nama Kids. He's playing his 366th game. 366!
Wow.
All-time leader in games played in MPL Philippines. Been here since Season 1. Hall of Legend.
And showing no signs of slowing down with his mechanics.
Getting better with age, like fine wine. But right now, he needs leadership. He needs even more of a showcase of his mechanics to help BREN Esports come back here. But this isn't as dire as the first game for sure. Blacklist are in the lead and seem to be more comfortably in control. The BREN Esports are still close enough to turn it around if they can find it.
Oh, possibly a 3v1. Now Flapteasy still holding on. Look at this, the angle from Few and Kyle Teasy coming in with a quad shadow and a blazing duet from Super. Ow, Super Marco is off. He's in the mid.
And
this
he's
is
out.
difficult. Oh no. Weiss taken down. Now Super Marco pushing. Oh, that was two team fights. I was waiting to explode.
Yeah. Gonna have to hand it to Flapteasy actually. Keeping himself grounded, lands the ultimate, stunning up Owl.
Flickering on in. Agent Zero finds his target. Now will he suffer? Kyle Teasy and Ogwin. There's no punish. This Terizla is standing tall.
This Terizla has been a menace for BREN Esports. Barely any answers for it. Wave clear, got it. Damage on the heroes, got it. Vision and damage in the opposing jungle, got it. Edward right now.
Yeah, I really want to, you know, sometimes you feel that you just want to witness how his brain works. Edward, right?
Open it up.
I want to really open it up, maybe see how he's thinking, the way he thinks. He's so good the entirety of the playoffs, and it has only been day 2.
His clutch gene has been activated every day since yesterday. Now, possibly the last turtle of the game coming in. Oh, my Venus very low. Penalty zone in the back line. Few flickers on out. There's Shadow Stampede, the full heal coming in from the Queen. Flapteasy just whacking away. Turtle at about 1/5 of its health. Here comes Super Marco with a sniper shot. Wise takes a turtle. And just like that, BREN Esports understands the situation. Flapteasy 2v1 up top. In mid, the fight continues. Can Charles get out of here? Answers no. Yue finishes the job.
What a victory by Blacklist International, securing that third turtle of the game. BREN Esports in prime position to contest. Weiss winning the retribution battle. Super Marco just couldn't get there in time to deal more damage for BREN Esports, but cannot be denied, Blacklist just played that entire sequence so well.
For sure. And you can see the lack of damage coming out from BREN Esports. They opted to go for this Lapu-Lapu, which will actually deal so much damage, but with the Estes in there for Blacklist International, everybody gets safe. The Oh My Venus School of Medicine is it's online.
That's an interesting angle Ogre's holding.
Yep.
Does Blacklist know? Penalty zone already started up. BF spent in. Here comes the Cult Altar. And Super Marco. And the charge on the 4 members. Oh my lord! They're folded in half. Edward goes down. Wise gonna be the next up on the docket. Gets on out of there. Survives. Super Marco gets the push in. And just like that, the turns have tabled.
Boys, gentlemen, everyone watching right now.
Oh! Here comes the clapback. Owl takes down Few. And there's a bit of redemption from the M3 World Champs.
The Master Blaster, right? That's what we call him.
Gets him.
But look, let's look at it at a closer angle. Ogwin even committing for the conceal. There's the Watchers and the Flicker connecting onto 4 members of Blacklist. Had it not been for Few overextending, this would be so perfect for BREN Esports. Nevertheless, it still looks so good.
We've got ourselves an even game. The snipe from Super Marco lands on Oh My Venus. Bren thought it was Ogre, but now it's just much more even. The Lord is up. 10 minutes in. Both teams can contest, but it looks like Blacklist might be rushing this.
Oh, puts up the Guardian's barrier. Flap TZ looking for the engage. Bravest fire to the back line. Finds the Queen. Forces an ult. Here comes Kyle TZ. Super Marco. Look at this angle. Flap TZ. Saved by the Cult Altar. And there's a penalty zone. Kyle TZ just playing with space. Down goes Flap TZ. Oh no, Few. Taken down. 2K for Yue. Super Marco gets hit by the tail end of the Void Crystal. Down he goes. Ow. Gets the kill. Kyle TZ gets to take down the Queen. But that's the only kill for BREN Esports. Ogwin's gonna fall here. 4 for 1. Blacklist continue to take on the Turtle. Rather, the Lord.
Yeah, this is really bad for BREN Esports. They engage against an engage type of composition. I like the idea coming up from Flap TZ, forcing the ultimate. But the thing is, Super Marco held on to the sniper. He spent like 50% of the initial team fight just charging up the ultimate.
Yep. And now Blacklist is gonna punish him. BREN Esports took too much time. Wolf, I hear you. Super Marco waited too long.
Exactly.
And by the time he was ready with Nibiru, Blacklist was in his face.
Exactly. I think that's just a matter of decision making for BREN Esports.
Yes.
Now, Super Marco will have the wind of nature, so maybe the tables will change later on. But my oh my, that is something that is very forgettable if you're BREN Esports.
Yeah, no Nibiru right now for Super Marco. I believe it's Renner and Bennett, the sniper and the grenade launcher on the hands of the Beatrix. And yeah, you saw him, he desperately tried to line up the perfect shot. But because of Oh My Venus blocking Yue, it's like Oh My Venus knew the angle Super Marco wanted to hit the sniper from. And Super Marco just couldn't hit it. He tried to hit Oh My Venus just as a consolation prize, but missed it. Blacklist International, that was just their individual and team mastery for their heroes and their lineup shining for them in that sequence.
Blast International trying to push on top and in mid, forcing out a wild charge from Master Blaster Ogwin. And there's an RWM and a Cult Altar. Tit for tat. Wise very low. Here comes the heal from Oh My Venus. And Kyle TZ trying to finish the job with a quad shadow and a shadow kill. Super Marco in trouble. Point blank. Oh, Flap TZ finishes the job. Super Marco putting in as much damage as he could. Now Oh My Venus about to go down. 2K for Flap TZ. Wise goes down as well. Traded out for Few. 4 go down. Only Agent Zero stands. Can Abunjingjing get away with this? Ogwin and Flap TZ and Marco are on the hunt. Do they know? Can they see? Edward will escape.
What a fight by BREN Esports! And you would argue that maybe Flap TZ is already struggling, but then he breaks it back, dials it in, takes out 2 crucial members of Blacklist, taking out Owl, in dissecting the composition of Blacklist. But it all was started by Kyle TZ creating the chaos and forcing the ultimate out of Oh My Venus, getting and forcing also Owl to be put in a position where he is susceptible to Flap TZ. The new TZ brothers making a play for BREN Esports' survival.
Swing back after swing back. Just when you thought Blacklist had that in the bag, BREN found a way. Sea Halberd already built up there by Kyle TZ on this Hayabusa. 3-0-6 against the Ubistrat is incredibly commendable for a Hayabusa player. Difficult to do, but you're right, it's been the TZ brothers. The Land Shaker stun coming from Flap was big there. And the decision for BREN to continue committing that even though it looks so sketchy.
I believe it's the same kind of mindset and engagement BREN have to do to be able to claw themselves out of this very small gold lead for Blacks International. But yes, Flap TZ, he was instrumental. He threw back to his days in Singapore, winning the M2 World Championship. and he's got to do that again for his new TZ bro. Now Blacklist starting up this Lord, putting it at about half of its health. Here comes Kyle TZ with an angle from the bottom. Few and Flap TZ. Oh, he shows himself. Here comes Few, and they're waiting. Could this be a reset? Lord at about a fifth of its health this time around. Owl doing his best. Oh, that's a forced reset.
Oh, not a full one though, still half. Black will still have control.
Oh, the Wise is still here. Flap TZ very low. Kyle TZ coming in. Oh,
They
no.
forced the ultimate.
Yep. Timing-wise, I'm not so sure. Can they contest? It looks like it's all about Black. There's a wild charge and an RWM. Fuse very low.
Edward!
Penalty zone by Edward. He's going up toe-to-toe against Super Marco. There goes the Lord. Kyle TZ in. Shadow kill. Popping immortality on Oh My Venus. And he uses that last shadow to get up there. Flap TZ with the PF. Taking down Owl. And they're not done. He's still going. Members of BREN Esports at less than half their health. That's not an ideal engagement.
Flap is willing BREN to not let go.
Oh.
One of the longest tenured members of BREN Esports, the XP laner who had a glowing rookie season, who eventually dipped, who eventually came back, does not want to let go.
They're not stopping, right? They're turning back the clock as Flap TZ again salvages BREN Esports from a fight where they should not be winning. Still, Blacklist International managed to take the Lord because of their decision making.
Yes.
Credits to Owl, standing his ground, forcing the Framis ultimate coming out from Blacklist International. The moment that happened, they rushed to take out the Lord. Great decision overall from Blacklist. But oh my, BREN Esports is creating chaos.
Blacklist knows it's going to crash into that turret.
Kyle!
Eventually, look at the back line. A winner trudge. Yue goes down. And now Edward is in trouble. He does have a penalty zone. Goes for it. Immortality still in check. Few goes on. Doesn't survive. Oh, he's still alive. Here we go. Owl eventually ends it. Top and bottom have been penetrated. BREN still breathing, but they are gassed.
Earlier it was Flap, and continued to do it is Edward. He is also willing Blacklist and telling him, no, we hold on to this lead. We will not let go. Agent Zero with a massive penalty zone.
And this is starting to be a showdown between two XP laners. Somebody, they just want to outplay each other and outdo each other, I mean. And Edward is just landing all those crucial ultimates. And that wasn't only the good thing he did. There were so many non-flashy plays that he was able to do to make it so that Super Marco will not have a good game. And you can argue that in back-to-back games, it might be the worst that Super Marco has performed, right? When he played the Claude, did not play well. This time, also.
Forcing an engage. There's a flicker from Few, and he does get the CA in, and there's a wild charge running on through 4 members. Flap TZ is still whacking away. A penalty zone from Agent Zero. Down goes Few. 2 for none so far. The trades here. Now Super Marco next up on the docket uses the win chance. He goes down as well. 2K for Owl, and now Ogun and Kyle TZ the only ones left. Kyle TZ is cutting the waves. Ogwin uses flicker.
Oh, but
BREN.
there are 4 members here. Kyle, do you really want to do this?
They're trying to hold on. Kyle TZ, he has one shadow from there, but he will not survive. It's just Master Ogwin left.
Does have the wild charge.
Does have it. The minion, what is it? It's 2. It's a cannon. It's a melee.
Wrong block.
Oh, he didn't get the block. Wild charge to survive. They need to clear the waves. There's an RWM. Oh, they cleared the minions. And there's a penalty zone. Flap TZ is still holding on. There's no minions. BREN Esports alive, but just for
Still
a
away.
little longer.
Oh my god, the penalty zones. You cannot get out of it, literally. And that's the reason why Edward tried to commit for it in front of Flap TZ, in front of the base building. Because they know that they can gun down Flap TZ no matter what. Great decisions again from Edward.
Woo. Can BREN contest in time?
No chance.
No one home.
No chance.
Blacklist read the situation. They watched out for the snipe. Wherever you're watching from, wherever in the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, maybe even as far as the regions of NACT, the regions of MPL Brazil. This is world-class Mobile Legends Bang Bang action we're watching in the first series of day number 2, the first game of our knockout stages in Blacklist and BREN Esports. Almost 19 to 20 minutes in, Blacklist with the potential to end it here with the Lord marching with them.
It's a 5-man defense from BREN Esports. 4K gold lead. Definitely you can say they're outgunned. Super Marco picked up the Haas Claw, but I'm not so sure exactly if that's going to keep him alive for long. Bombs away, thinning that wave, but the Lord stands tall. Few is going to have to be super instrumental here. He can't die willy-nilly. In he comes. Penalty zone forced out with the flicker. Lord crashing on through, and US still swiping her out. Ogun with a wild charge, doing his best, still alive with a CA. And now Flapped Easy just swinging away. He has an immortality himself. The waves are still just crashing down. Popping immortality on Flapped Easy. Is this the inevitable? Will Blacklist take this and go into match point? Down
They
goes
survive.
Yue. They pop him. No waves. Folks, BREN Esports is still breathing.
They're still fighting at the bottom. Few.
Oh, they're going.
Flap.
Wise very
Oh!
low. Super Marco taking him down. Kyle Deasy just cleared the waves.
No way.
Down goes Owl.
No way.
Here comes a clap back. 2K for Super Marco. And just like that, bodies have dropped for Blacklist. BREN still here.
Super Marco waited for his best moment to land the sniper shot for 20 minutes, not able to land it. But finally, the moment that mattered, it was there.
Oh, they're still going. Look at this. Super Marco
Oh!
battling
Flap.
away. Flap Easy goes in one more time. And RWM pulling him in. Penalty zone. Edward taking him down into the ground.
Oh, the first to overheat is the team to first crash. Flap Teasy making so many good plays, but that one is definitely off the mark. Edward just being the more consistent Agent Zero, 14th all-time kills in MPL-PH history.
Surpassing his own teammate Oheb, 661 over 660. Ogwen trying to get info and hold them back. A world-class performance from two world-class teams and organizations. There is a saying in the Philippines, walang forever, there is no forever, but if there could be one, I'd want to see Blacklist International and BREN Esports fight forever.
I agree with you, Dito, that. Let's play it 50 minutes. Let's break records. Especially with this kind of gameplay between two teams.
Flap Easy back on the map. I believe this 1K gold lead that BREN Esports has evens the odds. Both teams can start juggling items, and both teams have all they need. They just need to execute better than the other. Lord here put down about half its health, close to, by Blacklist, and Owl coming in with a blazing duet, forcing a CA, and in comes the new TZ brothers. Flap just wailing away at 4 members into the back line. He's very low. Yue gets the kill. Edward as well, very low. Marco goes down. In comes Kyle Deasy, taking down Yue. And now, Few falls. Edward gets the kill. Few gonna be back in just a jiffy. Kyle trying to take down Wise, and indeed he does.
He's down.
But oh my, Venus gets revenge just as quickly.
Oh my goodness. They can even argue that this might not be over. The minions are still healthy for BREN Esports. Well, Blacklist International, they have important members for a push. A tanky Edward, a healer, and of course, the damage dealer. Anything you need for an RPG quest.
3v2.
Okay, they slow down the minions. Ogwin and Few.
They need 17 seconds.
Oh no, in comes Edward to the penalty zone, forcing out a CA. They need the Ghost Bursters, and look at Owl just barreling away. Pew, 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 at the base. And ladies and gentlemen, there's no minions. Marco back in five. Oh my, Venus still alive. Getting away with Agent Zero, and just like that, BREN is still here. Here comes Flap Easy with the BF. Oh my, Venus gonna go down. Immortality pop. Super Marco here as well. And just like that, we can hear him chanting, "Fight forever."
They hold on yet again. Somehow, odds stacked against them. Backs against the wall. Only 2 left against 3.
Few with the Ghost Bursters and the Blood Wings to survive.
The B-dubs.
And after 23 minutes and 34 seconds, BREN Esports finally gets a Lord.
One Lord. Sato Lord. Isang Lord. It's the very first Lord that they've had this whole debacle.
No way they survived that! And it's just few, Flapteasy and the gang. I can argue that Blacklist International had everything they need. Edward landed.
Dios uno.
An ultimate with the penalty zone on an important hero. They were able to put Few into a very, very bad spot, but Few survived with a sliver of HP.
Dios mío,
My
24
God.
seconds and minutes and counting. 5v5, make it 6v5. Here comes the Lord, and here comes BREN.
For the first time in this game, BREN Esports are on the offensive, and decisively so. They penetrate in mid. They're trying to sink a wave up top and down bottom as well. Wise dueling with Kyle Teasy. Owl to the rescue. BREN, they have to temper their expectations. They have to slow it down.
Concealed play by BREN.
Looking for something here. Hogan puts up a Guardian's
On the wrong side
barrier,
of the wall!
and there's a wild charge! They're trying to catch Owl! Here comes the BF, the RWM, Super Marco lives, he survives! A lot of key ults spent in by both teams. Or is there gonna be a punish? Here comes a sniper shot.
They had to run away from here.
Here comes Wise, trying to stop the retreat. Ogwin doing his best. It looks like Wise a little too deep. Ogwin gonna get his immortality pop. And there comes Few with a pull and a Ghostbusters. And Super Marco coming in. Flapteasy as well. Look at Kyle. Look at the engage. Look at the angle. Can he find it? Shadow kill. Still incoming. Oh, he hasn't pulled the trigger quite yet. And now, still no one falls. First to go is going to be Few. Wise gets popped. Look at Edward in the back line. Popping immortality on Super Marco. Ending the Beatrix. And just like that, Kyle gets his immortality popped as well. A blazing duet from Owl. Taking down Kyle Teasy. Oh, here is a short conclusion to that engagement. 2 for 1.
Edward salvaging Blacklist International was a big tug of war between two teams, and it was Edward to land the hammer literally in front of Super Marco. BREN Esports had the chance to get out, to bail out. They fought even after Super Marco didn't have the flicker nor the dash anymore. Few had a good angle. He was so phenomenal with this hero, but everybody else is. Blacklist International and BREN Esports. They're the gods of MOBB right now, and they're playing against each other.
I'm a believer. I'm here.
Here's Owl. Here's Blacklist. Here's BREN. 4v3, the blazing duet.
Forcing out a try. And there's the penalty zone from the back line, forcing out a Coat Alter. Massive wave from Blacks International. They enforce a stun. The other way from UA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's over. Blacklist International are at match point.
Hear the crowd roar. Put your hand on your chest. Feel it. The heartbeat. The adrenaline. Wherever you're watching, and if you saw it live, you just saw one of the greatest games of Mobile Legends Bang Bang of all time. And that was only the second game in this best of 5 series in the upper bracket of the MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs.
Wow. Edward was a beast. I mean, everybody played so well in this game, right? Can argue. There were a lot of mistakes and a lot of good plays. But Edward shined all above. And I might just repeat what I just tweeted yesterday. Edward just goated himself. The way that he lands his ultimate is so good. And the decision for Blacklist International in that last push to not wait for the minions before they make a play. Edward knew that he can land the penalty zone onto Few when Few went off map, utilizing the Shadow Stampede. Waited for the right moment, he landed it, forced BREN Esports in a corner where they were so low in HP and they cannot stay in front of the minions to clear it out. Super duper smart and super duper mechanically gifted was Edward.
It seems like Edward has made a habit of goating himself.
Yep. Yeah.
It seems to be on his to-do list every day. And second is the only thing that really makes me sad about this is it had to end at 26 minutes. I could have gone longer.
Yeah, I wish it did. I wish it went double it. Even if it went past an hour, I wouldn't mind. Because that was a treat. You tell your friends, your family, even strangers on the streets, watch this game, watch this match. they just put on one of the all-timers.
For sure.
Blacklist International and BREN Esports. So much more to talk about in that belter of a match. So let's toss it on over to Midnight for the analysis.
Well, hindi lang ginawa pero maraming nangyari dito sa game na to. But definitely Blacklist was able to get their victory on game number 2. Welcome back dito sa ating analystan. Ako nga pala si Midnight and dahil sa sobrang dami nangyari dito sa game number 2 ay kakailanganin ko ng tulong. So let me introduce to you the coach of Next Play EVOS. Coach Josh, join me here in the analyst stand. Coach, kamusta ka naman? Kamusta naman ang game? At
ayos lang.
Ano masabi mo doon sa game number 2? It was intense and napakahaba ng game na yun. Ano masabi mo?
Breathtaking kasi yung ginawa talaga ng ng Blacklist saka BREN. Medyo mahirap i-analyze kumbaga mahirap napunta sa game 2 na medyo dikit talaga ang laban. So sa draft pa lang medyo medyo makikita mo na medyo didikit hanggang
Yeah. Speaking of the draft, ito makikita natin yung draft dito. Actually, as you've said, medyo dikit. Meron kasing merong early game potency yung lineup ng BREN Esports and yung late game power naman ay nasa side ng Blacklist International. Pero actually, parang early game nga, Blacklist pa yung no? Blacklist pa yung control.
Actually, Blacklist ang may control ng early dahil silang nagko-control ng XP laner through the turtle lane. Kahit yung yung circle of turtle nung game 1 sila rin nagko-control. Kaya siguro nahihirapan yung Blacklist, nung BREN nung game 1 sa game 2. Yun.
Yeah, ideally, parang i-expect natin na si Blacklist International na yung lalamang sa early game and to mid-game. Pero BREN Esports, nakahanap sila ng momentum. Ano ba yung mga magandang ginawa dito ng BREN Esports against Blacklist para ma-mount tong late game defense na nagawa nila? Ano ba sa tingin mo yung mga moments sa game na yun?
Ang moment ng BREN talaga doon yung 9-minute mark nila. Yung maganda yung pasok ni Ogwen. Tapos
yung Grok.
Yung Grok. Yun yung pinakamalinis na execution na ginawa ng BREN. But unfortunately, yung after ng flash na yun at nakapasok sila ng third tower, maganda rin ang defend na ginawa ng Blacklist dito. Kaya yun, dumikit sila hanggang doon sa 20-minute mark na
Yeah. And ang ganda rin kasi very particular yung Grok pick. Kasi if I remember correctly, it was the 4th pick ng BREN Esports. And that time, na-pick na yung Beatrix. So parang hindi expect na nila lalabas yung Claude at some point. Well, hawak din kasi ng Blacklist yung Claude at that time. So nung kinuha nila yung Grok, parang meron silang natural answer dun sa Blazing Duet. Pero hindi natin nakita ng early game yun. Pero tulad nga na nabanggit mo, pagdating ng 9-minute mark, doon natin nakita yung malupit na wild charge ni Ogwen against Blacklist International. I think 4 or 5 yung nahuli niya.
Ang daming mga magandang wild charge na ginawa niya. Hindi ko rin yung ginagawang draft pa ng BREN at saka Blacklist kasi ino-open talaga nila yung Estes yung game 1 and game 2 So hindi natin alam kung may plan si BREN for the Estes or medyo talagang baka mahirapan talaga sila sa macro decisions na ginagawa.
Yeah, good point kasi actually katabi ko si Coach Paolo Expert. By the way, nandiyan din si Coach Paolo Expert dito sa ating venue. Sabi rin niya, baka nga may idea yung BREN Esports against Estes ng Blacklist International kasi 2 game nang inopen. And tulad nga na sabi mo, baka nga merong approach pero at this point parang hindi ganun ka-effective yung approach nila. Marami na rin naman nag-try lumaban sa Estes ni The Queen or The Queen ni Estes, pwede mong balik na rin. Pero again, it was Blacklist International who took this game pero it wasn't a game na clearly decisive for Blacklist kasi nakapag-mount nga ng incredible defense ang BREN Esports, especially with the crucial outcome dun sa mid-lane fight na nagawa ni Ogwen that ended up being successful for BREN Esports. And at that time, nagkaroon ng momentum actually yung BREN. And yung Blacklist International, I would say, hindi ko lang kung mag-agree ka dito, Coach, pero I would say, parang medyo all-in kasi doon sa Claude.
Medyo
yung lineup ng Blacklist while on BREN, parang ang daming playmakers, especially with Flap, di ba? Doon sa lapu-lapu. So ano pa ba yung mga heroes na nagamit dito ng BREN kapag dating late game?
Dito kasi feeling ko talaga, kaya tumatagal yung game ng BREN dahil yung medyo mid-game scenario na, nahanap na nila yung composition ng draft nila kung saan sila malakas eh. Una sa mga segue pushes, so sila po nakagawa na ng space throughout the whole game ng mid to late game. Kaya yun.
Yeah, segue actually ganda ng point no kasi minsan makikita natin yung Hayabusa nasa side lane tapos alam mo parang nagkakaroon sila ng sayawan ni Wise na saan ka pa pupunta ko kung this ka ba ng objective or kailangan ko pa mag-defend kasi nagpo-push si Kyle TZ and also nabanggit mo si Flap TZ yung lapu-lapu. Hindi lang sa split pushes kundi yung selfless sacrifice ni Flap TZ kapag nagkakaroon ng team fight. Parang lagi siyang tumatalon.
Lagi siya. So binabawian naman ni Edward dito. Anong nangyayari, tuwing tumatalon si Edward, may backup ng mga poke ni Yue. Kaya mas mahirap ang situation ng BREN kanina.
Yeah, parang si Flap nung early game nakita natin, lagi niyang binibigay yung sarili niyang buhay para sa objective ng BREN. Pero the better victor here is Edward from the side of Blacklist International. Tulad na nabanggit ni Coach Josh kanina, every time na tumatalon si Flap TZ, sinasabayan siya ni Edward. Tinatalon na niya rin yung backline. And to think na once lang namatay si Abunjing sa side ng Blacklist International really tells the performance of this guy. Full tank. And ito yung nakakatakot kasi dyan. Kahit full tank yan, naka-Festival of Blood kasi. So more kills, more sustain. And alam naman natin ng Trisla, medyo mahapdi ang damage yan. And naging malaki yung impact niya rito for the performance sa Blacklist. And I think pati early game, no? Kung makikita natin yung mga early rotations niya, even level 1 to level 2, nagro-rotate siya.
Yung game 1, game 2, makikita mo talagang ang rotation ng Blacklist laging nasa XP laner eh. Pinupuruan talaga niya, pinupuruan si Flap dito eh.
Kumaga parang ine-enable nila.
Kaya
si
nakaasa sila sa double sustain na ginagawa ng Blacklist sa draft nila.
Yeah. Makikita natin dito yung effect ni Edward sa heat map, yung kanyang movements all over the map. After doon sa initial laning stage, nakita natin kalat-kalat yung presensya ni Edward dito sa heat map. And dito natin makikita yung mga moments na lumalamang ang Blacklist International sa early game. Pero BREN Esports coach, medyo may bawi pa rin sila eh. Parang hindi ganun ka-established yung lead ng Blacklist.
Yung early, lalo na talaga dyan sa 9-minute mark na yan. Yan ang pinakamalaking ikot na nangyari sa buong laro dahil medyo kontrolado na ng Blacklist talaga yung early nila eh. Kahit yung game 1, ganun din naman yung nangyari. So, nung nakuha na ng momentum ng BREN yung buong mapa ng after the 9-minute mark, medyo mas marami lang mga error siguro sa part ng BREN kanina pero same scenario eh. Sa Blacklist din naman talaga dahil sa mga ganda pinakita ng BREN.
Yeah.
Nagkakaroon ng opening ang Blacklist.
And speaking of errors, I would want to expound on this. Kasi every time na, actually nabanggit ito ng game number 1, every time na nakikita natin nag-objective yung Blacklist International, tingin mo ba, bakit ang hirap labanan ng Blacklist pagdating sa mga Turtle and Lord fights?
Number 1 dyan, syempre, sobrang ganda pinapakita nila pagka naka-SS sila. Kasi more on utility heroes kasi talaga. Sa macro objective and decisions ng Blacklist talagang dito tayo magkakatalo sa lahat ng teams dito sa PH. Sobrang gandang pinapakita ng Blacklist dito sa lahat ng objectives.
Parang sila one step ahead.
One step ahead.
Over any other team. Kasi majority ng late game fights, medyo nagkaroon tayo ng stalemate. Pero pag nakikita natin yung mga Lord fights, laging pumapabor sa Blacklist International. Would you say, engagement ba to, target lock ba to, or overall conditioning talaga ng Blacklist kapag dumalaban sila sa Lord?
Siguro talagang expected na natin sa Blacklist to eh, na every time na nagsisircling around sila doon sa mga Turtle and Lord fights talagang sila talaga may control ng map or else meron ka talaga mga trade-offs na gagawin sa Blacklist.
Ganda nung term yung circling around, parang yun yung ibang viewpoint ng Lord dance. Parang lagi kayong pinapaikot ng Blacklist International and in turn napapahirap yung Lord take ng ibang teams. And again, it was Blacklist International that dictated the tempo of this game. Even though nakabawi ang BREN Esports, yung late game control pa rin talaga. Same nung game number 1, yung paano nila hawakan yung Lord, yung nagdidikta kung paano sila nananalo dito sa ating game. Amazing game number 2 for the Agents. Question is, pati 3-0 ba ng Blacklist International ang M2 World Champions or makakabawi ba ang BREN Esports? Yan ang abangan natin mamaya sa game number 3. Pero bago lahat, kausapin muna natin ang ating mabuting kaibigan na si Sona for some sneak peek dito sa ating mga guests.
Maraming salamat, Midnight and Coach Joss, for that very wonderful analysis. I'm over here at the legend and the mythic section ng BREN Esports. At kasama ko ngayon ang buff na kinakailangan nila because the Doctor is in. Doc Rivo, kamusta ka? Tagal nating di nagkita. Please give a round of applause, everyone. Kamusta ka, Doc?
Ayos lang. Mamamahinga.
Okay, nakita mo naman yung Game 2 na naging laban kanina. Blacklist ngayon ang match point. Kamusta yung naging experience? Ano sa tingin mo yung pwedeng i-adjust ng BREN para sa Game 3?
Siguro iba nila yung hero ni Venus.
Oh, okay.
Ay, nahirapan nata sila sa Estes eh.
Okay, speaking of Venus, speaking of Estes, kung maaalala natin dati, nabanggit mo from before na yung isa sa mga teams na sa tingin mo ay nanghina from the previous ones ay ang Blacklist International. This time, Blacklist International ang currently na nasa match point and your former team, BREN Esports, is still yet to score a game. Ano sa tingin mo? Bumalik na ba ang lakas ng Blacklist?
Siguro. Kasi 2-0 eh. Ang akala ng iba, mati 3-0 ng BREN. Di pala.
Okay. Again, that is very well much an answer. But again, para sa iyong mga dating mga kakampi, si Flap TZ and si Few, na kani-kanina lang ay nakita natin, they were the pillars of offensive defense. Anong masasabi mo sa BREN Esports for them to hopefully bounce back in this series?
Sa masasabi ko sa BREN, galingan nyo, kayang-kaya niyan. Flap, malaki tiwala ako sa iyo.
The trust is there. Galing sa Dr. Rebo. Maraming salamat. Let us throw it over to Mara Aquino.
Hindi lang ang ating laban ang world class, pati na rin ang ating guest. We have an action star right here. You know him as Jardani, also known as John Wick. It's so nice to have you here. Kamusta ka?
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you have here with you? Are you here by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, I see here that you have your dog who you love so much. So, ngayon, sa tingin mo ba makakabawi yung BREN sa laban natin ngayon?
Yeah.
Okay, pero paano naman yung Blacklist? They're doing so well. Do you think na mataas yung chance nila na manalo? Isa na lang kailangan nila.
Yeah.
Are you having fun dito sa playoffs?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so ano pa yung dinala mo ngayon? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oy, Carl, rock hard, be careful. Tumaas yung dog. Alright, now, magsisimula na ang... Please don't raise that up, it's making me nervous. I know, we know what you could do with a pencil. Now, magsisimula na yung laban natin. Usually ginagawa ko to sa ating mga guests. Pwede bang i-throw natin sa casters? Alam mo na, yung casters pasok. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, I got...
All right. I think I got it recovered just in time. Welcome back to the desk. And after an intense game that we saw between two of the world's greatest, delivering one of the greatest of all time, it was nice to reset a bit, get a bit of laugh in, but yeah.
Yeah. Man, I was legit scared for Rockhart. You said what? He's in danger in more ways than one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Carl was thinking, man.
That dog went into alert mode. Eventually, I thought that dog was asleep.
Yeah.
But he got up the moment Rockhart put his hands on John Wick.
Apparently not.
All right, if you want to get your hands on something, it better has to be the Moonlit Ninja skin of Hanabi. Join the Moonlit Wish Draw and stand a chance to get it. You can enjoy a 50% discount, 50% off for the first 10 pulls of it. All right? The Hanabi Moonlit Ninja skin is beautiful. I don't use Hanabi, but I'm one of those people who are willing to spend on skins for heroes I don't even want to use. So when you use your, the discount will not be applied when you use All-Star Promo Diamonds and Moonlit Wish tokens, by the way. The draw event will last until May 8. You can see, you saw a member of the crowd there behind me. This is what you're missing out on when you don't come here to the SMX Convention Center. We have people from all over the world flying into the Philippines for epic Mobile Legends Bang Bang action.
I was afraid Baba Yaga was going to come get me.
Yeah.
No, Baba Yaga ain't here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's very sneaky. He has his own ways. By the way, big shout out to the dog. I mean, that's a very cute dog, but a very alert one.
A very alert girl or boy.
Yeah, I am staying away from that
Yeah.
dog. Not because I have any bad intentions towards John Wick, but more of just like, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from hugging and cuddling it. Now let's go on over to the draft. Blacklist International versus BREN Esports. Arlott is the no-no here for Blacklist. They don't want to give it to Flap Teasy.
Well, what I noticed from BREN Esports, all smiles. We're still very confident. I'm sure Ducky's just cheering up everybody.
Oh yeah.
Always the fun guy, I would say. Easy.
Ducky and the Doc. They heard words from the Doc.
Yeah, for sure.
Ducky has to be like one of the funniest coaches of all time. Especially if, I mean, we can't say what they say, but I've had the pleasure to listen to team comms. And during the draft, Coach Ducky does a really great job of, other than just drafting, keeping the spirits up of BREN Esports. Sometimes at the expense of another BREN Esports member for a light roasting, but you know, they're all close, so it all works out well for them.
He likes them ribbon, man. That's a special relationship he has with his squad. Looking at the way the draft is unfolding, it looks like BREN Esports now on the blue side have changed their priorities as well. No longer will we try to stop Abunjing. Instead, it looks like they're saying, yeah, we can't stop him. He's just going to play the way he will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that is actually a confirmed ban on the Eve, I think that it's a step in the right direction for BREN Esports. I mean, we did predict that it will be the priority for game number 2, and it was, and to many great effects, right? But for BREN Esports, apart from taking out the comfort heroes for Blacklist International, I think that they should be going back to their own comforts as well. We don't like the fact that they're trying to surely mean. I mean, Hayabusa is a comfort pick, but we know for sure that that is not a hero against an Estes. Definitely not, right?
So to take away the Faramis, could be a first pick glue here option for BREN Esports or the Valentina.
They're setting it up.
They're setting it up. I love this Eve ban.
Joy?
Best picks for Ewell leaves the Valentina, the Farsa, and even the Savior for him.
Joy is open.
Oh,
Yes, it
yeah, it
is.
would be a great pick. Oh, you also don't want to give that to Edward.
Is it J&G? The J&G are open.
I think you, for the purpose of not giving it to Blacklist, you just pick it up. I don't see a world where BREN Esports lets it go, right? Especially in the absence of the Kaja. You don't want that to happen. But that means that Blacklist will have another strong hero in the glue. All right, so do you go glue Fredrin in this comp for Blacklist?
I'm thinking Valentina glue.
Valentina glue.
There's one half of it.
Yeah. Okay. So Valentina.
There's all of it.
Yep. There's. No, if you're BREN Esports, how do you counter this glue without the Faramis? Do you take the Fredrin this time, or maybe not? That's not a BREN thing, right? So maybe you take Carry actually, and then a supporting hero, maybe Carry and Lolita, in fact, for BREN Esports.
Yeah, I was wondering, what's up with the whole let's leave Ogwen to the last phase?
Yeah.
It seems like they're putting a lot of pressure on the young Onigo, the younger Onigo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, if you think of the Fred. Right
Should
away.
not have second guessed myself. So do you go Fredrin and Fredrin Carry? I think should be the answer, right?
Yeah.
They need damage.
I've been raising for
Okay, Fredrin Carry. It's all normal.
All right, so there's a good chunk of their damage already on
For
board.
sure.
Good chunk of peel as well.
Yeah. Maybe if you're Blacklist International, you're considering either the Brody or the Estes. Both heroes are going to be good versus the comp of BREN Esports for sure. So what you get from getting the Brody right now is that it will not be banned out, and you have that chance to kind of get back to the form where you will now have the Estes. Now for Blacklist International, they might even consider the Estes to be picked up like right now, because you're not worried about something like a Claude or an Assassin, right? You're okay with whatever you have right now. So I think that either Estes or Brody.
In game two, they went for an early Estes, but it looks like they understand that there's only so many bans BREN Esports has. So yeah, they'll pick up the Claude here.
Wow.
And yeah, because of this whole Ogwen dynamic I've mentioned, it looks like Oh My Venus is also just as comfortable now.
Yeah.
At the same time, we have to consider that this Joy pick is a massive flex. I wouldn't discount it potentially going into the mid lane in the hands of few.
It's a double flex.
That's
triple
right.
even.
That's right.
Could go in the jungle. Maybe could even go to the...
Right.
Also because of the Fredrin. That can also flex.
Yeah, that double flex. Yeah, that's also true.
Right, yeah.
The multiple layers of flexibility, just like a yoga master right now. That's what BREN Esports is playing out in this draft.
So if Ducky is a weightlifting master, is Coach Ren the yoga master?
That makes sense.
We
Like
can
two
ask.
different schools of fitness.
Yeah.
You can ask.
Okay. Oh, good ban from BREN Esports. Maybe something like a Baksha as their next set of ban. I'll not be surprised if Blacklist actually bans out the, well, Kufra. It's going to be the second best thing to counter Claude. Grok is a hero that can also be considered again by BREN Esports. This time I would agree that it could be a good pickup, but the presence of this Valentina always threatens for that spot. When there's a Valentina, you always second guess picking up the Grok.
That's a ouchies, man.
Yep.
Given Yue a wild charge,
yeah,
we've seen this, and it doesn't spell any good results for the opponent.
Actually got to cross paths with the members of Blacklist International backstage after game number 2, and it seems like that was something that Yue has been preparing for in different ways.
Oh,
being
good ban.
able to use a wild charge as a Valentina.
Yeah. Good ban coming out from BREN Esports. Honestly, Blacklist, they can just pick up the... Well, there's the Lolita. We did say. There could be a chance, there could be a world where the Lancelot is the last pick here for Blacklist.
Yep. Lancelot or Baksha.
Yeah, but Baksha is like the more standard one, I would say.
Yep.
It's the safest pick. That means that BREN Esports will now have to find a way to kind of cancel this Lolita. What else do you pick? There is Atlas, however.
Yeah.
BREN Esports.
So thinking too, but do you really want to give that to the Valentina
Yeah.
now with 2 setup ultimates on the side of
Exactly.
Blacklist?
So
Risky.
maybe something like a Cho.
Joe might
And
be...
then we're going to be looking for a mid. The Farsa is still available.
Unless, the Joy becomes...
Oh, Julian could be good.
Oh, yeah.
This could be a good Julian game for few.
Oh. So that'll
I like it.
mean
I agree.
the flex... Yeah, I mean, all illusions just vanish from here.
Oh, what?
No way.
They really want to make this floor.
Are they throwing it back to game 1 and then just reiterating? Look, it looks like it. They have better peel now.
Yeah.
They have the right kind of damage that they want.
So it's a readjusted game number 1 draft.
What
for BREN
is
Esports? But
I'd still say it's risky.
yeah, it's risky. We're not used to seeing it. It's one of the reasons why we're saying that it's risky. We're not used to seeing BREN play like this.
Baksha is, I think Baksha is good. Honestly, Lancelot looks like a prime target, but there's a chance that they pick up something like a Guinevere for Blacklist International.
Yeah.
There's always that Alice, which, by the way, is decent in this comp.
That would be great. Because then that puts a lot of pressure onto that carry to deal damage. No, it's a Farsa. It's a Valentina jungle.
Okay.
All right. Throw it back to Season 10.
All right. Kill them with damage. Blacklist International, that's the decision. You pick up the Valentina, so much potential for DPS, and the Farsa really just complements well because what you wanted to do is to burst out the members of BREN before the Florin damage, Florin healing comes in.
Yeah. And the Valentina made sense to me. You posed the Baksha as an option. I also thought about it, but then I remember the Florins there, the anti-healing that she can dish out would have made the Baksha a little bit less useful.
Right.
So the Valentina jungle against this lineup of BREN Esports. Now, the thing is, it feels like they drafted this. And what I'm going to be looking at is, again, their priority rotations into the XP lane and their invasion of the jungle. Because this Valentina jungle, we know, is built with damage. Sometimes Wise goes hybrid.
50-50.
50-50. But the lineup the Blacklist drafted, it isn't just for the late game just because they have the Claude. Because they have the Valentina and Farsa, it could be an even quicker game here for Blacklist if they play their cards right.
Yep, oddly enough, a mage jungle that snowballs. So Wise is going to have to play like an assassin here and then again live in Kyle TZ's jungle. We'll see if that's the case here.
What do we get from this joy in the mid lane, right? Damage for sure, like killing factor onto like the squishy targets. Like the decision for Blacklist to get back to the Farsa is good when it comes to their damage output, but it also brings them back to the point where the Lapu Lapu and the Joy will have a good time like picking up a very important target out to the backside. And it's not like Oh My Venus can prevent that from happening. Lolita is not well equipped to kind of stop the Joy or the Lapu Lapu.
Neither of them. So I guess that's what Bren was thinking. Now that we're talking about it out loud, they want to overload their choices.
Yeah.
Feels like it might take Few some time to farm up well, because he's being dealt with in the mid lane really well by Blacklist International. It might be some time before we really feel the damage coming out of that Joy.
And now, think about this. If top lane is being pressured, as Blacklist has done since game 1, and then mid as well, where does that leave BREN Esports? Where do they find the farm? Where do they find the XP?
Yeah, that is the question for them right now.
Oh.
It's up to Super Marco to do well in lane.
Spot out the king of the jungle here. Wise, able to dash again, I guess. We're forgetting how mobile a jungle Valentina really is with all those dashes. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Agent Zero, he does have the split, so he's fine.
Yeah. That was a good read by BREN Esports, by the way.
Oh, another engagement in mid. Oh My Venus, but about half her health. Turtle already spawned.
Oh, level 4 available for Few. He pressured Oh My Venus in there. I think you want to prevent this Lolita from also getting the ultimate up, but instead Blacklist will just try to team fight around this turtle. Wait for for Wise to be up. He's level 5 right now, and they are just resetting the turtle. Smart decision from Blacklist. Few with the ultimate though.
Popped it already, just clearing waves quick. I guess this is to help buy time for Coyotes to take that orange to make a beeline for the turtle.
For sure.
Now here, both teams for the turtle. Edward providing vision for Blacklist. Few in position, looking for Yue. Not going to be able to land the stun. It's 4 versus 3 with how it looks like in the map right now for both of these teams.
Still no ult for this Joy. Oh, there you go. Popped it up. Edward at half health. Coyotes keeping the turtle where it needs to be. Oh, Abunjing very low. Is he going to get finished off? Uses that flicker. Flapteasy with the BF drawing a line between the members of Blacklist and this turtle. BREN secures it.
Okay, this time BREN Esports have found a way to troubleshoot Blacklist International. Edward was a problem in the first 2 games. This time, when he showed up, they just literally brought everything down and just give it to Edward just so that they will have better positioning around the turtle.
Oh, better strike used in by Yue, cancelled by that taunt. In comes Few. So far, it looks like BREN Esports. I might be saying this too soon, but they've taken all their lessons from game 1 and 2 and have executed just as quickly.
It's not too soon. You can see it already in Showcase, and now they're the ones being aggressive doing the invading.
Look at
Here we go, Wise at half health. Owl can't do much. In comes Flap. Oh, no one home. And Coyote tries to taunt the gold laner from Blacks International. Flapteasy and Few very low. There's the heal, the bloom from Ogwin. Cancelled out the Numenon Blast. And here comes the cavalry. Oh, and a Praiser's Wrath, and a split, and a pull from Agent Zero. Coyote's gonna bite it here. First blood drawn by Yue.
Oh. BREN Esports overheating in that moment, overstayed for sure. And after the fact that Flapteasy already missed the first proc of the Bravest Warrior, maybe you consider BREN Esports just to get back. He won't have enough damage for that. And surely he had to use the flicker to connect onto Owl once again, but Owl and Yue survived. Yeah. So many red flags already for BREN Esports, but they still kept on pushing.
Yeah, and Wise too, he was able to get it. And at the same time, it felt like BREN, that felt like a team fight that if it went well, would have been great, but Flap might get caught out by Yue.
Oh, using the shields of that ult to maximum efficiency. A close call, but Wise wants to finish the job. Not going to be able to catch him. And now it's Edward. Agent Zero is in trouble. There's a split. Oh, he's going to survive.
What an answer by Few to deal with Edward. And as I was mentioning earlier, it's like BREN conditioned Blacklist.
Oh,
what?
I spoke too soon. Oh, the idol of my kids. That's why he's been here since day 1.
Big advantage here for BREN Esports in this turtle fight.
And Blacklist on the scene. This is a 5v4. Few at half health. He's gonna get blasted. There's the Bloom and the Vengeance. Out very low. coveted gets a shield for the rest of BREN Esports. Wise gonna get out of here with a Cyclone Eye. He has a love-hate relationship with that one. And now coveted comes in. The BF and the Appraiser's Wrath. Two go straight down. BREN Esports. Wow. Massive win.
Massive. And this time you can see the Bloom in full fruition. Game number 1, forget about it. Ogwin did not have great ultimates in game number 1, but this time he did. And the stunts as well, connecting coming out from Ogwin. BREN Esports are now showing up, really troubleshooting from what happened in games number 1 and 2, learning all the way through. Few now in the zone.
Oh, Mr. Arcangel is in the building. He's playing footsies with 3 members of Blacklist. That's how much BREN is making the most of this nearly 3K gold lead. Blacklist are shrinking it though. They're making a bit of bank. At least that's one thing that they can hold on to. At least Wise's farm is still Wise's farm.
You see him farming comfortably there alongside Al. Al trying to go for the poke and chase. Map open up for BREN Esports. 2 turtles, 2 turrets broken by BREN. Blacklist, no major objective secured just yet. Gold laners have switched lanes. 47 seconds until the next turtle spawns. Will Blacklist try to go for a major sequence here? Seems like the answer might be yes. Let's see if they'll try to force something to break a tower elsewhere in the map before the turtle.
Now, finally, in this best of 5 series, BREN Esports is in control.
Oh. And as they already control Wolf, they pull the trigger. They come on in, engage, force out an early split from Edward. And just like that, oh, spotted! And there's a Numinum Blast on the 1. An RWM not in check. The Eve was banned out. That was actually a feathered airstrike. And just like that, Ogwin gets popped. And in the backline, Wise! Forcing out the Vengeance. Could have gotten a kill. Edward very low, knocked up.
Sidestep.
At a third of his health. Here comes Flapteezy. Throwing out those dual blades. Blacklist is fine.
Oh, they're going to be fine. But, of course, BREN Esports will have control of the turtle. All the while that's happening, this is a game where Super Marco is with his signature carry.
Yeah.
Was one of his highest win rate heroes in Season 10. And also this time, he is farming a lot. Unlike in games number 1 and 2 where Blacklist were able to just find where the drafting pattern was for Super Marco. And all of the things that made it difficult for BREN Esports in games 1 and 2, they already stopped that from happening.
BREN Esports Super Marco was the carry before carry became popular yet again. At one point in MPL Philippines Season 10, he had a stat line of 20+ kills, 14 to 17 assists, 0 deaths as a carry across multiple games. Comfort, it's an understatement in the hands of Super Marco with this hero. But now Ogwin is a target of Blacklist.
That's 4 members of Blacks International that Ogwin was fending off. He was checking that bush, and indeed, there were. Now, in mid, it looks like this seems to be the next play for BREN Esports before they make a official push for the Lord. Ogwin and coveted coming in with Flap as well, with the BF! A Numinum Blast keeps him in, but it's going to be too late. The Queen can't save the King of the Jungle this time around. Now Yue gets caught out by an Appraiser's Wrath. Down he goes, 2 down already for Blacks International. BREN Esports going to force the issue. They're going to let Agent Zero and the Queen go. And just as we speak, Few has been pushing up top.
Owl exposes himself. You have to be careful about this. But my oh my, what a jump coming out from BREN. And the Appraiser's Wrath from coveted.
This is looking like a BREN tempo game.
Surely.
A BREN tempo rotation. Now in the zone, in control. What else can they do here? As they've broken another turret. The map of Blacklist shrinks by the minute.
This is definitely what BREN Esports have planned for, right? When we saw game number 1, they picked up a hero that the Florin, I mean, but they didn't have a hero that kind of is activated by the Florin. This time with the Frederick in front, right, from the jungler's perspective. You have a hero that can actually soak the damage and live through it so that when he's healed up, eventually BREN Esports already burned out so many utilities from Blacklist International. And this, you can see it, right? Even after the Numinum Blast, there's no supplement that BREN Esports cannot sustain through.
Oh, wow. Few went 3v1 and put Wise down to a 4th, maybe even a 5th. That's how far ahead BREN Esports is, as the rest of BREN were taking the Lord. Wolf, you were saying.
Yeah, it's you can definitely see that He is activated. In game number 1, Few didn't have a good time because he had to sustain for his team as well. But now he is playing solo, right? The way that he wanted to play it. This time the Caltese special is a Fredrin, which we know that it's not his signature pick, but he's playing so well.
Yeah, almost a 2,000 gold lead for the gold laner of BREN Esports. Al coming from behind. The entirety of Blacklist International behind as BREN Esports marches forward up top.
Top lane gonna get barreled on through, popping that holy shield. Speaking of shield, Oh My Venus trying to stop this siege from happening, and it looks like it's mission accomplished for the code breakers. They will stop BREN Esports from knocking down their inhibitors.
All right, as BREN Esports continues to play forward, incredibly aggressive, and as I say so, it looks like they might set up for another play here. Will they pull the trigger is the big question.
Keep an eye out for Flapteasy. We usually expect it from Ogwin, but he's on a flooring right now. Oh, Marco already showed himself. Wise, he really needs this. He desperately needs his buff, man. He hasn't gotten one in the past minute. There you go. A little bit of breathing room for Blacklist.
I'm thinking of ways for Blacklist International to come back. You can argue that this Cloud will have enough damage in the latter portions of the game. And he's not also a marksman that is that concerned about the Lapu-Lapu initiations. Surely that will be a problem. But another layer that Blacklist International needs to activate is Yue. This time the Farsa. We already criticized this pick coming up from Blacklist that there's a lot of counters already to this hero. But he plays a very, very important role, and that role is damage. Right? He needs to deal the damage for the entirety of Blacklist International to finish through. Maybe if he is going to go for that sacrificial route where he pops his feathered airstrike and he's fine to be taken out by BREN, as long as he already did his job, it's going to be okay. So that might be the option here for Blacklist International.
Conditions set for a potential comeback for Blacklist. Can they meet it? As BREN still continues the aggressive play. Oh, Few clearing up top and an invade by BREN down bottom.
Caltese has started to live inside Wise's jungle. That's right, the last orange buff that Wise got was one of the few that he actually got his hands on in this game 3.
It's rent-free.
Wow.
That's it.
Yeah.
My house now.
My house now.
Let's see if Wise can kick him out.
By the way, Few opted to go for the early Blood Wings after it is his third item. Because that's the way he plays. He plays so aggressively to the backlines. He wants to make it so that both Yue and Wise will not be safe while he is safe.
I just need to point out that little thing there that was happening in the orange buff. That looked like that was supposed to go to the hands of Owl, actually, on the Claude. Because Wise stepped away from the orange buff to secure it for the Claude.
And he still ticked it.
He still ticked it because of the passive of the jungler effects for objectives. So, Wise gets a buff, but that wasn't the plan.
Might not be what they needed.
Yeah, might not be what they needed, exactly.
Yep. Owl here a little too deep. BMI on out. He's going to be safe. BREN Esports going to play this the old-fashioned way. Going to trust the process, sink the waves, and have this Luminous Lord crash in up top.
You mentioned trust the process. That's been the entire story of BREN Esports.
I agree.
Since their downfall in Season 8.
For 2 years now.
2 years in counting of trusting the process.
Well worth it, man.
Oh, Luminal Blast by Oh My Venus coming in from the side lane.
Wow.
The flicker engaged, but no dice. The Queen is going to fall within the Bracer's Wrath. Lord going to crash in up top, and down goes the gold laner, the gold medalist Owl. And just like that, NT for Blacklist in that engagement, but BREN is inside their base. And Wise is going to go down. Few takes him down. Mid is going to crash in as well. The Lord is still up. There's waves here. Agent Zero gets popped. Few gets 2K. Ladies and gentlemen, BREN Esports is on the board.
We reset from one of the greatest games of all time to a turnaround. No sweeps will happen today. BREN Esports claps back and gets game number 3.
And they play it in a game that they were very comfortable with. There's so many signature picks in here, like Flapteasy's age-old Lapu-Lapu pickup from his championship run in M2. And of course, Super Marco dying it back with this wonderful playstyle of the carry, just farming it through. And that last clash that you saw, Super Marco surviving after getting the the explosions already from Blacklist International just because of Ogwin with the Florin. The global healing that you saw coming out from BREN Esports really played well. But I would say that wasn't just the story of this game. It all started from minute 1, or I guess the first turtle of the game, where you saw how they managed to stop Edward from playing the game. That might be the real solution here from BREN Esports. Don't let Agent Zero be comfortable at all.
Yeah, and that's coming from a game earlier where they struggled against Edward's glue.
For sure.
So that felt like even more of a sign that BREN Esports really learned from the mistakes of games 1 and 2, as you mentioned earlier, Leo.
Yeah. And they're executing at a pace that maybe Blacklist is even ready at.
Yeah.
Right? Because again, when you're at match point, you expect to play with momentum. And here, momentum just wasn't enough. BREN Esports, again, equalizes. Well, they're one step away, but you understand. It's not a sweep.
Not a sweep. And that's coming from a day where in the opening matches, our play-ins, we witnessed 2 teams get swept, and one of the 2 teams that advanced, Blacklist International, deliver one of those sweeps. A lot of things to talk about for BREN Esports here. The excellence of them being able to force another game. Midnight, explain it to us.
It is indeed the first non-sweep series of MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs as BREN Esports mounts a comeback on game number 3. Welcome sa analyst natin nga pala sa Midnight. At ating i-breakdown kung paano ba ito ginawa ng M2 World Champions. Well, for one, comfort is a thing. Lalo sa kanilang gold laner na si Super Marco, prioritizing yung carry over the Claude. Actually, binigay nga nila yung Claude against Blacklist International, and nakuha ng BREN Esports yung kanilang comfortable playstyle dahil nakita natin sobrang daming intrusive heroes sa kanilang draft. Speaking of draft, ito makikita natin yung kanilang lineup on game number 3. Ang daming intrusive heroes. And when we say intrusive heroes, ang tawag ko nga sa mga to parang mga black hole or mga gravity heroes kasi ito yung mga nag-a-attract ng atensyon sa side ng kalaban. And speaking of atensyon, si Joy at si Fredrin ay dapat mo talagang pansinin sa mga teamfights. And these heroes allow the gold laner to practically play whatever he wants to play. Kumaga, pwede kang maging aggressive, pwede maging defensive kasi wala sa yung atensyon. And if you think about how BREN Esports fights and engagements, ang daming ways for them to engage and disengage. Number 1, nandyan yung frontline ni Fredrin, nandyan si Lapu-Lapu for the backline, and also naging malaking problema dito yung Joy. And provided with the assistance of the global heal coming out from the Florin, talagang hindi iniintindi ng BREN Esports yung isa't isa. Actually, pwede nga silang maglaro dito ng kanya-kanyang pasok dahil suportado naman sila ng Florin, and syempre, naandun pa rin yung damage output na gagaling mula kay Carry. And of course, sa early game, may damage din naman yung mga heroes ng BREN Esports. Early game comp, actually, yung BREN, kahit pa sabihin natin meron silang Carry. And on the other side, sa Blacklist International, kaya naman nilang pumalag kasi meron naman silang burst damage from the Parsa. But the main problem is, yung mga heroes sila kailangan ng item. And yung Valentina, being a jungler, even though lamang ka sa XP, most of the time parang kailangan mo ingatan yung sarili mo. Hindi ito yung support Valentina na pwede lang kumuha ng ultimate, nakikipagsuntukan. Si Wise kailangan niya ingatan yung pwesto. And I really love yung ginagawa ni Few dito na inaanoy niya talaga si Wise, even though nabibigyan niya ng ultimate yung Joy, which does give a kind of a second exit for Wise. Ang problema kasi napapalabas yung Valentina and hindi niya na-abuse yung kanyang passive and even yung kanyang damage output to convert it into XP. Kaya naman, umabot tayo sa point na hindi naman ganun kalaki yung lamang ng BREN, pero yung lineup nila ay so enabled because of this carry. Actually, by minute 3:14, I believe, nakuha ni Super Marco yung kanyang first item, which was the corrosion sight. And that enables BREN Esports to utilize their whole lineup. Kung lahat sila ay pwede na lang lumaban. And imagine, for Blacklist International, ang pwede mo lang gamitin dito is yung Valentina tsaka yung Glue. Kasi yung Lolita tsaka Parsa, maghihintay talaga ng maghihintay ng re-engage position yan. And hindi rin sila hindi rin nila magamit yung heroes sila para maging aggressive dahil nga yung Fredrin ay hindi pa nila kayang i-burst down. Kaya naman, ang daming skirmishes na hinihelm ni Kyle TZ na lagi siya nauuna kasi alam niya, wala namang papatay sa kanya. Ito yung hero na pwede nilang abusuhin para makakuha ng frontline control. And Blacklist International didn't really have enough of the tools to deal with the Fredrin. And again, add mo dyan yung problema ni Lapu-Lapu, ni Joy, and yung backup pa ni Florin. Actually, pagdating nga ng late game, ang laking problema ni Florin. Kasi once na binigay niya na yung kanyang Flower of Hope kay Super Marco, dun mo na makikita talaga yung shred na nanggagaling kay BREN Esports. Kompleto Recados, actually, ang lineup ng BREN dito. And ang daming na-farm ni Super Marco in this game. 848 ang kanyang GPM. But important dito yung damage output na deliver ni Few against Blacklist International. 49,000 on this Joy against Blacklist. And this is because of the fact na, again, hindi siya kayang basta-basta labanan ng Blacklist International. Once na magamit niya na yung kanyang second skill, once na sumayaw na yung Joy, immune na siya sa mga crowd control. So hindi ganun kalaki problema sila Oh My Venus. Ang kailangan niya lang isipin is yung kanyang sustainability. Kaya naman, ang MVP ng ating game ay wala nang iba, kundi ang idol ng mga kids na si Few. 402 on this Joy. 707 GPM, by the way, and kill participation of 67%. And I like this build-up. Hindi siya nag-shy away from the traditional Joy. Kasi ang Joy talaga, either you go full tank or you go full damage. Usually, yung mga XP laners lang yung nag-hybrid. Pero may pag-fall off kasi. And sa mid-game, naman nila yung fall off na yun. Pero si Pio sabi niya, hindi, full damage ako. Kailangan ko mag-commit dito sa ginagawa ko kasi kailangan namin ng mage and hindi kami nagkukulang sa raw sustain. Ang kailangan gawin ni Few dito is maximize niya yung kanyang mobility to annoy Blacklist International. Kasi imagine, if yung Joy, makulit nga sa mapa, pero wala naman siyang damage, baka hindi siya pansinin ng Blacklist. So I really love the item build-up coming out from Few here kasi na-attract na yung attention ng Blacklist International and it gave so much space for Super Marco to be able to farm up in this game. Makikita natin yung takbo ng game dito sa ating highlights. Again, it was Blacklist International dictating the pace of the game. Even though there were some punished kills coming out from Blacklist, hindi natin naramdaman na parang enough yung damage output ng Blacklist to deal with BREN's tempo. Lalo pat na nasa harap lagi si Kyle TZ. And again, nandun kasi yung idea na if you're BREN, yung mga heroes ng BREN dito kapag humaharap sila, meron kang heal meron kang global heal na nanggagaling kay Florin. And even if pag dikit-dikit ang Blacklist, actually lamang kayo dyan kasi kapag nandyan din si Ogen sa mga teamfight, of course, magagamit na yung kanyang Sprout para ma-abuse yung kanyang stun and dadami pa yung kanyang mabibigay na heal sa kanyang mga teammates. So, in theory, parang ang hirap nga naman labanan ng lineup ng BREN Esports, lalo kapag ganito yung draft na hawak mo for the side of Blacklist International. The flex from the Valentina maybe pulled away some of the early game prowess sana na pwede magamit ng Blacklist International. Kasi ang strength ng Valentina is kung kaya niya lumaban sa harap, lalaban siya sa harap. Pero with this kind of lineup sa BREN Esports na technically parang bawal kang lumaban sa harap kasi mahuhuli ka and hindi maging enough yung damage output nyo ay hindi na maximize nga ng Blacklist International. And it was a flex na na-abuse naman ng BREN Esports. And again, this was a very clear victory for BREN. No? Hindi lang sa objective control, kundi kung paano na rin nila na-utilize sa kanilang mga heroes, yung space na nabigay nila kay Super Marco. Hindi nga tayo umabot sa point na teritoryo na ni Kari. Kasi at the end of the day, ang pinakamalaking problema nila was this Joy. Walang sagot ang Blacklist International, cannot even use the crowd control against the hero. And yung damage output camera from Few was really enough to deal with the entirety of the Blacklist squad. And ang dami pang backup plan, ang daming layers ng draft ng BREN Esports. And I really like it kasi it's a change up from game number 1 and game number 2. Even though, again, comfort heroes yung napili nila dito. I would say still Super Marco getting that carry. It was a hero na pwede nyo pang abangan ng later stages pero hindi nga natin nakita. And also yung lapo-lapo ni Flap TC na nakita natin nung game number 2. Although may mga blunders minsan nung game number 2. Game number 3 was, I would say, a near perfect game from the guy. Kasi lagi siyang nasa harapan, lagi niya binibigyan ng suporta, si Fred rin dito. And again, priority picks coming up from BREN Esports, especially when you give out heroes like Joy. Ang dami kasi naglalaro sa kanila niya. Naglalaro din si Kyle TZ, naglalaro si Flap TZ. So, it really does give a lot of ample space for BREN to work with on game number 3. Ngayon, again, first non-sweep series tayo ng ating playoffs. Sige natin kung mag-aabot pa tayo sa game number 5 or will Blacklist International finally close it out. Pero bago lahat, syempre, kausapin muna natin ng ating mabuting kaibigan na si Sona for, again, more insights in this venue.
Nagbabalik tayong muli dito sa Smart Base right over outside Function Room 5 ng SMX Convention Center Manila. And we are over here para i-discuss sa inyo ang Smart Giga Arena. And together with me is May, one of Smart Giga Arena's brand ambassadors. So can you please introduce us na kung ano nga ba ang mga exclusive premium prices gaya ng nakalagay dito mismo?
So we have here, so first, i-ask muna namin if you guys, of course, if you guys are smart subscribers, and then, syempre, importante, na-registered na yung SIM card. And then, if naka-smart sila or Talk and Text subscribers, invite namin sila na mag-join dun sa Giga Arena namin na website. So, all we need to do is just sign up lang dun sa Giga Arena, and then you will automatically get a clapper. That's for free. That's one. And then, another one is the printed photo. It's a Polaroid photo. And then, what's good about it is if you're gonna load 99, yung Power All 99 natin, you'll be having 2 tickets that you can use inside the Giga Arena. So all they need to do is just play, lalaro lang sila doon sa ating mga arcade or pwede silang mag-join doon sa sa loob. And then, meron silang chance manalo ng 50 diamonds. And then, meron din tayong raffle. And then, ang mapapanalunan nila sa raffle is they will have a chance to meet the Omega team. Smart Omega team, and then with the jersey, of course. Yeah, that's it.
Actually, one of the major prizes na pwede nyo makita dito. Again, for everybody else na nandito ngayon sa SMX Convention Center, those over there are the QR codes para magkaroon kayo ng chance to join both the Giga Arena and to also register your sim over here. And also, gaya ng nabanggit ni Ms. May, you can get a clapper once you have managed to register. Kaya naman, I actually have a fan with me that is going to be showing us how to register your phone. In fact, I also have registered my own SIM card. So that is a major news na pwede nyong mapanalunan at pwede nyong magamit. The thing for sure is that Smart Giga Arena is a platform for every casual gamer out there. Mapa gusto nyo maglaro ng Mobile Legends or any other games that is out in the mobile phone, pwede nyo siyang magamit anytime and anywhere. Ikaw ba? Do you actually play mobile games and do you play Mobile Legends? Okay, so especially with the heroes that we have now, ang dami ng tao na nakikita natin. I think this time around, it's time for us to show them kung paano nga ba mag-register. So I think I have here si Mr. Ron Muyot, one of our fans, one of our MPL fans, and I think na-register mo na ba yung SIM mo, Ron?
Ito. Actually, kanina lang.
What was the experience like, given it is the, na-extend nga ang ating SIM registration, right?
Yeah, well, it's relatively easy kasi it's parang less than 5 minutes you'll be able to do everything. Pero syempre, depende rin sa lakas ng internet mo. And because it's smart, mas mabilis mo siya ma-register.
That is one of the advantages when you get to register your smart SIM. Can you show everybody once again na yan yung proof of registration that you finally verified in terms of your SIM? At yan yung lalabas once you're done and you finally finish registration. So that is one of the things. And dahil na-register mo na yan, I think you can get those clappers over there. I guess you can, because technically, it's as easy and it's as smart when you actually get to register your SIM. It's been one of the major factors na napansin din natin from before. And in fact, pag nandito rin kayo sa may bandang gilid, Ms. May will also be assisting you kasi hindi man natin makikita yung nasa bandang likod. I believe you're also one of the photographers that actually takes a bunch of photos, right?
Exactly.
How was, the experience so far being part of the others?
Okay naman, masaya, syempre. And then, of course, with the power of Smart, and then with the power of Giga Arena, yon, mas mapapadali yung gaming experience.
Mas mapapadali, gaming experience is gonna be there. Go over to Smart Base outside the SMX Convention Center Function 5 Hall. Kaya naman ngayon, ay ibato na natin muli to the center stage together with Mara Aquino.
Kasama natin dito ang mga parents and sister ng idol ng mga kids ni Few, si Mommy Shirley, Sam Bunso, and Daddy Alan. Kamusta na po kayo? How is it like watching your son na maglaro dito sa playoffs? First time kasi, di ba?
Lagi naman po.
First time yung ma-interview
Sa
11 seasons.
Yes po.
He's leading right now po sa 366 games ang nalaro ni Few. So lahat po ba kayo doon napanood nyo lahat ng game kahit sa TV?
Yes.
Okay, testing natin. Si Mommy at si Daddy. Sige nga, Mommy. Name 5 heroes ni Few.
Fanny, Valentina, Julian, Farsa, and Kagura.
Ayun! Ay, alam mo, galing ni Sama. Pero marunong po ba kayo maglaro? Kahit hindi marunong maglaro, alam lahat ng hero ni Few. Sige nga, Daddy, kaya mo yan na mabilis. 5.
Hellcar, Lilia, Kadita.
Ba't tinutulungan ni Mami? Ano pa, Ma'am?
Kagura.
Kagura? Ano, sino pa?
Valentina.
Oh, wow! 8 years old. Ano pa po? Isa pa?
Valentina.
Valentina?
Kagura.
Oh, Kagura.
Kagura.
So, kayo rin po hindi naglalaro. Pero alam nyo, lahat ng kanyang heroes. Sige nga po, paano po ba siya as a son? So, he's been in the seasons for 11 seasons. And ano po ba yung mga nabigay niya sa inyo? Mga nagawa niya para sa pamilya?
Nakapagpagawa na siya ng bahay.
Wow.
Then, yung kotse namin, yun, katulong lang siya. Kabili kami sa kotse. Tinulungan niya kami sa kotse.
Very nice. Pero alam niyo, parang pansin ko, hindi niya to nilalabas sa social media.
Ano siya, hindi siya malabas. So, napagawa niya 4th floor ng bahay. Then, yung mga gadget ng mga kapatid niya, siya yung nagpo-provide.
Pansin ko po, Daddy, hindi siya mayabang. Talagang sobrang down to earth. Ang galing niya sumagot. Bibo siya. Sa kanino mana? Si Few.
Kay Mami.
Kay Mommy. Aminado si Daddy. Now, ano po ba yung mga dreams niya, yung mga goals niya na shinare niya sa inyo tungkol dito sa career niya sa ML?
Gusto niya ma-champion lahat.
Champion lahat.
Saka MSC na lang kasi ang kulang sa kanya eh.
That's
Yan ang
right.
gusto niyang makuha ngayon.
Kasi
MSC.
first runner-up pa lang siya nung nag-MSC
Season
season 2 yata yung MSC.
Alam na alam. At ano po ba yung goal niya pagkatapos po niya maglaro?
Parang gusto niya sa pa rin, esports pa rin.
Esports, magiging
coaching
coach?
staff. Coaching staff.
Sinabi mo gusto maging coach.
Huwag naman coach, baka magalit Sir Daki. Kasama lang sa coaching staff.
Kasama lang sa coaching staff. So, sige, prediction, ilang seasons po ba siya bago maging part ng coaching staff as a player?
Medyo matagal pa siguro kasi hindi pa naglalak. Bata pa siya, 23 pa lang siya.
So, hindi pa naglalak yung daliri niya.
Kaya matagal pa siya.
Ngayon, they're trying to catch up. It's 2-1.
Oo nga eh.
Ano po bang dapat gawin if you?
Alam na niya yun.
Alam na niya yun. O, kamusta yung first 3 games niya? Ano po, kung ma-analyst po kayo, sige nga.
Aba. Parang dapat Ivan. Alam niya na sinasabi ko kung ano yung dapat Ivan nila.
Daddy, parang mas magaling sa'yo si Mommy tungkol sa game. Mas magaling siya. Can you guys share us kung ano yung hindi alam ng mga tao tungkol kay Few?
Tahimik lang yan eh. Pag sa bahay, nasa kwarto lang. Hindi lumalabas talaga ng bahay yan.
Sobrang mapagbigay sa amin, sa mga kapatid niya. And never yun na hindi siya mahilig bumili ng luho.
Hindi siya materialistic.
Hindi po.
Kung ano lang yung kailangan talaga, dun lang siya. And then yun nga, unahin niyang provide yung kailangan ng pamilya. Tapos, never yun nag-share sa social media.
Very discreet, very private. For the first time in 11 seasons kayo nakita ng madlang people. Ano po ba ang gusto niyong sabihin sa mga nanonood at ang mensahe niyo para kay Few?
Kuya, sana lahat ng naka-line up ngayon, makuha nyo ng team mo. Alam ko makakabalik kayo, magiging champion kayo.
Ikaw naman, Daddy Alan.
Pagpatuloy niya lang yung tiwala niya sa sarili niya, saka sa mga team niya. Dapat laging tiwala sa Diyos, number 1 po.
Very nice. Sam, ikaw, anong gusto mo sabihin kay Kuya?
Kuya, good luck po. Mahal na mahal po namin kayo.
Sam, maglalaro na si Kuya. So, kailangan na natin iba to sa casters. Kaya mo bang gawin yung casters pasok? Okay, go.
Casters, pasok.
Oh, my heart. The family of Few, one of the greatest of all time in the Philippines, maybe even the world. A world-class of Mid-Arizona, and of course, backing that MVP performance in the crucial game for BREN Esports, avoid getting swept. Welcome to game number 4. You're still in the English desk. Myself, Reptar, Leo, and Wolf. And we've had an even longer breather this time around. But I feel like, based on what we saw, the BREN Esports momentum might continue. Blacklist International might have to come up with something in the draft to stamp it out right away.
Real quick, let me just point something out, fellas. In the early minutes of Game 1, or rather Game 3, right? Minute 1 I'm looking at. Have we already not seen BREN Esports force Blacklist to respond a certain way? Because they did not go through with the full flap TZ pressure.
Yeah. Quick answer, yes. Definitely, the BREN Esports have found that this is the homework that Blacklist International did, so they did counter it. At the same time, however, when we are talking just about the draft, it might have been that Blacklist kind of shot themselves in the foot with that Farsa pickup. And you think that it's only one pick, that it already changed up the entirety of the composition of Blacklist International, and it did, right? Because when you're looking at the draft, it looked okay for both teams up until that point where the Farsa was taken up.
Yeah. And the BREN Esports draft, I have to commend them for prioritizing that joy and then flexing it in a way we haven't seen them flex it yet.
Yeah.
We've seen Exor to be the first one to do it, putting that joy in the mid lane here in MPL Philippines Season 11. And then, of course, since Few already has history with a Gushin in Season 10, a Julian earlier this season, it wasn't that surprising that he made that Joy mid lane work.
There is one instance in the regular season of Few playing mid lane Joy. Just one more.
Oh, just one.
So this is the second time in Season 11.
All right.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first time may not have worked.
Yeah, I think so.
Or not as amazing as this one, because here, just in case, folks, real quick recap, Few at what, 5 minute 6 was going 3v1.
Yeah.
Unpunished, with impunity.
Runaway MVP.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. It's a pick that works well for them, but most importantly, again, you take it away from the hands of Edward.
Yeah. And we did say that there's two schools of fitness in the side of BREN Esports.
Yes.
The gym bod ducky and the yoga masterclass coming out from Coach Ren. And I think the yoga is going to be the idea that can work, because we saw in games number 1 and 2 where BREN Esports kind of just brute forced their way.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, brute force.
Yeah, it was a brute force draft we're in.
Not the breastplate.
Yeah, sure. It was like they're just relying on their mechanics to win it. But in game number 3, you saw that triple flex with a Fredrin, wherein you don't know what role will be on.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that gave so much of an opening, because surely that flex was good. And Fredrin on the hands of Kaltizi, you wouldn't think that it will work, that it's a Kaltizi kind of play style, but it did to full effect.
And because of how BREN Esports, I'd say utilized the flexibility of the School of Yoga under Coach Vrendini.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, is it going to be here, Game 4, or maybe if we do get to Game 5, wherein they reintroduce the stern Chad style that Coach Ducky presents?
Yeah.
Because that's what Game 1 and 2 were.
Yeah,
exactly. I feel like the stern Chad style, if this does go to Game 5, it's what they'll go for in game number 5.
Is what might be the exclamation point.
Yeah, it's just like, we're stepping it out right here. All right, I'm stretched out. Muscles are hot. I'm flexible. I'm going 90 reps, 1 set. It's obvious I do not work out. Can't do 90 reps in 1 set. That's 3 sets.
Well, not yet.
Not even.
All right, real quick, as we wait for the draft, I just have to say, while you were saying I'm stretched out or warmed up, I wasn't even imagining the analogy. I was thinking it was you. And I was going to say, hell yes, because casting is a full body exercise. Most people don't know it, because when the cameras are off, you'll don't see us. We're all over the place.
We're doing squats, jumping jacks.
Yeah.
Bulgarian squats.
Yeah, Wolf actually did a handstand on the table earlier.
Yep.
He was doing kettlebell flows.
Yeah.
Exactly. We have a kettlebell?
Yeah.
put it
That's
away.
why we urge you to come here and SMX.
See it in the flesh.
See it in the flesh. Working out casters. Here we go. Back to the drawing board. That I would want to see that clear book, surely. Just a lot of information out there. And then you go to the BREN Esports scan wherein there's sure, not preparing. It's just no stats whatsoever. Just coffee.
Yeah.
And our good friend Addy, of course.
At least it's not crosswords. Yeah. They can't afford that. Not at the playoffs. Yeah, 2 lives, but not at the playoffs.
Look at the stark difference between the two.
It's all business.
All business for Blacklist International.
It's their CEO in the building,
Yeah,
right?
see Trike there. The rest of Blacklist International, of course, Trike very active with Blacklist International.
Very hands-on.
Very hands-on, yes. In terms of giving... he's been in the esports industry in the Philippines for a very long time. Shares his nuggets of wisdom, knows how to inspire a team. And of course, Blacklist International would need that. They don't want to be forced into a game number 5 here, especially against a team like BREN Esports, number 1 seed, going into the playoffs. They've tasted loss against Blacklist International for the first 2 times this season in this series alone.
Yeah.
The last game, we saw them clap back and say, we're not going to get swept.
And just to make this more interesting, can I say BREN Esports' run in this series alone, the fact that we're not even at Game 5, the fact that we're not even at sudden death yet, and I'm saying this, makes it all the more important. I like this character development. I like how, in this Best of 5 alone, Blacklist International has tested them already.
I agree. I definitely agree with that because it applies to both of the squads, right? For Blacklist International, like a mountain of improvement that they did in the 2 weeks that we had when it comes to their preparation. Whatever they're doing right now, it's completely different from what they are doing in the group stages when it comes to playstyle and drafting.
And it's working.
And it's working. And now you're BREN Esports. You're in a spot where everybody looks at you. Everybody's expecting you to dominate. Even the entirety of the talents voted for BREN Esports to win this series. And you can see that them being challenged and troubleshooting as well, that's good news for the squad. So no matter what is, we are already given the best of both worlds.
Game number 4, does it end here? Does BREN Esports go down to the lower bracket after this game? Or will BREN Esports force a coveted game number 5 against the reigning and defending champions have chosen to go blue side? Or who are on the blue side this time around?
All right, so it's Game 4. This should be Blacklist choice. And indeed it was, because again, rather no, it's BREN Esports' choice.
Yeah, BREN Esports' choice.
That's right. So this should be red.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Still banning out the Eve here is BREN Esports. And you mentioned earlier, Wolf, I believe that was in game number 2. Eve could have been a good first pick right away.
Exactly.
And BREN Esports are acknowledging that against Blacklist.
So do you give up, give up Joy or Arlott or just ban out those 2 heroes right now? But that means that the 1-1 will be open for Blacklist International. So BREN Esports, being in the red side, they will have to give one of those OP or S tier heroes.
I am the power of light.
Yeah, so I think Blacklist International, the way that they're drafting now, they're going to be banning out now. I think they're eyeing for a first pick Joy as well. And we know that Edward is deadly with that.
And with this Kaja ban, I think it's all the more clear. It's almost as telegraphed as banning the Faramis to pick up the blue.
Exactly. Oh, they banned 1-1. So this could be, with the way that they ban this out, both Arlott and Joy should be available.
Oh no!
And Blacklist, I don't think that they'll ban any of those 2 heroes. I think they are even inclined to take away the Valentina instead.
Or the Faramis themselves.
Or the Faramis.
If Arlott goes open, what are the possibilities of BREN potentially picking up a Mincitar later on?
Oh, we haven't seen much of
We
Mincy.
haven't at all this playoffs.
Bans maybe.
Bans.
We started with bans for sure. Yeah, so Blacklist, interesting. Do they actually ban Faramis? I think Valentina should be the better ban here against BREN.
Yeah. They can go for other power breaks.
Arlott. They really want to take the Joy.
Yeah. Yep.
But that means that BREN Esports can easily just ban it out.
Yeah.
Which means that they should be first picking a Fredrin or a Faramis. So many good things that can be available here. But it's up to BREN Esports. I think that it is worthy to ban a Joy.
Yeah.
Right here.
Right here, right now. You don't want to give that to Edward. If they are willing to give it, I believe Valentina Fred might be the priority picks for BREN Esports. Or if it's Valentina Fred, that might not necessarily go to the jungle. Although it might be a little bit difficult for the Fredrin. They banned the Valentina.
Okay.
Leaves Joy wide open.
Joy is open. I think no reason for Blacklist to not take it. BREN Esports might actually be gunning for a glue pick on their own. Or maybe they just go back to the Lapu Lapu.
There it is.
They're going to need a lot of peel, a good amount of control. Are they going to early Franco or maybe even first phase Franco now eventually?
I think first.
We've presented a couple of solid possible solutions. I wonder if BREN is going to bite the gun here, jump the gun. Bite the bullet.
Bite the bullet.
Okay.
Could work out. They don't have to worry about a Valentina. Maybe hence why they'd pick up. Well, it makes sense they'd go Franco as one of their third picks. They can go for power picks here right now.
Every single game, I think Blacklist has banned out the Franco.
Yeah,
I think you go Fred Faramis first and then Franco on the third pick.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
But Fredrin and Faramis is overall decent here. Oh, of course, the glue. Glue Faramis. Let's go. Yeah, there it is. Okay, glue Faramis.
So glue Faramis Franco.
Yeah.
Here for Blacklist, is it Claude now though? Because up against a Glue and a Faramis.
I think it just makes sense to go for the Glue.
If they go Glue Faramis, Franco, talking about BREN Esports, it's going to be the first time in this game, in the series, that Ogwin gets priority.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. But it makes total sense to get the Claude here for Blacklist International.
Claude Fred, maybe?
Claude Fred, yeah.
That's a lot of value
Yeah.
between the Glue and the Faramis. Oh, Owl is just all smiles.
The only thing that makes it so bad if they pick up the Fredrin, and this is not even a bad thing, right? It is that you confirm that this is the XP lane Joy.
Yeah.
So is this, I think, Farsa Claude? No, Farsa Fredrin.
Right, so
interesting.
It's the latter. It confirms it.
They confirm everything.
Yep,
Yeah.
they're honest.
They're honest with it. It's like, okay, this is what we want to do.
Hard on
So-
their sleeve.
Red-
Wake up! Wake up!
Oh, there he's up.
Okay,
cool. You were saying?
I
BREN
think
Esports, Claude or Franco? Or
I think Franco.
really? And they just ban out Claude? Oh, wait, no, they don't need to because they're the next pick in the
but they could every single game that we saw, Franco was banned out second phase by the side of Blacklist International.
So it has to be here if they really want to go down
Yeah.
that route. They need that secure for the Joy.
The only
Pin him down.
Get it down.
maybe the only thing that can be considered as well is the carry that we saw from BREN Esports. But what?
Do they trust it?
Interesting.
Do they trust the process here? Or are they going to say, all right, what's another possible stop for the
For
Joy?
the Joy.
A Kufra?
Minsitar maybe?
A Cho?
Oh, they can't ban all of those.
The solutions, yeah.
All the solutions. And if you pick up a Cho maybe as even the last pick, and Blacklist does go Claude, you have an answer for 2. You'll have to commit the kick on to 1.
That's true.
But if either die, it's a good deal.
They want to go up against a Claude. They're taking away the best part.
For sure. And if Blacklist is overthinking this, surely Franco is a good ban no matter what.
Yeah, you have to ban it. There it is.
Yeah, but if you're overthinking this as Blacklist International, you might ban out. You might even ban out the Ogwin Florin, which is
Oh.
That's a lot of sustain.
Yeah, but that's that's like I said, it's overthinking coming up from Blacklist.
Way too much healing.
Yep. Okay, so you take out Claude, or maybe they are willing to give the Claude, which means Brody should be the ban here for BREN Esports.
Yeah.
Maybe they're saying we're not scared of the Claude. We have answers for it, but they are. I think it just makes total sense.
Okay. BREN Esports are ready for the pick of Blacklist. That's the signal here for a team on the red side to ban two.
Graf, maybe. Oh, it's Kufra.
Take away
Same
Kufra.
ban.
There you go. Those are the 2 remaining solutions.
Yeah. Cho.
So I think that should be the last pick.
Yeah, last.
Do you get the Akai now for BREN? I'm thinking Akai or Hayabusa.
What if both? What if both?
No, I think Akai should be a good pick. Good pick for BREN.
Akai 4th pick. Hayabusa goes into the jungle.
Yeah.
Akai will be the roam.
That, or there's still, again, a lot of choices for both Ogwin and Oh My Venus. The Lolita is still out there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, see?
A bit more control.
Oh, it's the Florin
The
again.
trust.
Are they expecting an Estes on the
Yeah, I think they are, definitely.
The entire galaxy is in the power.
Here we go.
Estes Brody. This is Estes Brody. If Blacklist picks it up, it's the best hero that they can get right now.
And it
It's very strong.
It lives up to their comforts. To what Blacklist love to pick certain picks.
Yes, but just the same, I'm sure BREN saw this coming, right?
Yeah.
It's what they funneled them into. And they have laid the carpet.
Yeah, that's why they're taking their time. Because they're probably potentially
Yeah.
talking about the options here for the jungle pick.
They're
for
mind
BREN
sweeping
Esports.
for now, Blacklist. But I think, okay, is that sound like Brody? Is that a Mosk? Oh, that's
It's
a
a Moskov.
All right.
Okay.
So is this Master the Basics and Dex are saying, no, Ducky, no, BREN.
Yeah.
We're not going down that path.
I think it's a better decision because the Brody is just like so much of a low-hanging fruit that you're kind of...
It's obvious.
They're kind of sus, right?
This is more mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you pick now? You can definitely consider Hayabusa if you're being crazy at BREN Esports, but I think the easiest route should be Akai or a Martis, in fact.
Yeah, you don't want to, again, run the Hayabusa into the Estes. And, how about anti-healing?
Oh, why? God.
Yo, dog, I heard you like anti-healing.
The anti-healing. The anti-healing. So many
God.
It's anti-healing for their own squad and then anti-healing for their opponents. Oh no! This is a yoga lineup again. This isn't the muscle man lifting all the reps. This is yoga. This is a downward facing dog, transition into a scorpion into a tabletop. My goodness.
360.
No 360. Feel the prana flowing through you, BREN Esports.
Chakra.
They're
I
absorbing the chakra, the
I
chi.
am at a loss for words,
I am
man. If this
same.
works, then yes, but
it's risky.
It's risky.
But just to say, I think there's something here because there's
There
a lot
is.
of peel, there's a lot of sustain, but you're putting so much on Marco.
Exactly that. So much on Marco
Oh
against a
my
lineup
God.
with a Joy. A Farsa that has been playing out of his mind all season long in UA.
Bro, they
Pressure
leaned
on Marco.
They leaned hard on not holding down the Joy, man.
Yeah.
Edward, Joy, the padap.
I would actually really veto that because I think that they just forwent this case.
Yeah.
They just forwent this Joy and didn't even care at all. And I think that's a scary decision from BREN Esports.
Oh, it's utter disregard to Marco's well-being because Marco, you have to fight your way out of this.
See what will happen.
All right, that's a quick engagement in mid. Few put out a third of his health. Might go down. Oakland with a clutch heal. Few flickers on out. And Yue gets the kill. Spends his flicker to get it down. First blood drawn by Blacklist.
Great start already for the side of Blacklist, especially because they really want to shut down that Faramis, right? It's the only way for BREN Esports to team fight, actually. A double sustain that they have. And I think that Blacklist International, they definitely need to win the first 3 turtles. And it's not going to be difficult, honestly. That they are drafted to win those early turtles.
Exactly. It also felt like the mid lane conundrum there was a bit of a miscommunication from BREN.
Yeah,
it looked like
that's
Few
also
went
true.
deep because it looked like Flap and Kyle were gonna continue the issue in mid.
I agree.
It seems like they decided to play cautiously. First turtle is gonna be up. No clear advantage for either team. Positioning though, this might be one. Edward eats a bit of crowd control and pokes. Just healing through it, of course. We're going to be looking out at the effect of the 2 expilators, Edward and Flapteezy, for this first turtle of the game. As both junglers right now, you see Wise going down to his orange. Kyle Teezy will be able to go to the turtle first.
Yeah.
Yes, but he will be short a buff. I believe Wise has both already. Oh, Kyle Did he steal it? Check it out. No. He just has it purple.
Just had it.
All right.
Just had it.
Okay. Yep. So Wise will come in first. There's a pull by Blacklist. Ogwin can only watch, really. He's at level 3.
Yeah.
He doesn't have quite yet the bloom.
But they eventually will give it.
There it
Edward
is.
is holding onto the turtle. This is great for Blacklist. Gonna be waiting for Wise to have the better positioning.
Yeah. Still prioritizing farm. Crab going there. Goes to the hands of Wise. Both junglers will be slight advantage here for Kyle in terms of XP, but not that big.
Oh, there's a taunt, and there's a feathered airstrike. Few unable to use the cult altar. And already Blacklist at an advantage. And there's the pull. Flapteezy very low, goes for the split. Who can he get on? And he's on Edward. Might not be the perfect target here. And just like that, he hops off. Uses a flicker. Kyle Teezy, Puissance rolling out. And here comes Edward. Another cult altar. Few makes it back to the scene, saves his team, but there's no dice. Blacklist takes the turtle.
What a classic from Blacklist International. You saw how they ubed their way onto that turtle. Managed to poke out BREN Esports. And the fact that they forced out Fuse ultimate in the latter portions, it's going to be the great signal that they will take the turtle. And not only that, they actually took out Fuse.
Super Marco in trouble. Spent the flicker already, even underneath his turret. Wise not going to let him go. Kyle Teezy does get the queen. Oh my Venus falls. Kyle Teezy barely surviving. Appraiser's Wrath still alive. There's a pull by Few. Ogwin doesn't have enough damage. Oh, not going to happen here. A trade 1-for-1. But Blacklist wins that engagement.
Oh, super weird decision to go for this double sustain from BREN Esports. And like I said, they're putting all of their eggs on one basket, and that is the damage output of Super Marco. And I'm pretty sure that it will not be enough against an Estes kind of lineup. Typically, when you're playing up against Estes, you need at least 3 sources of damage.
Yes.
And BREN Esports only will have 1 come the mid and the late game.
Yeah, the Faramir.
Edward.
Oh! Stolen the buff right under the nose of Kyle Teasy. Massive loss there from jungler BREN.
Massive loss indeed.
And now, behind enemy lines, Flapteasy may have caught himself a little too deep. Gets the grab on a Wise, and he survives. Still, the story, Blacklist way ahead. Oh My Venus gets taken down. Gets a kill on a Super Marco. BREN slowly clawing back.
Wolf, I think you'd agree with this. That was the right call for BREN immediately after losing that buff. Kyle Teasy just said, let's get a kill down bottom lane.
Yeah, and that is the benefit of having the rollout for the Baksha, the Pusans. As you saw, he managed to, the shield unity, I mean, they were able to get that into the bottom lane.
Oh, trying to bait out Yue. Here comes Wise. And there's a shield unity. Wise taunts Ogwin. Might be too late. Feather Death Strike. Flickered on out. Ogwin survives. Few with the Shadow Stampede. A snipe from Marco. No one home. Oh, this turtle could be anyone's game.
Few got the crab coin there.
Yeah.
Money.
Money.
Cash in.
Oh, and now Turtle almost half health. Kyle Teasy with the shield unity. Who's he gonna stun? Looking for one. Turtle pulled over by Blacklist. It's a reset.
Yeah, all ultimates available for BREN Esports. And Blacklist smartly does not engage yet. They are waiting for their feathered airstrike.
Oh no! Edward dancing on through the Cult Altar. Vengeance popped in and the pull. Few still alive. Cult Altar not gonna get popped. And there's a ride on to V. Flapteasy gets one. Ogren very low. Can Edward take him down? Yes! Edward Joy gets one down. It's a trade so far between Black and BREN, but it looks like BREN are gonna commit. Wise, gets hit by the bombs away and the stun. He's still alive. Flapteasy gonna take him down. They trade for a turret up top, and this turtle still standing. Down goes Agent Zero. BREN Esports scores a turtle.
All the while that's happening, Moscow is able to get a push up top. And this 5v4 for BREN Esports obviously went in their favor. It didn't look easy, but man, they actually nailed their abilities so well. For example, FabTC just waited for the right moment to jump onto Oh My Venus's back. Super Marco taking advantage of the dash and the flicker as well to take out Edward eventually. BREN Esports played so well in that game. Surely it wasn't a free teamfight win for BREN Esports as the Moscow is still able to farm out. But the fact that they are winning these teamfights despite us kind of doubting their damage output, that is good news for the side of BREN Esports.
Wolf, Reptar, that teamfight might tell the whole story of BREN Esports' lineup. It'll work, but they take a lot of work. It's a lot of time as well.
For sure.
It's hot yoga this time around. It's
hot yoga.
Because yoga is supposed to be relaxing. Hot yoga is
some whole other level, bro.
And lose weight.
Okay.
It's brute force yoga right now by BREN.
Oh, now they brought it up now.
Yeah, they're lifting while doing
yoga
stretches.
with weights? What?
Yoga with weights.
Okay.
Completely counteracting what yoga's supposed to be. But Owl and the rest of Blacklist are brute forcing their way with split pushes, as you mentioned earlier. BREN Esports, what will they respond to this?
All right, they go ahead and take a crab coin down bottom. And Super Marco clears the wave. Ogwin gets caught by the taunt. Look at Kaltisi from the back. Oh, they miss a spear and a CA saving BREN Esports, and there's a stun on a one. Edward gets the heal. Feather Dash Strike spent in by Yue. A turret push by Owl, and they're still going for it. Flapteasy looking for one. He still has the split. A lot of ult spent, but it was all for that turret. I'd say worth it for Black.
Oh, definitely worth it for Blacklist International. They forced out so much from BREN Esports. Fortunately for BREN, Ogwin actually managed to survive that, and that's a massive win. But overall, Blacklist will have the advantage of resources coming into this next Lord fight.
Now both teams close to here. Edward will go up top. Lord already up. 5 for BREN on the map. 4 closer to Blacklist. The Joy showing herself up top there. Edward will force a rotation by BREN.
Oh!
Flap!
Feather Dash Strike forcing out an early split.
Oh, what a snipe.
Yue at half health. I'd say that's it for that. That's a trade. That's a gut check.
Man, that was a great snipe from Super Marco. Had it not been that he did not land that it means that UA will just continue to just stay in there, and that's a lot of pressure alleviated by BREN. But they did have to use their ultimate on Ogwin, which means that it's Blacklist's game once again.
Oh, there's the poison spent in by Coyote. Wise with an Appraiser's Wrath. A lot of damage. Cold Altar saving the remaining members of BREN Esports here. Another Feathered Airstrike. Down goes Flapteasy. Down goes Ogwin. And it's just a disaster for BREN Esports. 2 for none.
Oh, pie. This time UA is activated. And the fact that they also forced out the ultimate once again from Flapteasy, that meant that Edward will have a great time.
Oh, underneath the turret. He's going to get traded for, but just the same, Turtle goes over to Blacklist.
Right now we're feeling the lack of damage as expected from BREN.
That's
With
true.
Yue hitting his spike, it's even more evident here, the lack of damage that BREN Esports has until few builds, as a Faramis, 4 damage items until you really start feeling those Ghost Bursters, even though Blacklist are in that Ube strat.
I agree. This is already looking really bad for BREN Esports, and you saw the results of the draft choices from BREN Esports. They know for sure that they are going to go up against Estes, right? We saw it coming from a mile away, but they did not draft against that. Surely they have anti-heal, but it's proven that it will not be enough.
Oh, Coyote pops the Puissance. Wise engaging on through. Few gets popped without even using the Cult Altar. It's going to take him about 10 seconds to march on down to mid. Lord for Blacklist coming up through top. Bottom lane has a massive wave as well.
Well, you can see some small combos for Blacklist International. For example, the Domain of the Moon Goddess, which is a great slow. It has great combination with the Farsa ultimate all of a sudden, right? So if you connect with it, you're going to be fine. And it also sets up Wise to land all those combos, those taunts, those crowd controls.
Oh, Wise, ever the Vanguard. There's another one. Feathered Airstrike, putting Ogwin down to just about 6 HP. They're going to melt Lord here, though. Still, Blacklist happy with the results of that first Lord.
Ogwin conserving that flicker saved his life. Right to the edge of his health.
A snipe coming on through. Here comes BREN Esports. The cavalry has arrived. Look at Wise in the back line. Edward cutting on through. Close call. Here comes the Cult Altar. They're leaning hard onto it. Coyote very low. Yue gets taken down. Marco gets another. He gets shut down by El Cuago. 2K for Owl. 2K for a Blacklist. And that's the current trade. Flapteasy, will he survive? The answer is yes.
But that is already Flapteasy ushering Wise onto the spot where he can steal the purple buff. So even after that wonderful team already for Blacklist International, they are aiming to get more. Coyote far too forward from his teammates. Super Marco, great ultimate usage with a snipe. Great damage output as well, but they got exposed so heavily. And now Owl is a threat. He can freely hit onto turrets and take it down so easily.
This is a draft built for the Farsa and for the Moskov to shine. The snipe won't connect for Super Marco. Orange buff goes to Owl. And you feel the lack of damage from BREN. BREN feels it too. The flower of the Florin, which was once in the hands of Super Marco, actually Ogwin, has now given it to Few just to eke out a little bit more magic power for the Faramis.
It's so difficult to be Few, man. What was that, 2 or 3 times now in this 12-minute game that he died even before Cult Altar was used.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how much damage Blacklist is presenting.
Yeah.
The Joy and the Farsa together. Owl being able to freely hit. The chain of crowd control. And of course, the Praetor's Wrath burst coming from Wise.
Not to mention the Moskov.
Not to mention the Moskov as well. BREN Esports, can they? Most importantly, how can they contest this?
I want to say BREN Esports cannot let Blacklist International stay in front of their base building because Owl is already a threat. And with, of course, the presence of Oh My Venus, it aids Owl so easily. BREN Esports, I don't know how they can win this Lord Dance.
Oh, look at this immaculate pull by Blacklist. They might as well put the Lord inside their base with how Owl and Wise have managed to put Lord right there. And in the middle of all of them, look at BREN. Edwards going 1v5. Coyote trying to keep you in check. Flapteasy very low, survives, but just for now. Blacklist, successful Lord Dance.
Oh, wow. And let's see, what are the ingredients of Ube, right? First, you have Edward being a menace into the backlines.
Yes.
Second, Wise just pulling back the Lord.
2 tablespoons.
Yep, 2 tablespoons of that, and a heck load of healing coming out from Oh My Venus.
An actual unit of measurement, a heck load.
Yes.
After that, a couple burst damage from a mid laner mage.
Yep, exactly. And that's it. That's Ube and the Lord Dance.
Oh, and you have to have a sprinkle of DPS.
Sprinkle of DPS.
And I'll just put more than a sprinkle, and that's why this is the result.
It's a spronk.
It's a spronk.
Here we go. BREN Esports
Oh
trying
my
to go for
God.
the defense. It's only Kyle Teasy standing between the inhibitor and the rest of Blacklist. They're going to go crash on through. Blacklist presenting lethal damage here, but 8K ahead. They got 6 members, including the Lord. BREN has just 4. This is the defense of a lifetime for BREN. Can they get through? Flap goes down, Few as well. The Lord is still standing. It's just Ogwin, and it's just Blacklist standing in the upper bracket. BREN gets knocked down.
Ground is shaking. My God, that's how strong they were.
Top 1 in the regular season falls to the reigning and defending champions of MPL Philippines as Blacklist will be heading into the upper bracket finals. Blacklist joyous, the agents ecstatic. Ground has shaken, BREN has been surprised, and so has been the rest of the world. BREN Esports falls to a team that they swept twice in the regular season. Blacklist stands victorious, improved, rejuvenated, and patched for this year's playoffs.
Florian was the choice for BREN Esports, and we saw already there's a lot of lack of damage. And I think that we doubted this decision coming out from BREN Esports many times during the draft. And when we look at Blacklist International, you would have thought that it would be a Brody, but it didn't matter, right? All the 4 ingredients of the ultimate bonding experience is already there, and they just had to play it so well. You can see that the entirety of the series, Edward was such a phenomenon, right? He just, again, won against BREN Esports by playing, by goating himself time and time again. And that steal onto that orange buff was, I mean, how can you explain that? How does his mind operate,
That
right?
was dastardly. He was scheming.
Dastardly.
He was sitting there, like, Kyle, check this out. Pow!
Buff is mine. Oh, you use your retribution? I'm sorry.
Mine.
Mine still.
Amazing. The way that Blacklist recovered from Game 3 shows that whoever they're facing in the next round in the upper bracket has to be prepared with more. We saw here that BREN Esports may have unlocked several different kinds of drafting, recovered well, but between Echo and RSG later, I'm sure they'll want to revisit this one.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think Coach Dougie would mind me sharing this. Right before we went up on stage, I had a quick chat with Coach Dougie. We just shared about our thoughts of the teams, and he mentioned we were talking about Blacklist International, and the thing that really stood out to me was, despite their record in the regular season, how BREN Esports are one of the favorites by the community going into this playoff series. He really said, and I'll say it first in Filipino, then translate it, pero grabe ang lakas ng Blacklist eh. Saying, but Blacklist looks so strong. Even against an Omega team that underperformed, he still acknowledged Blacklist looked really strong, and they felt it firsthand.
I think that this is the time where we have to really look at Blacklist International once again. I mean, Edward was performing so well. And entirety, like Oh My Venus, just back at his usual Oh My Venus things. Wise is so consistent again. But most importantly, the drafting pattern has changed so drastically. This is definitely what we did not see from Blacklist in the group stages, be it from the players and be it from the coaching staff.
Yeah.
They have evolved.
Draft order, execution,
Yeah.
shot up through the roof.
Yeah.
Decision making too. I think that's what made the difference between the games that BREN Esports drafted well, where, something that's a little bit more in their wheelhouse, and the games were in maybe, they were a little more experimental. The main difference maker was the decision making.
Yeah, I agree. Everybody was just so good at this. I mean, I hate to say it again, but Edward just, I guess he is probably the pinnacle of decision making in this stage right? You saw how good he was the entirety of the series.
All right, so let's hear now from the victors of this series, Blacklist International on stage with Mara Aquino.
Blacklist doing things right. Everybody give it up for Blacklist International. Fun fact, in the history of MPL, ang top seed laging nakakatungtong sa upper bracket finals. In fact, they go all the way sa grand finals, either they're champions or runner-up. For the first time sa ating history, na-break yung code na yon. This is the very first time it's been done. So Yue, being yung rookie year mo, nagawa mo yun. That's one of your accomplishments. How does that feel?
Ano po, nakakatuwa kasi mataas yung respeto ko sa BREN kasi si PO, isa sa mga idol ko sa Mage.
Idol ng mga kids and idol nila Yue sa Mage.
Opo.
And I have to ask ka, kasi isa kang contender as Rookie of the Season. Anong pakiramdam nun para sa'yo? Hindi ba nakakakaba yun, knowing na ikaw yung top contender, tapos ngayon, you're going in the playoffs? How does that affect you?
Nakabahan po ako sa bago magsimula yung game. Pero ano po talaga siya, hindi ko po inaano yung kaba.
So kinakabahan ka bago maglaro. So paano ka kumakalma? Ano nakakatulong para kumalma ka?
Sila po.
Sila. Ikaw tumutulong sa kanya. Oy, baby brother Edward, paano mo siya pinapakalma? Sige nga, kasi great contribution. Ano mo siya pinapakalma?
Sabi ko siya kabahan. Kaya niya yan.
Huwag ka kabahan. Yan ang pampakalma. Since nasa iyo na yung mic, okay, if pwede kang pumili kung sino yung mga kalaban nyo, it's gonna be either RSG defending Southeast Asia, the Kings, and the only one that you guys haven't had, not being able to let them defend that, or ECHO, na naka 4-0 sa inyo sa Worlds. Sino ang pipiliin mong makaharap?
ECHO, babawian namin sila.
With confidence! Usually nahihiya si Edward, ECHO, kasi gusto talaga nilang bawian. Ito naman, V-Wise. V-Wise, you guys weren't here. You weren't here last time that for MSC, nag-opt out kayo nung season 9. But now, you're one step closer to be able to fight to complete the crown. The only thing that you guys don't have, MSC Championship. How does it feel that you're taking a step closer and closer to that, especially with such a great run so far ngayong playoffs?
Sakto lang. Kasi ako personally, hindi naman namin goal makumpleto lahat ng dapat makumpleto para lang may mapatunayan. Katulad ng sinabi ko ng regular season, mas importante sa amin na mapakita namin na consistent kaming nagko-compete.
I love it! That is such a great answer from Mom Shu. Once again, everybody, give it up. Blacklist International. Go ahead, you may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. You heard it from Mom Shu. Their goal is not to prove more and more. Hindi para lang mapatunayan na kaya nilang makompleto. They want to be able to show their consistency as an entire team. They're doing it right, and they're answering really well. But we're gonna be talking about that game even more, diving deep into it. Kaya casters, pasok.
Congratulations to a well-deserved victory for our reigning and defending champions. Gentlemen, final thoughts for that hell of a series.
The only thing that disappoints me and makes me upset about this series is it could not go any longer. Even if Blacklist were to win anyways, I would have loved to see both of them just go at it.
Yeah. For me, Agent Zero is goated. And second is Blacklist is back when it comes to their drafting. My God, I did not see this in the group stages, and I'm happy to see it once again. They're primed and ready to take back what they wanted to have for the longest time now.
Step closer, as they mentioned. On behalf of Leo and Wolf, this has been the English desk for the first series of the day. But before anything else, let's go on over to Midnight for the analysis.
Honestly, I just want to say Blacklist International played individually well in game number 4. Lahat sila nag-perform on their individual roles and dito natin makikita yung world-class caliber ng mga agents sa side ng Blacklist International. Again, welcome back dito sa Analyst Stand. Ako nga pala si Midnight and ating nga idadissect kung paano nga ba ito ginawa ng Blacklist International against BREN Esports. Sinabi natin kanina sa Keys to Victory na kailangan matuto ng Blacklist and I think that's what they did against BREN Esports. Coming from a 0-4 series record against BREN, ngayon sila naman yung almost nag-sweep sa BREN Esports. Pero game number 4, nakita natin yung comfort talaga ng Blacklist International. I would say, ito yung pinaka-comfortable na nakita natin sila dito sa series na to dahil nahawakan nila yung kanilang mga heroes na talaga nagre-reflect kung ano ba yung signature playstyle nila. The Queen with the sustain sa Estes, si Wise. I would say parang hindi na nga enough yung hindi na nga enough yung King of the Jungle na pangalan niya. I would say it is a credibility na kailangan natin siyang tawagan na the one true king. Kasi kakaiba talaga yung kanyang objective control. Lagi natin nakikita yung mga pag-reset sa Lord, yung mga target selection, yung mga pang-frontline niya. World-class jungler, I would say, yung performance nito ni Wise against BREN Esports. And of course, yung comfort din ni Al. Actually, dito nakita na hyper-aggressive yung gold laner ng Blacklist International once na binigyan mo siya ng proper matchup. Even though BREN Esports nakakuha sila ng konting tempo nung early game, I would say it was a macro decision coming out from Blacklist International. Nung nag-contest yung BREN sa turtle ng Blacklist, yes, nakakuha sila ng kill, natalo ang Blacklist doon, pero that was without the gold laner of Blacklist. Kumaga parang alam nila na yung scenario na yon, iko-contest nila yung turtle. If makuha nila, nice. Kapag hindi nila nakuha, okay lang. Kasi nakakapag-farm si Owl on this Moskov. And alam nila, ito yung win condition nila for this game. Kasi ito yung late game assurance mo eh. And pagdating naman sa team fights, hindi rin awkward yung laban for Blacklist International. Actually, baliktad nga yung storya. BREN yung nahihirapan lumaban against Blacklist because of Agent Zero. Edward always consistently standing on the front lines. Kapag pumasok si Kyle TZ sa backline, merong suporta ni Oh My Venus. Isusustain niya sila Owl, sila Yue, at si Edward naman nandun sa may bandang harapan. Again, parang gravity siya rito na ina-attract niya lahat ng atensyon. Coming up from BREN Esports. And in turn, hindi masyado na pagpufokusan yung sustain na ginagawa ni Venus sa may bandang likuran. Kaya naman, actually, hindi nga namatay si Owl for this game. And nakapag-farm siya ng maraming gold. Siya rin na rin yung naging highest damage dealer for the side of Blacklist International. And gusto ko i-comment si Edward. Hindi half committal yung ginawa niya rito kay Joy. Although meron siyang dominance ice, meron siyang actually halos lahat ng damage item niya ay damage output. Pero again, the true carry of this game was Owl on this Moskov. Alam niya yung naging timing niya, alam niya na kailangan niya mag-farm sa early game kasi mahirap nga naman sabayan yung Beatrix sa majority ng first few parts of these fights. Kasi alam mong may damage output yung BREN Esports, hindi ka pwede basta-basta lumaban. Even though meron kang Estes, medyo kukulangin kayo sa damage output. So ang idea ng Blacklist is secure as much as we can yung objectives against BREN Esports. If need i-contest, i-contest natin yan. And dito pumapasok yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung control ng Blacklist sa turtle fights, it's immaculate coming out from Wise. And gusto ko rin i-highlight yung ginagawa ni Yue. Ganito nila i-approach yung team fight laban sa BREN Esports. Edward coming in, i-force out yung Cult Altar, and laging may follow-up ng Feathered Airstrike ni Yue. Every single clash, ganun ang ginawa ng Blacklist International. Come in with Edward, Feathered Airstrike sa may bandang likuran, and inuubos kagad yung additional layers of HP na hawak ng BREN. Again, itong clash na to, wala lang yung Moskov ng Blacklist International. They know their timings. Alam nila na hindi ito yung proper time to fight. That's why you see Owl on the top lane. Nakakuha siya ng tower of the skirmish kahit pa sabihin natin nakakuha ng konting momentum mga BREN Esports. It's an objective coming out for the red side. Importante lang for Blacklist na masecure nila yung mid-game power spike nila. And again, look at this. Heal sa backline, nasa harap si Edward, pero airstrike para matanggal yung Cult Altar. Similar every single fight. And dito mo makikita na yung approach ng Blacklist is methodical and surgical. One of the most fundamental team fights I've ever seen. Paulit-ulit natin na makikita to. Every single successful clashes ng Blacklist, laging nasa harapan si Edward. Hindi nga siya nag-e-effort na abutin ng todo-todo si Super Marco sa may bandang likuran. As long as nakuha niya yung atensyon ng BREN Esports and na-force out niya yung Cult Altar, which is primarily yung pangayong target ng Blacklist International, laging may kasunod na Feathered Airstrike. And the problem is, wala nang follow-up if ever man mag-re-engage ang Blacklist with the Estes and the Moskov. And that was the the ingredients for the success here of Blacklist and National. Now, looking back at our keys to victory, yun ang ginawa ng Blacklist. Nag-adjust sila sa adjustment na ginawa ng BREN Esports nung game number 3. And nakuha nila yung kanilang momentum. And of course, nakuha din nila yung kanilang win against BREN Esports. Again, it was a fantastic game. Series overall, yung game number 4 talaga pinakita sa atin yung immaculate concept ng macro decisions ng Blacklist International and of course, the individual play styles of their players. Congratulations to Blacklist International for advancing in the next round and BREN Esports will unfortunately drop to the lower bracket. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos ngayong araw dahil sa pagbabalik natin maglalaban. Mga champions din, actually, ang current world champions, ECHO. Ang laban naman nila ay ang defending champions ng MSC. Kaya yan ang inyong mga matutunghian. Huwag kayong aalis dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 11.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number?
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back to the home of the champions. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs. Now, after the bout between two world champions, where we witnessed Blacklist International bring down BREN Esports, the very first time in the history of MPL Philippines where we witnessed an upper bracket go down, the top seed from the lower bracket, well, it's now time for the bout between two current title holders. Now, we saw Irad yesterday show us his skills and flex his mastery in the jungle. But now, he's up against such a tough contender, going up against the only two-time world champion and the young GOAT, Carl Tizzy. Na para pag-usapan ang nalalapit na harapan sa pagitan ng reigning world champion ECHO at defending kings of Southeast Asia na RSG Slate Philippines. As a Max Convention Center, please help me welcome our panelists, Chantel and Burrito. Hi, guys!
Hi!
Hello! Iba yung
Yeah.
energy ngayon. Yeah! Nag-trending na ngayon yung yeah. Ngayon, pag-usapan natin yung playoffs experience natin so far. I mean, it's been such a great experience. How about you guys? What do you think?
Sa akin, more on overwhelming kasi ang daming tao, tapos iba na talaga yung hype, and very unexpected yung mga nangyari sa mga laban natin.
Ako naman, since first MPL playoffs experience ko, ang dami kong natutunan and ganito pala yung experience, ganito pala yung vibe na ikaw ay nasa harapan ng mga tao na nanonood sa'yo. Dati tinitingala ko lang yung mga ganun.
Pero ito, bago natin umpisahan, itong bakbakan na magaganap ngayon, may papanoorin muna tayo. At ito ang pagbati ng ating kapitbahay mula sa MPL Singapore. Let's hear it from Cheryl.
Hi Cara! Hello MPL Philippines! This is Cheryl from MPL Singapore. Wishing you all the best of luck to prove who will become champions this season. Now we are all eagerly waiting to see who will represent Philippines to the MSC to defend your crown against not just the Southeast Asia countries, but also the invited regions around the world. You guys may have won many titles for the past 3 years, but we're ready to take that crown from you. So we're here to shake things up at the MSC and we'll see you then.
Oh, they're here to shake things up. And you know what? So far kasi, Singapore hasn't gone far sa MSC. And we're really hoping to see them do well. And hopefully, you know, Philippines, Singapore.
Tingnan natin. Kasi ngayon sila, if I'm not mistaken, RSG Singapore ang ang representative na sa MSC, tama ba?
At saka yung RSG Slate na Singapore kasi for the longest time, parang sila na talaga yung nagre-represent for Singapore. So maybe it's about time na makita natin talaga yung pinaka-chemistry nila as a team kasi halos sa kadikit na talaga pag sinabing RSG Slate or SG, automatic nakilala na natin yung mga players.
And I've met them before. There are really nice players. So we're looking forward to seeing you sa MSC. Now, simulan na natin ang usapan tungkol sa paparating na laban. We have the reigning world champion and the defending champions of Southeast Asia. So, Chantel, Burrito, let's break it down. What do you guys think about this matchup?
Sa akin, kasi halos magkaparehas ng playstyle to eh. More on the action Jackson, suntukan talaga kagad. May mga explosive na roamers sila, Yawi and Light. So I think itong laban na to, aabot ng best of 5 and talagang mataas sa mga kill score.
Actually, sa akin, para sa matchup na to, may difference kasi in terms of kung paano sila naglaro this season. Parang Echo, nakita natin, very strong. Tapos biglang nag-iba yung performance naman ng RSG pagdating sa dulo.
Especially, lately, kahapon, RSG. Ibang-iba, pero review muna natin tayo ng onte yung matches nila noong regular season. Noong first meeting nila, winalis ng RSG ang Echo 2-0. Sa pangalawa, bumawi naman ng Echo 2-1. So, sino ba ang mga player na dapat natin tutukan sa laban na to?
Kung tutukan lang ang pag-uusapan, Irad and Carl TZ ang dapat natin bantayan. Dalawang junglers na sabihin natin Irad. Unahin natin si Irad. Irad is more on the assassin hero nung regular season. Andun yung Joy, andun yung Ling. Pero kahapon, against Onyx Philippines, ipinakita niya na kaya niya ring mag-utility tank. Kumuha siya ng Bakshan, andun yung Fredrin, even the Hayabusa. So, para sa akin, yun yung magiging challenge ngayon para kay Irad dahil Carl TZ, two-time world champion.
Akin same, si Ira din. Kasi kung isipin mo, for RSG, yung sinabi natin na di ba nagbago yung kung paano sila maglaro. Again, dahil din yun sa nagbago sila ng jungler. So pag sinabi mo kasing jungler tapos iba yung hero pool, parang mag-iiba din yung dynamics ng team. And pag nag-iba yung dynamics, medyo mahirap for the other team kung nakasanayan mo yung dati.
But Irad's mechanical ability, ibang level na ngayon. Now, nung in-interview ko si Irad kahapon, after the victory versus Onyx, sabi niya, papatunayan niyang kaya niyang makipagsabayan sa malakas na junglers. Guys, do you think that Irad has what it takes to do this?
Dito masusubok ngayon yan kasi way back nung nasa MDL, nakita natin kung gaano rin kapursigido itong si Irad, no? And at the same time, pagpasok niya sa MPL, even though na sobrang konti pa nung naging laro niya, napatunayan niya kagad na meron talaga siyang ibubuga.
Ito actually yung sinabi niya, noong unang matchup po namin, kasi medyo nape-pressure po ako, sobrang tapang niya po maglaro. Parang binabata niya po ako, pero bukas po, ibibigay ko yung best ko, papatunayan ko na kaya kong makipagsabayan sa malalakas na jungler.
Malaman yung sinabi ni Ira dito kasi aware siya na in terms of veteran moves, angat si Carl TZ. Pero dahil aware siya, ibig sabihin, merong challenge sa kanya na this time around, hindi na ako magpapabata.
Pero you can see the respect that he has.
Yes.
Kaya nga siya na-pressure because he has so much respect for Carl TZ. Pero tignan natin yung stats. Let's break it down to the stats. Tignan natin if Irad's best will be good enough versus the young GOAT Carl TZ.
Whoa!
Pagkakita mo pa lang, apat na first with the all-time rank para dito kay Carl TZ. Again, connotated as the GOAT dito sa larangan ng Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And it's a lot difficult para dito kay Ira natapatan yung ganitong performance. Pero why not, di ba?
Yeah, and dito natin makikita na sa lahat ng aspeto ng pagiging jungler, isa talaga si Carl TZ sa mga nasa top seed. No, total kills, hero damage, even the turtles and lord takes, talagang world class itong si Carl TZ.
You know why he's called the young GOAT? You saw the stats? First, in total assist lang yung fifth. That's how great Carl TZ is. But you know what? Carl, patingin nga ng daliri. Pwede mo pakita. Ayun! Okay, so
Uy, may
nangyari. May nangyari. Ano yan? Engage ba siya? Tapos binali.
Balita ko may nangyari.
May nangyari.
Ay.
In fact, it was so serious that he was sent to the hospital. So, some sort of, may nangyari sa finger niya. And how do you think this is gonna affect his game?
Ako pa, pagka masakit yung daliri ko, mahirap eh. Kasi parang iisipin mo, didiinan ko ba yung pindot or not? Kasi parang a lot of factors na rin na kailangan mo i-consider kasi baka mas sumakit pa.
Yeah. Tsaka siguro maganda rin na yung dito yung na nagkaroon sa kanya. At least
Paano ba?
Kaya mo pang pumindot.
Yeah,
as
buti
long
na lang
as
hindi
yung
thumb.
As long as yung thumb nandun.
Pero still, yung support. Tsaka
Oo.
alam mo, iba yung may nagta-throb. Sana hindi nagta-throb. Sana, Carl, you're okay and everything is fine and you can focus 100% sa laban natin. Pero ito, bukod kina Carl TZ and Irad, sino-sino mo po yung mga players na dapat natin abangan sa matchup na to, Burrito?
Nabanggit ko na kanina, Yawi and Light. Ito yung pinag-uusapan talaga kung sino nga ba ang best roamer sa kanilang dalawa. And kung titignan natin in terms of their statistics, Chantel, mas lamang ata sila dito.
Actually, in terms of play style din kasi ng mga teams, parang doon magmamatter yung pinaka-statistics mo as a player. So definitely for Light, may kita talaga natin. Actually, parang barya lang yung difference in terms of pag-angat dito sa kill participation and even damage taken per death. So for Light here, again, yung mga heroes niya is usually on the setup plays. Same for Yawi, pero difference is for Yawi, gumagamit siya ng mga tank na like Kadita, Valier. So magkaiba in terms of that. Pero yung nadadala nila sa team na effect, almost the same.
Now, we talked about Light. After yung panalo nila kahapon kontra sa Onyx, sabi niya, 80% confident siya makakabalik yung RSG sa MSC. Based on their performance so far, what do you think about that?
Sa akin, masasabi natin na na accurate yung sinasabi niya na 80% kasi marami pa rin talagang kailangan i-consider dito. Andyan yung World Champs, andyan yung Blacklist International, and even nandun pa sila sa state na binabalanse pa nila si Irad doon sa composition na meron sila. Kasi for the longest time doon sa regular season, si H2O, yung kanilang jungler. So, tingin ko yung 2 weeks na preparation nila ay medyo sapat na, pero kailangan pa talagang fokusan pa ng konti.
Kaya nga hindi niya sinabi 100%. Pero sa interview din kahapon, binanggit din ni Coach Panda na nakukuha na kasi sabi niya, selfless si H2O, and then ganun din yung iba. Ganun din. Nakuha na niya yung balance na gusto ni Coach Panda.
Saka parang pag sa mga ganyan, usually pag may goal ka kasi talaga, di ba, gusto mo as much as possible, i-enter mo siya na very confident. And if you're very confident, magta-translate siya sa performance. So kung 80% confident sila, ibig sabihin mataas ang chance na bubalik sila sa MSC.
You know, I really love this matchup because they're the current title holders. They have a lot to prove, and especially, may pride sila. Yung isa gustong i-defend, yung isa, well, world champs kami. They want to be able to do well. So, let's do a prediction, guys. Echo or RSG?
Ako pa muna, sige.
Ang hirap.
Echo.
Echo, would you like to explain why?
Hindi ko na-explain, pero 3-2 Echo.
Oh, 3-2 Echo. Okay.
Same din, Echo, 3-2. Hindi maybe probably because yung performance din nila regular season and baka transitioning pa talaga si Irad na mag-gel in sa team.
Echo has such a great chance, but this is the first time we're going to see them play. And we saw RSG Slate Philippines yesterday. At sabi nga ng lahat, wow, they're so much cleaner. They're so disciplined. So Echo might really have a tough time today. So final thoughts before we start this matchup.
Sa akin, gusto kong makita yung Atlas ni Light.
Uy.
Dahil, di ba, nagkaroon nga tayo ng global ban sa isang digi. So, feeling ko ito na yung panahon. It's either Yawi or Light ang gagamit ng Atlas. Tingnan natin.
Ako, final thoughts ko, ready na ako sa lahat ng mga pwede mangyari ngayong araw. I mean, hindi natin expect yung naging performance mga teams sa mga previous days. But for today, I'm really looking forward na maiging intense ang ating laban.
Naririnig nyo yung mga cheers. That's because the players, they're going inside the venue right now. Kaya dapat nandito kayo nanonood live at SMX Convention Center para sa ating mga online viewers dyan. You can win some diamonds. Just comment a photo of yourself while watching MPL Philippines playoffs. Sa hashtag of the day post ang matatagpuan natin sa official Facebook and Twitter account ng MPL Philippines. And get a chance to win how many diamonds? 1,000 MLBB diamonds! And ang hashtag for today ay hashtag MPL-PH Tapatan! So sali na kayo! Now, simulan natin ang ating laban ng reigning world champions and defending kings of Southeast Asia. Orcas, Raiders. This is Echo versus RSG Slate Philippines. Let's pass it on to the voice of MPL to welcome our teams. Reptar, pasok.
One battle of champions after another. SMX and the world. This is the second match of the upper bracket in our playoffs. Let's welcome our teams. The last time they graced our playoffs, they were not crowned champions. Now, they are on the way to a potential Grand Slam. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the reigning champions of the world, ECHO! Now, last night, the Kingslayers assured the Raiders that they came in prepared for the playoffs. They thrashed the Sonics to arrange another date with the Orcas. They are the defending Kings of Sea, RSG Slate Philippines! And of course, welcome our coaches to the stage, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Panda. Orcas! Raiders! Labanan na!
Here we are once again, Echo, going up against RSG Slate Philippines. Alam natin na ang RSG ay naghahabol ulit dahil gusto nilang makabalik sa MSC stage. Para naman sa Echo, they want to retain yung kanilang momentum from their World Championship. Sabi nga nila, pag naging World Champion ka, medyo magkakaroon ng curse. But Echo wants to prove that na hindi mangyayari yon sa kanila. At ang simula na kanilang round sa playoffs is gonna be up against RSG Slate Philippines. Let's first talk about RSG Slate. Napakaganda na kanilang run in the first round of the playoffs. Pero ibang-iba yon sa nakita natin noong group stages. May mga struggles na nakita mula sa RSG Slate Philippines. May mga moments pa nga na nakitang-kita natin yung tough love ni Coach Panda sa kanilang team dahil hindi nga ganun ka-perfecto yung kanilang ipinakita. But when we look at them yesterday, mas perfecto naman. Let us now look at Echo and their composition. Ito yung M4 championship na lineup nila with Bagyong Benny. Nandiyan si Carl TC na medyo may konting problema sa akin. But I know that he can power through. And of course, Sansan na naging sobrang effective para sa Echo in the group stages of MPL Season 11. And let's saw Yawi na tahimik lang pero malupit talaga yung kanyang ipinapakita. I actually wrote something for Yawi. Siya yung parang man of focus. Nakita natin dun sa kanyang performance in the group stages na kapag meron na nga siyang sinimulan na gustong gawin, nagiging effective talaga yun. Kunwari, try niya mag-set up or kung siya pa ipang depensa sa team, whatever it is that he's tasked to do, he's gonna do it for the team. At yun yung malaking evolution na nakita natin kay Yawi all throughout the MPL seasons. Para naman sa RSG Slate Philippines, isa lang ang kailangan nating tignan dito, which is si Irad. Dahil yung ibang members naman nila ay ito na yung standard during the group stages. Irad, this is technically speaking, pangalawang linggo pa lang niya maglalaro ulit para sa RSG Slate Philippines. Pero already, after performing in the round 1 of play-ins, grabe, ibang level yung pinakita niyang mechanics. Irad, kakaibang mechanics yung pinakita niya against Sensui Instincts sa kanilang bakbakan sa jungler. And now, we definitely can be confident na siya na ang fit dito sa RC Slate Philippines lineup. Para naman sa ibang members dito ng RC, nagbalik lang din yung kanilang MSC format. Hindi natin pwedeng i-credit yung RC Slate Philippines sa ginawa nila ng group stage dahil kahapon nagpakita sila ng iba nilang timpla. In fact, ito yung ibang mga stats na makikita natin sa RSG na 4th placers nung nakaraan. We can see na biglang tumaas yung kanilang mga stats with their KDA, with their GPM overall. Kung babalikan natin yung group stages, hindi ganito ka one-sided yung mga stats, or at least hindi ganito ka-sided sa RSG yung ating mga stats. And we can definitely put Echo na sila yung mas madaling mananalo dito going up against RSG. Why? Because they performed so well. Let's look at some of the important heroes dito para sa Echo. Yan ang Fredrin, Lapu-Lapu, and Farsa. In fact, hindi ako magulat kung ito pa rin yung gagamitin ng Echo dahil sobrang effective nga nila. Especially the Sansan duo with that Farsa pati yung Lapu-Lapu, kung paano nila ini-elevate yung playstyle ng Echo by being very aggressive. Yung sinasabi nga nating Echo Express. Para naman sa team head-to-head, again, kalibutan natin ulit yung stats ng RSG. Surely hindi ganun kagandahan kukumpara dun sa Echo, pero hindi ito yung performance na pwede nating i-expect sa kanila dahil nagbago na nga ng matindi ang RC Slate Philippines comparing their group stage ngayon na nasa playoffs na sila. When it comes to Echo, however, very standard. Alam naman natin, top of the pack, second placers ng ating group stages, maganda yung performance overall as a team. Kaya naman, madaling sabihin na pabor sa kanila yung mga stats sa ngayon. Apart from that, ang sambagay na kailangan nating tignan dito ay yung bakbakan ng dalawang malupit na ex-P-laners. Sanford already made his name doon sa international stage. And I'm sure na pag tinignan naman natin si Nats, nagbabalik ngayon sa form. Nakakatakot ang kanyang performance as you saw yesterday. Yan ang mga kailangan nating abangan. Yung mga mini matchups dito, like the X-Blade. Of course, yung jungler matchup din. Kailangan tingnan. Alam natin, Scar TZ, sa two-time championship player. At bukod dyan, siya tinatawag na young goat sa kayo dahil sa gaano ba siya katindi. But when now he's facing up against Irad, another familiar foe for him. Dahil nakita na natin makipagbakan si Carl TZ sa ibang mga mga players, but this time is gonna be up against Irad na fresh kung titignan. Let's look at the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Una, para sa Echo, as you can now be aggressive or defensive and adjust accordingly. So, pwede nilang gamitin either the Echo Express or yung Echo System na pwede nilang ipagtapat dun sa fundamentals na ginagawa dito ng RSG at na-master nga talaga nila. For RSG naman, let the mechanic cook. Saktong-sakto, pinag-usapan natin ito kanina. Nakita natin si Irad. The mechanics that we saw from him yesterday ay talaga namang kailangang abangan sa ngayon. RSG kailangan lang i-unleash yung monstrous na jungler nila sa mechanics and go up against Carl TZ. Not gonna be an easy fight, but of course, pag nakita natin maging successful dito si Irad going up against Carl TZ, RSG will be in a much better spot for both teams. Respect the ex-P-laners' capabilities. When it comes to the drafting, kailangan abangan. Hindi pwedeng may luging hero over the other. Kung magpapalitan sila ng Arlot and Joy, hindi pwedeng one-sided. Kailangan i-respeto ng dalawang teams na to yung kalakasan ng kabilang ex-P-laner. At sobrang excited na ako dahil dito pa lang sa draft, makikita natin kung paano mag-a-adjust ang RSG at Echo for that. And when it comes to gameplay, paano nga ba nila i-activate o kaya naman i-nullify yung kabilang ex-P-laner? Yan ang mga kailangan nating tignan dito sa ating matchup. So, it's the junglers and the ex-P-laners. And of course, huwag natin kalimutan yung mga members ng dalawang teams na to. Yan ang kailangan nabangan ng dalawang teams natin for the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. And, of course, di naman dyan talaga matatapos ang lahat. Surely madami na nga tayong nasabi at sobrang excited na akong makita ang bakbakan ng Echo at RC Slate Philippines. Huwag na natin patagalin. Pasa na natin sa ating mga casters.
The Kings of the Sea versus the Kings of the World. Two teams, two titles to defend, and who is going to prevail first today? Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, world. Welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Renmar, and yes, it's us, the true, the one and only, We Bear Bros is back for the action today. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling great. I know the other Bear Bro out there is just not too far from us, but yeah, I'm excited about the matchup, you know, and you commented at exactly what that is. It's pretty much two champion teams in their own right going at it now, fighting for, again, that way to the upper bracket.
Yeah,
that
it's
way
all
to the grand finals.
The grand finals all about the battle of the champions. The MSC 2023 is happening now, or this June in Cambodia. 2 of our representatives will have the hashtag See the World to defend the title against the best of the best in Southeast Asia's teams. And for the very first time, the representatives from North America, Turkey, and MENA that you met also nice you back in Jakarta. This is the first time it's happening in June.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it. I mean, if ever I do not get invited to be or get chosen to be one of the talents for MSC, I will fly to Cambodia just so I can watch.
There you go.
Can someone please pay for my ticket?
That's dedication.
That needs a lot of money. Speaking of money,
And
you see
passion.
2 money gold laners on your screen right now, Benny Cutie and Eman, and I like that this is the head-to-head getting featured. Benny Cutie is known to be the safest gold laner with the perfect clash entry timing. Eman has been on and off with that, kind of shaky with that throughout the season. But when Eman is on point with when he wants to commit, he will give Benny Cutie and Echo a run for their money.
Yeah, they call it in the Tagalog stream, basta Eman Mayaman, the rich one in the RSG gold laner now, who is never even hesitating to use a flicker to get an aggressive kill.
True.
There's always similarities between Benecuti and Eman. And looking at this player head-to-head once again, the team fight participation is leaning towards Eman from their fight yesterday.
Yeah, I love it. We saw a lot of great things, I would say, from RSG's gameplay yesterday to round out day number 1 of the playoffs. So, you know, I'm wondering exactly, and we saw how even excited Coach Panda was, right, about their performance.
Yep.
So I can't wait to see, again, do they bring that to the table here against a team like Echo, who even at the regular season, the end of it, some teams were figuring out, you know, this Echo squad and exactly what works against them. So now, you have to take the fact that it's been plenty of weeks, 2 weeks, for these teams to get to that point. And now this is the time for RSG to really show what they have made of themselves after yesterday.
And RSG are continuing their principles of drafting against Echo. If on the red side, they do not want to give the Yuzhong to Echo, because most likely that will go into the 3rd slot for Echo if it is open for them. And because RSG love to play a slow front-to-back play style, they like beefy frontliners, creating space for their backline. The one hero that can really ruin that is the big black dragon himself, Yuzhong.
Yeah, Wolf mentioned it earlier in his analyst stand that one of the scariest heroes that Nats could have right now is his own Yuzhong, but RSG themselves ban it for this one because they're on the red side. There's something that they want to secure because this time they're up against the world champs, and Arl is the priority pick here of Echo for this one.
And it has to be up against Nats. He was a monster on the Arlot yesterday against Untitled. I believe one of the biggest reasons why RSG won that series is because of Nats himself. The timing, most importantly, underline that statement. The timing of his abilities. Not just the entry, but when he maximizes his stun, his final slash is massive for the RSG playstyle. So now, Valentina, it's a potential pickup here for RSG. They can hold off on the Fredrin, however, that will be a favored pick for Carl Teasy. They ban away the Lancelot. The Fredrin looks good here, but the clue is also still open. But they say, you know what, Fredrin it is, but they also pick up the Joy for themselves.
Okay. I like that. You know, I like the fact that they took up the Joy here because it's a great, I would say, counterplay in the same way against this Arlot, because you can cause your own type of havoc against that final slash combination, which we saw yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And since speaking of havoc, we questioned yesterday why Nats chose the Fredrin for the EXP lane, because most of the games that we saw, even on our ranked games, is not mostly effective. But yesterday, with this hero, they had a win. So this, too, is actually a good flex pick for RSG to make to make things around for this composition, because now it's 2 comfort heroes back in Echo. We have the Franco and the Valentina.
Yeah, it's interesting with how Echo are drafting. Cover up the names, and that looks like Echo's drafting like RSG and RSG's drafting like Echo, prioritizing the heroes that they did pick up. It's important to pick up the Franco if you're up against the Joy. If it's the only option for suppress left and you need strong crowd control, you pick that up. Now RSG go for the usual strategy. If you're on the red side, you pick your marksman 3rd pick and you start taking away marksman right now. They take away the carry to go up against the Beatrix. They might take away another one. However, if they want to, they can start taking away Carl Teasy heroes, but do not turn off yourself from the idea that Echo might actually put the Valentina in the jungle, but that means they're going to need to put in a mid laner that will be good for either crowd control or burst. Options on that are kind of wearing thin, though, considering that the Joy is what they're up against. Most likely, this Valentina will be going mid, and a jungle hero for Karltizi. The Akai still up, could be the pickup here for Echo later on.
Okay, so that's a fair point for the Valentina, though. That could be also the jungler of Echo, and also good bans here, the Carry and the Eve. And there you have it, the Akai. Senior there, Renmar, what's with the Akai here for RSG, and also the Atlas. There's no hero yet for Light this time, so look, could this be a setup for the Lolita for him to use?
The Lolita looks available for RSG, but are they willing to give that ultimate to Echo with them being up against the Valentina? Good bans here in the second round, so they want to actually force the Joy into the mid lane for Exort, but Exort still has a lot of options to draft if they want to flex it. Most likely the Roamer will be the pickup here. If it's not going to be the Roamer, then they are going to be showing where this Joy will be playing at. I'm thinking maybe RSG might even be considering a Kagura, but Echo hasn't shown enough heroes here that would warrant a Kagura pick.
That's a good one, though. If the Kagura pick would be a really good pick here for RSG, there could be a good option, but this is a different one. It's a Kufra.
Okay.
Roamer first.
So pieces of the puzzle fall into place here. RSG specifically, I like this. Again, you know, the performance that we saw yesterday with them, a lot of this will also come down to that roam battle, that roam lineup. And for Light, he's gonna have to have an amazing game working against this, right? The Kagura is actually locked in for Echo, along with the Mincetar. And now think about this: your RSG. How much do you have to dodge here? You got to dodge hooks, man. You got to dodge spears of glory. You got to dodge umbrellas.
And they read it. Echo actually decided to go for the switch because of the lineup that they drafted. This will boost their gold lane. That's a gold lane Mincetar.
Oh, really?
That's
for
a gold lane Mincetar.
Oh, okay. A different choice here, a different flavor for Echo.
What universe do we live in right now? And of course, it's gonna be a glue pickup. They flex it. It's a jungle Joy or an XP lane Joy, look like. They're still switching things up. Okay, now mid lane Joy, XP lane glue, jungle Fred, and a gold lane Mincetar for Benny Cutie.
Let's go.
How is this? I mean, this is the first time we're about to see a gold lane Mincetar by Benny Cutie, and they're not afraid to use it.
You know, that's why when you guys were talking about like possible marksman pick, you know, options, gold lane options, it's the thing, like Benny Cutie, you never know, right? Because he does like to opt sometimes for those magic dealers. There's a whole lot of prediction there for Echo, by the way.
Purple.
But, you know, the fact that he's bringing this Mincetar now to the gold lane, that's actually going to be super interesting to see how it works out. How does it play? Because once again, even if you don't have an amazing game in the gold lane, the utility there for the Mincetar is obviously still going to be high value, right? So, again, work cut out here for RSG, dodging everything that they have to against this lineup.
That's crazy. We understand that Mincetar benefits from attack speed items. They're up against a glue, Kufra, Fredrin. The damage, will they have enough of it? Long sustained team fights doesn't sound like an Echo Plus, but we'll see once we head into this what this gold lane Mincetar will look like going into this series. I did not expect this will be the hero matchup we'll see in the gold lane between Benny Cutie and Eman.
Look at this. Speaking of possibilities, it's happening. Karltizi on the Valentina.
Yeah, Valentina jungle. The thing that really sticks out to me, though, is Master Assassin Emblem Mincetar, too. You know, like
dry.
How to find the lockdowns here and maybe snowball. You know, that's what you're going to be shooting for. So think about just the one-on-one matchup with Emon and Benny Cutie, how that plays out here.
Yeah, but just looking how the mechanic works with Beatrix and up against. Oh, look at that. Almost low HP. And Benny Cutie says, go back to base and refill back your HP.
Yeah, Emon is not going to be going back, though. He'll be able to survive a little bit more there. But I think the play here for Echo is to continue forcing bottom lane rotations on the side of RSG to free up the turtle a little bit more for Echo, considering that the lineup that they drafted if it's going to be a full-on team fight, will struggle. We did see in the previous series between Blacklist International and BREN, if there is a strong invade composition that it's up against, a jungle Valentina will struggle.
Yeah, and speaking of invade potential, yeah, that's right. If RSG is looking for a way to slow down things a bit for Echo, that's one thing they could capitalize on this part of the early game, because if Valentina is more into getting the objectives faster, that's one way to delay someone and getting into the objectives.
Oh, right now, action breaking up on the top side. 2 versus 2 is going. Nav's quite low here, has to back off. Erad joining the party, he's going to get the CC off. Sanford has to flicker out though. Nobody falling just yet. Meanwhile, Turtle's going to be worked on. Carl Teasy secures it, able to find it. The lockdowns come through. Another flicker going to be burned for another one. Still looking for the first blood. It's drawn by Carl Teasy. Yaoi will fall though on the other side. The 1-for-1 trade, but the Turtle goes in the hands of Echo. They're still looking for more. Sanji and Sanford, the San duo, punish Irad.
That was just raw mechanics coming out from Echo. RSG, they weren't able to get there in time to out-retry Carl Teasy in the Turtle, who, by the way, is playing with an injured finger, folks.
Wow.
An injured finger on his hand, and he's playing a Valentina. Light goes in.
Light gonna go in, gonna get hooked though himself. Benny Cutie takes quite a bit of damage. Look at the King's calling though, plus the spear. Emin will fall.
Oh, just look at that confidence popping out with those 3 calls. And that's how Mincetar Gold Lane works with Benny Cutie. Defying impossible, and that's how you delay the progress of Eman as early as now by just looking at the items that you're about to see, which is not that.
Yeah, not that, but we did see Benny Cutie pick up a Corrosion Scythe later. I'm really interested to see. Oh, Light with a hook!
Okay, hook gonna land. There's the Bloody Hunt follow-up. Should be an easy kill. Light will fall. And they go ahead and back off from there. This is what I'm talking about. Pick-off potential is huge for Echo.
Irad and Emma going down to the bot lane. Yaoi here to assist. Let's see if anyone will commit a play here with the Lord Turtle. 30 seconds in. And as I was saying earlier, Benny Cutie's item build here is what we're going to be watching out for. Is he going to be going full attack speed? Will he hybrid it so that he can build a little bit more sustainability? Is Benny Cutie really going to be the main damage condition here for Echo? The way it looks like is that Benny Cutie is one of the options, but it's split. It's Sanji, Carl, and Benny all splitting duties in terms of dealing damage.
You're going to be forced back here. Exort already using the ultimate, taking quite a bit of damage. Too much, actually. Had the Vengeance, not going to be enough as Sanji cleans up the kill. So now down a member, Turtle spawns. Echo in a good position to start it up. Erad, though, not going to let Carl Teasy take it freely here. Yaoi on the bottom side gets the hook off. Nas there as well. The rest of the team comes through. There's a final slash. Erad takes the Turtle, though, under the nose of Carl Teasy. And now they back off. Navs with the split. Split has the backup he needs. Can they grab the kill on top of it? Sanford will fall. Yaoi now in trouble, gets a Praiser's Wrath and shot down by Emon.
The sustain game is so high for RSG, and Echo's damage was not enough to just be into that position to take damages out of RSG.
Yeah, and that's the main thing there as Ira takes away an orange buff from Carl Teasy. The lack of damage that Echo will have for the foreseeable future. It'll take a few more minutes until we'll feel more damage coming out of Echo.
Benny gonna be in trouble here, it's too much. He was waiting a little bit longer, but will fall. 4 members here of RSG focusing on that gold lane. Turret will fall here. First one picked up for RSG.
Incredibly unfortunate as well for Benny Cutie that Yaoi was not able to land a hook to any member of RSG. That would have been a short trade with a hook under tower plus the Bloody Hunt. Now looking at the items, it seems like Demon Hunter Sword is going to be the next pickup here for Benny Cutie. Looking like he's going for the full damage route for this time being. Now RSG slate, I think their confidence is going to increase in terms of their team fighting. As long as they can avoid the main umbrella of that Kagura, they should be in a good enough position to fight. But with Ben Cutie, well, slightly disturbed here in the laning phase, he should be a while until he gets to feel the damage.
Light gonna jump in, the rest of the team to follow here. Bloody Hunt gonna be exhausted. Looking for the kill, they get it. The final slash, a little bit too late. Sanford now trying to make the best of the situation. Gonna get chunked down, they're gonna sandwich in! Light goes in with the flicker combo. Gets him locked down, Sanji will fall, Sanford to follow. In just a couple hits, he goes down top side in a massive play from RSG.
And just as that, the Raiders has taken the tower up top, and that's Echo responding to all the crumbs that they're following up against the Raiders.
Carl TZ, Benny Cutie, and Yawi will be able to contest this turtle. A great play by RSG. We just mentioned it. RSG felt it, the lack of damage on the side of Echo, so they decided to call a beautiful play. Great call there by RSG.
Hook gonna land here, but to no avail. Turtle will be taken. And Carl TZ gonna be forced out here to get the orange, but now, objectively, RSG in a great place here.
Yeah, and speaking of defense now, they could really soak up some more engages up against Echo. Look at the jump.
Oh, Light's still going to be going. Sanford goes in with the final slash. She gets Emon. Emon will follow. Hook is going to land. Irad could be in trouble here. Is going to get whittled down. Benny Cutie profiting off the kill here. Now Echo showing some fight back in this game.
Now with Benny Cutie rotating more with Echo, RSG are starting to feel a little bit more damage coming in from the side of Echo. It seems like Echo's lineup is either we pick off with pull and hooks, or we can counter punish by trapping people in the King's Calling of the Minstar and then just rain down AoE abilities onto them. That's the strength of the Echo lineup. They have so much AoE abilities, damage, especially magic at that. Nice setup there by Sanford with the final slash to catch him out of position, and of course the counter hook there. Echo has a lineup that can start it or counter punish it.
Well, counter or counter punish. Echo, on the other hand, hooks another one.
Iron Hook with the bloody cunt, gonna land down here. Sanji goes in. Sanford pushing Emon back here. Use the final slash already. Now gonna have to deal with the counter punch. They do just call it off. Emon gets the sniper shot off. Still gonna be looking for more. Light has to flicker out. Can they get the kill off of it? Benny Cutie gets that one. Yaoi gonna be in trouble, a hit away, but the kill is not there. Nas has to flicker out. Again, Echo, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade, now looking for that tier 1 turret.
Nats still managed to live another team fight, but the moment he had the grab for the side of Echo, that was one thing that we're trying to play it. Sustain is the name of the game for RSG, and the damage right now for Echo is really not showing. With the lead right now, it's not too far, but the score is almost like from 8-8.
And you saw it there, the Echo lineup split the team fight in your favor, so Benny Cutie can dive the back line onto Eman. And since when he is in that spear, I call it the spear poke form, he reduces damage coming to him from the front, which means a little bit less damage coming from Eman and more damage onto Eman himself.
Gonna have to fight for this. Light gonna find two here. Irad secures the Lord there. Now they're gonna win the battle here, forcing them out. Sanji's gonna fall. Who's next? Benny Cutie, though, still able to get a kill before he falls. Now Sanford's in trouble. Irad profiting another one. RSG is just unstoppable at this point.
Too much CC, bros. That is just too much knockups.
The crowd control, the damage, the sustain that RSG has. They are outliving and outgunning Echo right now. Exort has the highest KDA in a game this season with 7-1-16 versus Onic. That was yesterday in game number 3. And now Exort coming up big here as the Joy. It seems like RSG says, okay, Echo wants to trap all of us inside the King's Calling. Let's all just fight under the King's Calling. We have a Joy with us who will dish out a great amount of damage around the other members of Echo.
Well, 3 Molten Essence and a Dominance Ice. That's how you can really soak up being in the middle of an ultimate of a Minstar. So right now, what Echo could do is just completely divide RSG's strength as they go into team fights. And this is one problem, though, that they need to answer. Who do you target here? If you're RSG, either Eman or Ear, but they can actually sustain everything at this point in time.
Yeah, again, we mentioned extended team fights aren't the bread and butter here of Echo. RSG do that very well when they get to conserve the abilities. So it'll boil down to the point now of Echo just finding a good pickoff and trying to build out of that.
Well, that's the funny thing is, like, their lineup is literally pickoff.
Yeah.
Like that, you know, like that's kind of your,
just it.
What's our A, B, C, and D plan? Pickoff.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's kind of what they have. And if they don't, yes, they have great counterpunch, like you mentioned earlier, Renmar, but right now, RSG is actually doing a great job playing around that. Even at times where when those full-on team fights happen, RSG is able to pull out on top of it. Now, if Emon goes down, if somehow he's taken care of quickly, or if one of those pickoffs abilities land, whether it's the spear, the hook, or anything else, then they lose a huge amount of the firepower. So that's the biggest thing that Echo has to do is, how do we get to Emon? They've done it a couple times already. That literally is what they have to do going into pretty much the late game of this match one, this game one.
Yeah, is this a hybrid build here for Mincitar? It's most a mix of magic and damage, right?
It's more on the damage. His last 2 items will most likely be for sustain. It looks like he might be going for Radiant Armor.
Sanji gonna get caught out here. Light knew that was the target. Easy pickings. RSG gets a -1 for Echo. Unfortunately, though, the Lord isn't up just yet, so by the time it does spawn, Sanji will be back up here.
Echo here. Again, because of how Mincitar is built, it's not like all of his basic attacks will always hurt. It's really just when he has his shield up and he can poke. It's ability-based. Weird enough to say ability-based basic attacking. But then once that's gone, they will be outgunned because Eman has a more traditional marksman there. If Echo can get the pick-off set that they're looking for, that's the thing. It has to be a perfect set. Lights gets interrupted by the Lord, though.
Yeah, that was a really near trying to get with the jump. So you're trying to say here is they need to have a perfect timing to use their skills at the right time and at the right moment, because if they lose it, it's all gone for Echo.
Yeah.
And another free Lord for RSG.
Which is such a tall request. Like, you have to find a perfect start to your fight to be able to win it.
Yeah. It's like things have to fall in place basically, you know, at this point for Echo. And it was probably the best decision to be like, you know what, just give up that Lord. Let's defend. And because if you think about it, because of their pick-off potential with this composition, they have somewhat of an advantage to work around here in the defense. If they can land something, as long as they have enough clear, that's the only problem. Like, as more of these Lords are taken, the clear potential, the wave clear potential is kind of lacking here for Echo. They have to decide whether to get that pick off and then follow up with the burst, or do we clear these lanes? Well, right now they've got to defend against this Lord in mid.
Okay, Rose Gold Meteor for Emon here. Just to give enough shield for the burst of that Kagura. You know, that's the Lord. On to 50 HP on that last turret on mid.
Yeah, Lord gonna charge up. Irad dashes in there. There's the final slash. The response comes through. They might be looking to end it here. Exort will fall, though. Followed by Sanji. Lord probably gonna be worked on, but already the Crystal's gonna be half health here. Emon just unleashing on it.
The
Gonna
base
get forced back. No minions just yet. A couple hits away. They're still doing it. One hit goes. And RSG will take game number 1.
Don't need to do anything too crazy, anything too flashy. They're gonna play a Mincitar Golden against us. Well, we're gonna go good old RSG. Game 1 goes to the Raiders.
Task Force Eminent. Game number 1. As close as it gets. They have completely take one bite out of the world champions in this best of 5. Wow.
Wow is wow indeed, right? I would say that, again, I was half expecting Echo to be able to defend against that Lord at least, but it's like, similar to what you said earlier, Renmar, like they have too many boxes to check off. Like, what do we use our ultimates on? Clear those waves, displace RSG, like how does that work, you know? And that's kind of what we saw there.
Yeah, that was incredibly mechanical by Irad, by the way. Considering that there were so many other members of Echo around him, it did look way too risky to stay there, but he made the right call. There was another minion wave still coming in through the mid lane, and if one minion just made it through, he could just finish off the game himself. A great call there by the mechanic to stay and fight and break the base.
That's why he was called that, because most of the plays that he do is somewhat we were so amazed of that even on yesterday. And that was a utility jungle or a jungle hero that he used. Not even for that assassin that we're waiting to see, but as of this point, that was so close for Echo to defend.
Yeah.
And they were really struggling on how to reach the point, on how to reach the backline. But to break things down a bit, let's give it to our analyst for what happened in game number 1 with RSG Slate Philippines.
What a fight it has been. Hindi natin expect na magkakaroon ng Mincitar Gold. Pero naapula pa rin ng RSG Slate Philippines ang gustong gawin ng Echo. My name is Wolf, your analyst, pero hindi ako mag-isa sa ngayon. Dahil kasama ko si Mr. Worldwide, Dale! Palakpakan naman natin si Coach Dale. Yun o. Coach, parang wala tayo masyadong oras magkamustahan eh. Pero mabilis lang. Kamusta naman ang trip mo pabalik dito sa Pilipinas?
Okay naman. Nakakamiss yung pagkain dito.
Namiss yung bagay. No? Namiss mo ba yung ML dito? Ibang-iba eh, no?
Sobrang kakaiba, pati yung drafting pattern dito kakaiba.
Sakto, mapapag-usapan natin yan. Let's look into that previous game slowly at na-mention mo yung drafting pattern. Bakit? Ano ba yung kakaiba?
Una, yung walang marksman yung echo. Which is okay din naman kasi kung magpipick sila ng marksman, mahirapan lang din kasi medyo yung RSG.
Kasi yung Joy is almost automatic na threat dun sa mga marksman.
Oo, automatic na threat na sa marksman yun, which is sobrang hirap kumuha ng position pag medyo yung kabila.
Okay. Ngayon, na-mention mo din about something about yung XP choices eh. Kasi parang nagulat ka na glue yung pinakahuling napili doon. No? Ito, makikita natin dun sa draft. Ayan, no? Nasa last pick pa yung glue. At nagulat ka dito. Bakit naman?
Kasi sa Malaysia, high pick na yan eh. Or kung hindi man high pick yan, respect ban na.
Okay. So ito, since ikaw ang expert dito, maki-explain mo ba sa amin bakit Minsitar yung napili ng Echo? At ano yung dapat win condition ng hero na to?
Since yung RSG nagpick na sila ng Joy, so kung yung Echo magpipick ng Marksman, sobrang hirap kumuha ng position. So, kaya Minsitar yan, kumbaga parang sasabayan na lang sila ng melee to melee eh. Kumbaga kung magpipick lang sila ng Marksman, useless na, so mas okay na sa fighter na lang.
Pero ang tanong, gana ba to sa ibang mga klaseng games?
Gagana yung ganito lineup since wala silang long range physical damage. So need nilang kahit yung setup ng RSG lineup.
At meron na mention mo din itong 4th pick na gulo mula sa RSG Slate Philippines. At bakit maganda siya versus this lineup ng Echo? Nakita natin, ibang klase sila. Pag-uusapan natin yan later on. Pero dun sa usapang draft pa lang, etong Kufra, bakit mo nasabing sobrang ganda ng pick na to?
Kasi puro melee yung sa
Simple lang.
Echo. Oo,
Simple lang.
Kasi sa totoo lang, kung papanoorin yung buong game, yung Cobra sobrang game changer eh. Kung yung early stage ng game, nahawakan ng Echo, pero sobrang galing nila doon, props sa kanya yun.
Oh, grabe. At yun, ayan po ang unang tingin natin dun sa mga draftings, especially dun sa mga nakita natin dun sa dalawang teams at sa lahat na ginawa ng mga coaches na to. Iba ang nakikita natin dito sa meta ng MPL. So far, the fact na itong Beatrix ay naging successful, kahit pa merong Minsitar, masasabi mong iba rin talaga yung ipinakita ng RSG Slate Philippines. Tingnan naman natin yung ating ibang mga post-game stats. Kung papansinin natin dito, hindi natin masyado kita yung mga items, pero hindi naman ata kayang iligtas na, hindi items yung naging impactful dito no? Ano sa tingin mo yung impactful na itemization dito between two teams? Or naging factor nga pa talaga siya? Yung item.
Kumbaga hindi na sa item yung basihan dito eh. Kung sa pagpili na lang ng clash, kasi yung Minsitar, isang flicker ultimate lang sa Beatrix, mamamatay na yan eh. Kaso, ang problema dito sa Echo lineup, sino papatay sa Brethren?
Tama dyan. Nakita natin kanina si Irad nung una at pangalawang turtle fight. Actually, lahat ng objective team fights, nabuhay siya dun sa nakuha niya pa yung crucial na mga neutral objectives na pumapor naman dito sa RSG. Kaya sila yung nagkaroon ng advantage. Kung titingnan natin, 7 turrets ang nakuha ng RSG at 2 Lord. Tapos 2 out of the 3 turtles ay napunta sa kanila at nakapag-invade din naman sila. Kung titingnan natin yung iba pa mga stats dito, ang pinaka-impressive is etong si Light. Pero si Irad, 93%. At na-mention mo na walang kayang pumatay sa kanya dito sa game na to. Dahil ba yun sa hero na yon mismo o dahil din sa galawan mismo ni Irad?
50-50 siguro kasi una sa lag, walang burst sa lineup ng Echo eh. Tapos pangalawa, Brethren yan eh.
Pwede. Kahit ano mangyari, mahirap talaga patayin.
Mahirap talaga patayin niya. Kailangan mo ng mga carry load din eh.
Alam mo, pinag-usapan namin itong Brethren mo specifically. Sabi mo, pwedeng patayin to ng Minsitar kung sakali. Kaso, yung Echo, ginawa nila itong lineup na to para mag-flicker ulti si Benny doon kay Eman. Naging successful naman isang beses.
Isang beses.
Pero dahil doon sa idea na parehas niyang kailangan patayin si Beatrix at si Frederick, kinakapos siya. Tingin mo ba naging factor yon doon sa laban na yon?
Oo, kasi parang si Minsitar lang yung pinaka-damage dealer nila since hindi nila nahawakan yung early game eh. Kung sana nagtuloy-tuloy yung momentum ng Echo ng early 2 minutes, siguro kaya nilang patayin yung Brethren eh. Hindi magiging threat sa kanila yun.
Pero pinakamalaking threat. At ito talaga, siya talaga yung nag-stop ng momentum.
Oh, ito talaga si
natin. Light, our MVP of this game. 3, 2, and 9. Nakikita niyo yung itemization niya. Nag-molten essence sa casual. And of course, sa Tinas, para hindi siya ma-burst ng Kagura. Pero overall, playstyle no? Gano'n nga ba ka-impactful yung ginawa ni Light dun sa game na yun?
Kasi natigil yung momentum ng Echo dun sa after na second turtle, dun nagsimula yung yung momentum ng RSG.
Yep. At ito makikita natin ulit through the highlights. First turtle fight. Nabuhay ulit si Irad. Maganda yung pinapakita ni Benny. Parang nahahanap niya talaga siya. Eman. At ito naman yung win condition para sa Echo. Pero magsisimula na ulit yung mga ginagawa dito ni Light. Lalo na yung mga flicker play. Minsan ginagamit niya for the ulti. Minsan kasama nung TikTok play nung first kill. Pero ang laging common trend, on point siya. Makikita natin nga lang, ito yun, nakakuha ng kill si Light. I think makakatulon ulit siya. Ayun, flicker play.
Ayan yung nag-start yung momentum ng RSG dyan
At dahil dun sa pick-off na yun, tapos makakuha pa sila ng Torre, mas yayaman. At tingin ko sa late game, para masakit pa rin talaga yung Beatrix dito sa comp na to. Eventually, matatalunan doon si Eman. Ito yung sinasabi natin. Pero si Irad naman yung hindi nila nasagot this time. Again, ultimate mula doon kay Light. Tumama ulit sa dalawa yung kanyang knock-up. I wonder, nakalaban mo to si Light before, di ba? Patigurado. So, naging problema din siya sa inyo dati.
Nagiging problema talaga si Light. Hindi mo rin talaga siya mapapabayaan. Lalo na kapag di mo siya nakikita sa minimap mo or kahit sa vision ng screen mo. Alam mo na mayroong gagawin milagro
And this is the last push na makikita natin mula doon sa RSG Slate Philippines. Kailangan natin hindi nila kakayan. Lalo na kasi eventually mapipitas dito si Eman, makuha na kill, pero enough na yung damage. Eventually, sino ka mamampas ito? Ay, bumalik yung mga minions. Kaya naman may damage output na sila. Overall, Coach Dale, ano nga ba yung parang summary mo dito sa nangyari? Tingin mo, ano yung naging dahilan kung bakit nanalo yung RSG Slate Philippines?
Una sa lahat, kulang yung damage input sa Echo Kung sana na-maintain nila yung momentum nila ng early dominate, siguro kaya pa. Pero overall, kasi dami pang problema. Yung Beatrix, yung Glue, yung Predrin. Kung magpo-focus ka sa Beatrix, paano naman yung dalawa, yung Predrin tsaka yung Glue? Which is may joy pa yung yung RSG.
Okay, so bago natin matutukin na Sona at Mara, may gusto ka ba mensahe sa mga fans mo dyan?
Sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin, lalo sa Homeboy, so babalik kami sa S12.
Yun! Okay, Mr. Worldwide, Coach Dale. At syempre, yun ang analysis natin sa game number 1. Ibalik na natin ito kina Sona at Mara.
Maraming salamat, casters, for such a very wonderful analysis. This time around, fresh from their MDL Philippines Season 1 Championship, we have Echo Proud, Courtesy, Outplayed, Seju, Coach L, Zaida, James, and JP.
Bigatin ang ating mga guests for today. Pero syempre, kausapin natin ang Finals MVP. Okay, JP, isummarize mo nga sa lahat ng mga manonood yung MDL journey nyo.
Si Coach na po magkasama rin.
Okay. Si Coach. Ganda ng trophy.
Siguro yung start namin, it's a very rocky start. Pero this team, kumbaga naging blessing in disguise na rin siya. We are able to improve on our performance tsaka yung mga mistakes namin. Mas pinagtuunan namin ng pansin. So, ayun, blessing in disguise na rin siya. Kaya, ayun.
At maganda kasi you go down in history as the very first MDL champion.
And that is, again, very wonderful. Now, speaking of which, sila din yung isa sa mga teams na you were in the playoffs and you didn't have this much people watching around you. You guys were like alone na nandun sa loob ng inyong bootcamp. So, Courtesy, given that you're actually here, dati ka rin na nanggaling sa on-site setup. Anong pinagkaiba nung online compared to you guys were here competing in front of your fans?
Pag offline po, parang nakaka-pressure po. Pero pag online, parang comfort ka po sa
At least nakikita naman namin na komportable ka. I feel like the captain would say something else about this. Outplayed. Nabanggit ko nga kanina, you were a former player also in the eyes of many. Pero how do you amp up your team ba heading forward into the matchup knowing na kayo-kayo lang din yung magkakasama during the MDL?
Siguro focus lang po kami sa scrims tas practice yan po.
Practice, scrims, at ang resulta nun, yung mga medals.
Ay, papakita yung medals!
I-show them yung medals, everyone.
Kumikinang the medals! Now, pag-usapan natin yung laban ngayon. So, it's a tough one for game number 1 for Echo. Feeling nyo ba, kasi nakita natin yung daliri kanina ni Carl TZ, you've been playing for a very long time. Paano ba nakaka-apekto yun sa laro?
Tingin ko po, hindi nakaka-apekto kay Carlo kasi kaya niya mag-ML ng isang kamay lang.
Oh, pag-goat nga kasi. Baka nga kahit paa kaya niya eh. No?
Actually, pwede niya magawa yun. And again, we also have James, one of the most energetic players na nandito ngayon sa team. James, given na ito yung environment na meron tayo, what do you think are some of the adjustments that Echo can make for game number 2?
Siguro adjust lang sila sa... Siguro i-adjust lang nila yung mga ibang play na ginawa nila nung game 1. Kasi okay naman yung ibang play nila doon eh. Siguro yung mga ibang errors nila, yun yung adjust nila for game number 2.
Okay, now, bago magsimula yung ating laban kasi we need to throw it over, how about let's give some energy para sa Echo, okay? Since you guys are the proud, you're gonna say Echo, Echo loud, and then they're gonna say Echo proud. All right? 1, 2, 3, go!
Echo loud! Echo loud! Echo proud!
One more time! One more time!
Echo loud!
Echo proud! Okay, now punta natin sa ating casters. Kayo gagawa nito. Go ahead!
Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. And that was the inaugural MDL champions, Echo Proud, together with Sona. And a little bit something from that interview. You saw on the camera Carl TZ had an injury, and they asked if it was a factor on how he plays. But Daddy JP said he can just play in one hand. That's how the GOAT plays.
I wouldn't be surprised, man.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he could do that. It's Carl TZ.
One hand.
I like how Mara even pointed out he could probably play with his feet.
Oh, that's...
It's a gift. That's the...
I just pictured it, man. I'm like, all right.
The gift of the GOAT. Enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your mobile number, portability, or MNP. So visit https://smartph/switch to Smart to know more. And a little bit of chunk for the second match. Echo needs to be on the adjustment side on how game 1 went. It's the first time we saw a Mincetar gold lane, but it wasn't as effective as we expected for. Yes, the early game was a good one for Benny Cutie, but going in for the mid game, it was a bit of a challenge for the sustained game of RSG Slate Philippines.
Yeah, and it's because, again, RSG realized, like, 6-7 minutes into the game, how important a picture-perfect setup to a fight. Echo needs to make the fight work for them.
Yeah.
And that it would take time for the Kagura to be felt. It would take time for the Valentina to be felt. So RSG just said, okay, we'll start being aggressive. And they didn't stop. They continued their rotations. They first broke top. Then they... First they broke bot, if I'm not mistaken, then they broke top, then they started invading. It's like at first they were downloading, like, okay, what's up with this Mincetar pick? What do we need to do? And then once they understood that, they were just like, okay, let's just run all over them, RSG style. I believe what we used to call it in Season 8 was the RSG Death Ball.
Oh!
Yeah, they literally, like, they raid.
Right.
Yeah, they raided.
They raided them. right?
Yeah.
I thought you were like,
No, I was just looking at you like
we were waiting for you to say something.
yeah, I was waiting for him to say something because I thought he was going to continue it.
you just acknowledge, yeah.
We just made eye contact.
I was
See how
gonna say,
touching that was?
I just looked at you in the eyes and just went with it, you know?
It's okay. Now you know how I feel when I first started looking at you in the casting table in season 8.
There you go.
It's the death ball that we're talking about for RSG, going for the throwback on how their mechanics, their playstyle is working for up against the world champs. It's something that they prepared for. And Coach Panda, from surviving the play-ins to now, it's purely momentum for them to just keep on doing. And on the first one for the world champions, they were lacking in the damage department on some point.
Yep.
But the hooks and invades of Yaoi himself, he wasn't missing on those hits.
You know, Renmar pointed this out though, right? He's like, if Benny Cutie is taken out quickly, you know, they lack so much damage. The pickoff potential was there, but the follow-up wasn't necessarily there so well.
Well, if we're talking about how we want to have Echo's game face on, let's start over with the crowd. For the power of Smart, make sure you have your device in a green background, and we will have our winner for the second day. Yeah, that's it. Remove your mask if you want to have the game face up and running on the screen. And we have a winner for day number 2 of the playoffs. If you're joining the fun tomorrow, you might have a chance to win the game face of the day for playoffs day 3. Yeah. Yeah. And that was an RSG tattoo on his left cheek.
I would love one of those, by the way. No bias, by the way. I'm just saying, I would love.
It's awesome, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if we'd be able to be on desk here with a face tat, even if it's RSG.
Like, I'll be honest, I saw a lot of people with that, but I didn't realize that it was a specific team fake tattoo.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I just started wondering why does our crowd today seem to love face tattoos?
Right?
I
Yeah.
was wondering,
You guys going through some inner things there?
Yeah, it's the most amount of face tattoos I saw, and then I realized, oh, it's an RSG fake logo. By
Imagine if all the teams had those, and you just put all the teams on your face.
Wow.
What do you think the parents would say when you go home?
You might look like a tumbler with a lot of stickers in it.
That's kind of like your Tumblr.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I brought it.
Sooner or later, we might have fans with battle stripes on their faces.
I would love that.
I know sometimes we see fans show up with that on their face. I'd like to see more fans in the Philippines do more of that. Battle face paint. We call it
Face paint. War paint.
War paint. Tattoos. Horns. An elephant. Bring out a tiger.
Oh, yeah.
I know that's not going to be legal, so please don't do that.
Hey, they
Let's
brought
just
out
end
a
in the
dog,
draft,
by the way.
please.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Man, it's John Wick's dog.
Yeah, and that dog almost just completely shredded Rockhard. Because Rockhard was telling us, he asked, hey, if I did this bit with you, the dog won't attack me, right? But then when he did it with John Wick earlier, the dog just straight up stood up. With everyone thought it was asleep, and then you saw the fear in Rockhard's eyes flash for a moment.
It's one moment that we all really memorable. Who was really memorable today? I'm losing
John
my
Wick
words.
was.
John Wick. Yeah, it's W-E-A-K. It's only in the Philippines. John Wick. And going back to our draft here, it's Echo taking the Arlot once again for their prio pick. But they banned out the Kaja, the Fredrin, and the Fanny. But on the side of RSG, we have the Lancelot, Yuzong, and the one with staple bans as well. But will they take Glue this time around for their first 2 picks?
Yeah, it's the exact same, not entirely exact same drafting pattern. Instead of a Karita ban coming in from Echo, they decide to ban out the Fredrin instead. So the trade will be Joy still available, and they go Valentina maybe if they want to. Nope. It's the Glue, as you mentioned earlier, OSX.
Oh,
So similar
okay.
picks. I think we might see a similar draft happen here with at least 2 picks changed per team, while the rest being the same.
Right. And speaking of being the same here, since we have the Glue, would this be the time for Echo to use the Lapu Lapu? And we have an Akai.
Well, there's a change, right? Akai's going to be picked up this time. It was banned in the previous game. They also lock in the Valentina again. Now, for Echo specifically, I think I would have loved to see them secure, a traditional marksman pick. Maybe that would have helped them better here. But I think this is all okay also, right? The fact that even if the last couple bans, once RSG locked in their first phase pick here, you still have a lot of options. Again, Benny Cutie's Mincetar, I wouldn't say it was a fail. I wouldn't say that in that composition, they couldn't, I feel like, execute it to its full potential.
Yeah, it was
because,
difficult.
it showed some promise. So I would like to see Mincetar pop up, not necessarily this game, but again, right, sometime in the playoffs. I don't know about Gold Lane, but, I would like to see another sample size of Mincetar Gold Lane. Now, for this, the carry's locked in here. So now, do we expect these bans from RSG to be marksman-focused?
Yep. I see them potentially banning out the Claude, considering that they have a glue with them. The Faramis is open, so Faramis might be the ban, but considering that there is a Valentina and a Valentina mid and Faramis roam is a rare combo for Echo, RSG might leave it open, but at the same time, RSG might also want to pick it up for themselves. The Jungle Joy is still an option for RSG, so they can go Jungle Joy mid Faramis, and then they'll take out the Claude here, maybe even the Beatrix, but they decide to take out the Grog. So they're taking away Yaoi heroes, while Echo are trying to funnel that Joy into the mid again, so that by removing some of the favorite heroes here of Vexar, they take away the Eve.
Yeah, that's a good ban though. And if you're up against a carry, you don't want that Eve to be a good partner of this carry, because in Mayhem and Madness, we've seen that match earlier in the first series of the day, and you don't want it in your team. And Echo sees this threat to be out of their crosshair. So now with this, will this be the time for Benny Cutie to use his Melissa, or will RSG ban that out?
In terms of the Melissa pickup for Echo, actually not favored for them. It seems to be usually one of their last few options if they want to pick up a marksman. So RSG can take one out here if they want to. They don't need to, but they take out the Faramis.
Okay.
So yeah, they still consider the possibility that the Faramis would have gone to Yaoi. While Echo is still considering that a Kadita could have been picked up. Good.
They're forcing it.
Yeah, they're forcing this
Joy
to go to the mid lane, most likely, yes.
Okay. Still possibly the same thing for Exort, unless they try something different for this flex pick. So now we'll be... Oh.
Yes, there it is. The
Franco man.
pickup.
Lights back.
The Echo answers for the Kufra. A little bit more mobility here for Echo. So they're going to be going for dive. And are they going to continue with the gold laner? It is the Beatrix. RSG, if they want to, they can go Kagura. But that will leave them susceptible to invades here.
It's White Town.
Yeah.
It's White Town on the screen.
Well, I like the idea of a Kagura and a Franco together, honestly.
That's a good point.
I don't know why, but I forgot his name. I just know him as Yeah.
I call him White Town.
White Town?
Yeah.
I love his energy, by the way. His energy actually reminds me of our dear friend, by the way. Shout out to LaFell. I know he's watching right now. And and that energy
is electric.
Probably the most charismatic, energetic person I would say that I know. And of course to Rose as well. Rose is also watching. And congratulations to her, by the way, for the award that she won for her first time in the MPL, actually. So shout out to you guys and everybody else watching around the world. And now that we have this draft wrapped up, Martiz, it was that last pick that locked in here. So that is going to be in the jungle. And, of course, for Echo, I love Echo's draft this time. I feel like it is very well-rounded. There is a lot of CC there. There's a lot of damage potential, too. And really also, how do you utilize the Valentina here in this case?
Well, seems like they're going to be using the Valentina ult to just take away either the ult of the Joy or the Franco. It would be good if they could maximize the potential suppress that they can get. If it will be the ultimate of the Franco that the Valentina on the hands of Sanji will be getting, especially that they're up against a Joy. However, they don't necessarily need to overload that. They can also get the electrifying beats of the Joy, considering that the presence of the Arlott, Kufra, and Arlott, Kufra, and Akai rather, might be more than enough to just disrupt the Joy's ability to continue proccing those dashes and being able to deal damage. So it'll be up to Sanji. He'll be the X factor here, and his ultimate selection and targeting.
I love it. I love it. The X factor. The only way to break down the possible move here of RSG is to overload their composition with the lineup of Echo that they can utilize early game. But for now, aiding on the mid lane, it's Carl Teasy getting on the orange first, while on the other hand, Irad had a faster way of getting the two main objectives as a Martis.
Yeah, Echo really need to be careful with the ultimates coming in from this Martis. Again, extended team fights works very well here for RSG. And the lower in health Echo are in extended team fights, the more they'll be chained together with ultimates coming in from the Martis.
That's the thing, you know, extended team fights for RSG and everything, but Echo, like I said, they have great set potential. So if they're able to find it, whether that's with Yawi or even Carl Teasy, able to secure objectives using the heavy spin, push people away, or lockdown.
Yep.
And then on top of you have final slash utility, the way that works, right? So Benny Cutie in this part, it's like, hey man, just farm up, get to where you need to be. You're going to be that massive damage dealer that we need in this Beatrix, where it's a little different from that dynamic they had in the previous game, right? So we know that that's the case, and that's why RSG also playing very safely, because right now, early game, they are just relying on Light, right? Light has to land those hooks the best he can, try to get a momentum kind of started here for the Raiders.
Yeah, damage investment up top. No wonder the pressure is on the gold lane, and Light is aiding most of the time with the rotation faster and quicker to slow things down a bit for that Beatrix.
Yep.
Meanwhile, good positioning here by Echo. Carl Teasy, half HP on the turtle.
Yep, Carl Teasy going to go ahead and continue to work on that. There's the final slash. Irad going to be in trouble. Can't even get close to the turtle. Has to back off. Turtle will be secured here for Echo. That's the hook that's going to land. Sanford quite low, trying to get away here. Nath does not want to commit to it. He knew the backup was there, though. Oh, Exort, though, goes in to clean up the kill.
Sanford single-handedly zoned out Irad and Nath, stopping RSG from contesting that turtle. RSG was able to get a kill out of that. Carl Teasy right at the edge of Akai's belly. Exort not getting connected by that
Oh,
stun.
the flicker, bloody hunt combo comes in. Benny Cutie will not be able to escape that one.
A bit of a near engage here. Benny Cutie lost information on who's going to be in that death bush.
Yes.
And so far, Yawi's on the aid with Carl Teasy and mostly in the mid lane.
No significant item pickups just yet. Still very even in terms of our item builds, although RSG getting a bit more gold for the hook.
Like gonna land a hook here, but it was Yawi. Yawi gonna jump in. Oh, gonna miss the rage. He has to back off.
Right at the edge this time of the Tyrant's rage of Yawi. Just the hug range of Akufra. Right at the back.
The Tyrant's edge.
Yeah, he's lacking some workouts with those lats.
Okay. Carl Teasy was actually looking for M on there. Not going to commit. The heavy spin, still focusing on the top side, but the response from RSG was there. And, you know, we're back to it, basically. For both teams, I mean, RSG is doing a great job at responding where Echo decides to play. So Echo is going to either respond to that, have the counterplay available to them, all before this next turtle comes up, or actually just go even for a full-on fight to match RSG here.
Yeah, they need to have their checklist right for Benny Cutie this time, because if they want to have the damage investment to work as early as possible, they need to mind the distance and get information as early as possible. But the turtle here being targeted by two.
Okay,
now
Nath
goes
first. Split already used. There's the heavy spin. He's going to push Light back here. Getting locked down a little bit. Turtle still going to be less than half health. Light will fall. The rest of Echo has now shown up. They're going to jump in. Irad secures the turtle, goes in with a decimation, finds a kill, gets a flicker out as well. Sanji and Yawi run for the mid lane turret.
Great work there by Nath this time around to zone out Carl Teasy, and now he's dueling against Sanford. The bottom lane, how brave Nath is, knowing how he can regen with the glue. What else can happen here? Here comes Irad, 2v1.
Here comes Irad. Sanford, is he going to be able to escape this one? Tough situation, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Yawi going to get unleashed on by Emon. Still going to be looking for the kill, can't find it. Bottom side though, they still in the lane. They finally get the turret there down. Sanford will survive though.
RSG and the tempo they're playing at, their decision making, knowing which targets to take at the right time. They're not just playing around the center of the map, looking and depending too much on Light to set things up. seems like they've learned how to split themselves even more in terms of, okay, you're going to go there in the river, going to go down here to the bottom lane, mess them up. And I believe that's one of the biggest improvements that RSG brought out here. They seem more free-flowing.
Yeah.
Going along with the statement that Coach Panda made before, they used to just keep looking at the errors and fix. But then Coach Panda said, sometimes you just got to let them do what's best, and they're doing it now. Here comes Echo, though.
Yeah, we're going to land that rage. Light's the one to be punished and fall. RSG might be looking to bite back here. They know they're outnumbered, though. So they're going to back off for now. Carl Teasy still looking for more. Has the heavy spin available. But it might not be worth it for Echo to force a situation to be in. Irad going to spot out Carl Teasy, and they should be fine for just now. Naf's making his way up. Walking his way up here. We go ahead and poke down. There's the split. Might be looking for the follow-up. Light going to go in. Looks like he flickered in. Not going to land the hook, though. Still going to be going for it. Pressing on into the lane. There's the bloody hunt. And Yaoi will fall. And now RSG, once again, a response there. Irad still looking to press the situation under the turret. Going to get terrified. Sanford's right there. Goes in. Carl Teasy will fall. Look at Exort from the backside. A 2-for-1 trade, but a turret, the tier 1 will fall of Echo.
That was 3 members being trapped in Glue's goo. And Light and Eman is just holding the way of how Sanji can even chase them. That is Echo being divided. Most of their times they can't get a good set here.
Nath still, my goodness, the transformation he went. I mean, he was a monster in the regular season. But now he's back to the closest we've seen Nath since his MSC Season 9 prime. Dare I say, this is even scarier now. And how well RSG are playing around it. They've understood their limitations. They've understood their strengths so well that Echo is struggling. But here comes Echo.
Nath once again the front of it all. Going to take quite a bit of damage. Had to use the split. Turtle still going to be worked on here. Emon is not part of this fight. They're going to have to go out with 4 members. Irad still able to secure the turtle, even without the numbers advantage.
Whoa!
Iron Hook going to land, but it's Yaoi that they find. RSG finding 2 objectives, one on the top side plus the turtle.
And that was just Nats pulling everybody in, and how he manages to lay the turtle on his side by just standing. There's just one way to divide Echo, and he's not even stressing or breaking out a sweat. Eman is on top of the gold earnings right now, which makes the items more faster and hits more hard against Echo.
Yeah, man, if I had the opportunity to, I would never let go from hugging a panda also. So I get it. I get why Nath just keeps going on Carl Teasy, disrupting him. And yes, even though Carl Teasy was able to retribution there in time, you know how hard it is to even think about being able to retry properly, knowing that the glue can just mess you up at any time or you're going to get punished. RSG are just giving Carl Teasy hell every time there's an objective team fight.
Yeah.
And it's working out wonders for them.
And as Coach Dale said, and Wolf back in the analyst stand, it's one of the top picks in their region, and it's most likely the highest ban rate on their tournaments. So this calls one a deadly pick, and even in the hands of Nats in his prime form, and has a title to defend to MSC this year. Exhort, on the other hand, goes in the middle.
Irad going in too from the backside. Going to be looking for the Decimate. Exhort will fall here. Still, Echo fights on. Even with a bloody hunt, they're quite low though. Heavy spin going to find Irad. They were looking for Emon. They couldn't find him. But Exhort falls, so Echo comes out with that team fight.
Benecuti's ultimate was too far. Was too far to even suffice the defense of RSG.
Yeah, they weren't able to maximize the damage. Could have gone way worse for RSG, but Echo will be proud of themselves for that scenario with how first Yaoi and his 2-man Tyrant's Rage breaking the flow of team fight for RSG, and then the heavy spin coming in from Carl Teasy Sakai, secure that pin down, and even split up the fight even more. So that's what we were talking about in the draft, the strengths of Echo's lineup and how disruptive it is for a usual team fight if RSG aren't careful.
If they are being careful right now, they need to be careful on how RSG is building their end game plan, because Ammon right now has physical damage immunity to get into those team fights, that he is being in front of everybody and has really the confidence to strike and take a kill first. Because right now, on the other hand, the positioning how RSG is pulling the Lord or even the main objectives on their side is really a great trap for Echo to just respond.
Yeah, Yaoi going to head charge up here. This time he's got the immortality as well. So they're actually just going to go ahead and let RSG hold on to this Lord, start up that dance. Carl TZ will show himself as well. Emon and Light will make their way to join in on this fight. Still, Echo looking for the best angle, best opportunity to start up this fight and hopefully take this Lord for themselves.
Concealed.
Light, though, going to go in with the flicker. They find the bloody hunt. They get the lockdown. Do they have the damage? Heavy spin comes out as well. Still going to be unleashing Yaoi. Immortality will be popped here. Going to go down by Navs. And they force them back even further. Now the green light for RSG to take the Lord.
Yaoi sacrificed himself to save Carl TZ from that. Engage the ultimate flicker combo onto Light. But with all the lanes being cleared, RSG is just setting up the breadcrumbs to Echo to force to even clear up their waves, making them so vulnerable on the map.
And right now, RSG are just too damn good. This is just them continuing their momentum from yesterday, playing out of their minds. Perfect targeting, perfect timing. Everything that RSG struggled with during the regular season, we saw it, how well they fixed it yesterday. But this is undeniable truth that they are in the zone and on point still today.
That is true. And as they say, how will they even defend this if you're Echo? Lord will be melted down here, but on the other hand, Yaoi and Carl TZ might look for an angle for this setup, but who do they catch here as they defend their own base?
Well, right now, they're still going to be doing what they can, basically, at this point. RSG, nice, comfortable lead, but ultimately will not be able to break into the base of Echo just yet. But if things continue the way they have been for the past 4 or 5 minutes or so, they're going to have trouble. You can already see commitment on Navs here. It's going to be biting them in the butt. Hook going to land. Still looking for the follow-up here. Emon trying to make his way to the fight. The flicker comes in. Yaoi going to fall. The damage from Betty Cutie has to be respected. Nafs will go down as well. The 1-for-1, a roam for an XP lane. So Echo is showing signs of fight here. But they just got to hold it together a little bit longer.
Extended team fights, as you say, Redmar.
The question is, how long can they hold it even longer here? How long can they even hold on?
How long can they hold it even longer?
Yes.
Against the extended longer fights longer.
I'm gonna get you back for that, dude. Echo, you see it, yes. Benny Cutie's positioning key, and RSG now in terms of just being able to avoid. And I feel like that's also been the condition for Echo here. These two teams drafted the lineup wherein, similar to what we saw yesterday in Game 2 of Onyx versus RSG, Game number 2 of BREN versus Blacklist International, even though that lineup seemed to be more Blacklist favored. At this point, it's just you being able to play better than your opponent. Avoiding the right abilities, knowing when to engage. If you get caught by Light's Bloody Hunt, are you going to engage right away or wait and see what your opponents do? Do you engage Eman, but does he have his Purify? So many questions to ask if you're Echo for RSG. Same thing. Are we going to go in now? Where's the final slash? What ultimate does Sanji have? Does Carl TZ have heavy spin? Once they get to answer those questions and then acknowledge them, then they'll be able to fight the fight that they want to bring out.
That's the question. What is going to be the first move of Echo? Because right now, just one turret has been taken away from RSG. And in the last 15 minutes of this game, no defenses has been met down, but they would really want to contest this Lord. But the problem is there's also minions coming in their base. There's so much in their plate right now.
Mid lane.
Look at Light and Emon pushing the mid lane here. They might second guess, might look for a cutoff. Betty Cutie gonna be in trouble. Light gonna flicker in. Was hunting for Sanji, not gonna find him just yet. Has to use it on Yaoi. Emon looking for the positioning here. Heavy spin going to be used on the defense. Look at the damage, though. Coming out from Emon. Gets the immortality. Meanwhile, Sanford, the focus, 1 versus 3. Still looking for the follow-up. Has the final slash. 1 hit away and will survive. RSG makes the green light go signal for the Lord.
We were talking about how RSG could be overloaded by Echo, but it's happening the other way around. Echo is being forced to answer with all of their ultimates to save their lives and go back to the base.
One of the smartest plays, pick off, sandwich attempts I've seen this season, but Yaoi finds snaps.
Yeah, we're gonna find Nats here. Nas will fall. A follow-up from Betty Cutie. Emon now unleashing. They've got more work cut out for them. There's the killing spree from Sanji. 2 down for RSG. They're in trouble now. Emon gets the kill on Yaoi. Sanji gonna force Emon back here, and Carl TZ will take this Lord, securing it for Echo. Irad might want to look to make it happen. Gonna do his best to tank quite a bit, but it's 1 versus 3. He stayed way too long.
Bang!
Final slash. The kill from Benny Cutie and the Lord for Echo.
Emon, he's so untouchable right now, but look at that up top. He's also pushing and splitting as well.
But Echo walks away with the Lord and multiple kills. We posed many questions for Echo and RSG before that major Lord fight. They answered them, but Echo answered it better. In terms of the items, no clear lead there, but we're seeing the effects of a Valentina having the Divine Glaive on him, the Clog of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, and the Enchanted Talisman. This is actually a signature item building path that Sanji brings out as a Valentina. And now we're feeling it with him using the Joy Ultimate, how much it hurts. So it's also like RSG has to go up against the Joy, and that's good for a Valentina. We know Valentina to only be able to deal damage in like 2-3 bursts, but now as a Joy, he can deal more damage for longer periods of time.
Yeah, that's how they soak up.
Oh, the final slash.
Nats
gonna come through, getting Nats.
Oh!
The hook from down under! Light finding Sanji with a big play. Now gonna capitalize off it. Exor chasing Betty Cutie down. Can he run away in time? Irad there too. The flicker comes out. The counter punch, and Sanford still fighting 1 versus 2 as well. Flickers out. And in a play like that, RSG found fight in him. But Echo survives with only losing 1.
Wow.
Echo are looking up to the heavens and screaming to the universe, thank you, because what the hook was that, Light? What the hook? My goodness, Echo are thanking all the deities that they know that they got out of that with just Sanji down. That could have been way worse for Echo because RSG made the right call to continue that play.
That's how they wanted to force out Echo to be in their base. That was so close even for their base turret to even be off damage. Look at that, Amon still sitting on top of the damage dealt right now. Benecute and Tandy are following up to the charts. But this time around, RSG has 1 turret for their defense, and this could be a chance for Echo to bounce back. 40 seconds for that Lord to respond.
Yeah, one tendency I started to notice about RSG's play here, especially around objective fights, is that they're doing what Echo usually do. They're making a lane open for themselves for a potential split push. If it's going to be to end, we'll see. But Echo are also acknowledging that by making sure that they have at least 2 heroes in the back line who can quickly leave, recall out, or at least run to where the members of RSG are split pushing. So Echo have to beware of the RSG split push, and RSG just need to continue managing those minion waves because it's forcing Echo to respond to that.
Oh no, it's all about the overload for these 2 teams to even win the clashes or even the retribution battles. This Lord will dictate on who is going to fall in this match. But on the other hand, they're ready to face it all. 2 immortalities present for Yaoi and Carl TZ. But meanwhile, they're pushing. They're ringing the bells on who is going to react first in this Lord take. It's going to be a dance. It's going to be a battle. And the lead is with Echo.
Have health here. Yaoi gonna charge up. Looking for the entry, gonna flicker, gonna miss though. Hook gonna land, they're gonna force Yaoi back. Bloody Hunt comes out. It's an immortality. Heavy spin too, Light will get Yaoi down. Who got the Lord? It's Carl TZ. Secures it down now, Sanji. Unleashing in the backside. Finds Exort. A member down. Nav's quite low too, has to run away. Immortality will be popped. Oh, the Winter Truncheon to dodge the hook. RSG once again on the defense.
You hear that? Over the hills, getting closer and closer to SMX. It's all the goats. Carl Teasy, the goat. He gets the Lord.
You hear the animals. You hear the animals marching into function. Hall 5 supporting Carl Teasy. And the comeback of the Orcas is now.
RSG gonna have to defend the best they can here. Lord still quite healthy. Emon's gotta lock it down. Lord will fall. Now they're gonna manage the wave. Zexord up in less than 10. RSG will hold on, but Echo has turned the tables and marched into a base that is now open of RSG.
RSG. Of course they hold on. They have to hold on. They're putting on a hell of a showcase right now. The Kings of the World and the current Kings of Sea. Yeah, we have to conceal up. Can RSG defend this? Will they defend this?
He's gonna go in. Flicker not available though, but they do get the last inhibitor turret. One hit away, it will fall. Base fully exposed for RSG, and they look for the reset to prep up for the next fight.
Mind you, this match, the skirmishes is all about minding your distance, minding your place, and if you miss that ultimate, it's just counter punch for each two teams to even bounce back. RSG not in a good state, but Eman, on the other hand, is still healthy, being so untouchable, still no deaths up against Echo. So is this damage, is the investment for Eman and also for Exort enough here for RSG to go up against Echo's slaughter rather?
Yeah, of course it is. Exort just picked up the last key item we were looking out for, the Divine Glaive on the hands of a Joy. So at this point, everyone is locked in on what they need. What we're going to be seeing here are those item swaps from Winter Truncheon, Immortality, letting go of one damaged item and converting it into something maybe like a Rose Gold Meteor or something with a little bit more defense to survive a key item. And then when you're trying to end the game, you swap that item and pick up a damaged item instead. So it's item swappings now that we're looking at.
Okay, it's all about the swaps here. So I see 4 Immortalities on Echo. I see 3 Immortalities and so much defense. We have the Athena Shield and Dominant Size as well. I say it's all in for these two teams to dive in. Look at the score, 10-10.
Yeah.
10-10 kill score, and we have the goal lead for Echo. I stopped counting here because it's all just even for all of the team fights to go. And they're preying on who could be the weak link here if the team fights could happen.
Naps and Ira against Carl Teasy and the Lord. Echo are way up top. RSG have the info.
Oh no!
Oh, they find the lockdown. Sanford, though, has the immortality. Gonna buy a little more time. Yawi gonna jump in. Finds the rage. There's the final slash. Emon, though, will get locked down with a heavy spin. Has the immortality. The follow-up's gonna be there. Hook not gonna land. Does he survive this? No, he doesn't. Benny Cutie lining up the shot.
Out of
will
range.
not need it. Emon, the only one to fall. But as you guys were mentioning before, the immortalities here and the item swaps are crucial. And now Echo will take the Lord.
Sanford got that Rose Gold Meteor last minute, and Eman as well to buy them time and shield for the damage that they're getting up against Echo and each other. And now it's the Lord for them to take. And it's Echo's possibility, and he's pulling 3!
Oh, they don't land the hook, and now still fighting for the Lord. Gonna come down to the retribution battle. Erad, can he grab it? He can't. Coral Teasy will secure it. And once again, RSG has to defend their fully exposed base.
11-11. All of you in the comment section, make a wish. It's just a tied game for everything here. And it's just game number 2.
I feel blessed that this is what I do for a living, gentlemen.
I
and I'm
am
pretty
too.
sure the entire community is blessed as well. 2 days, 2 series in one single day. We've seen some absolutely crazy games. Game 2 of RSG and Echo have been a masterclass of fundamentals, technical mastery, the principle of just staying alive and playing it safe. The Kings of the World and the Kings of Sea, my goodness, we are blessed as a community. Can Echo end it here now, or will RSG be able to defend and extend this game even longer?
Oh, this is going to be a tough one for RSG to defend here. Erad trying to delay that a little bit longer. Lord still going to be up. There's the final slash. holding on, trying to clear the minions as well. Emon will work on it. Exor trying to buy time. Has to use the vengeance. Will go down. The flicker comes out. Iron Hook with ability. Hunt comes out too. Carl TZ will fall. RSG still holding on. They've got to hold on a little bit longer. Sanji is on a killing spree. Will push them back. And it's Emon along with Irad, but it's not going to be enough as Echo takes game number 2. It's 1-1.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion. RSG showed heart, skill, and dominance in game 1. Game 2 showed heart, patience, and determination by Echo. We could be witnessing an amazing series. It's a great one so far. 1-1. The world champs tied against the Kings of Sea.
And as we saw that camera in their own player room, the smiles and even the face of relief, Echo felt that, and even at the lowest point, they never gave up. They needed more time and the extended team fights, as these two awesome gentlemen here in the desk mentioned. They went through the discipline, and that's just how they overloaded RSG. It was a tight game. It was a tight performance we witnessed, and we're heading to game number 3 for this.
I love it. I love that it's 1-1 right now because, again, between these two teams, the fact that these are kings in their own right, you know, for their own titles, what better way to have it, right? So, and at the same time, Echo worked at one point where RSG had a gold lead of maybe 5 to 6K.
Yeah.
So they turned that around through pretty much pure determination and will. So, you know, it was a great showing there of what Echo can do. So I can't wait to see what's more in store for this series.
That was brilliant. That was a brilliant showcase by two amazing teams. The fact that it went on for that long, and there were so many skirmishes that we saw, but that was still a relatively low kill score.
Yeah.
For the amount of action that we had to cast, and that we saw and that we witnessed, and at the end, both teams didn't go past 20 kills. It was just around like 15, something like that. Close enough to that. It shows the patience again of both of these two squads, knowing that the difference between them losing and winning this game could be just going down and losing members at the wrong time.
Yeah, and at the point of their losing, that's how they really fired up themselves. Even to witness in the playoffs, this is the battle of the two kings, the two title holders in the best of the best in the line of champions in the Philippines. Now let's throw it over to Wolf on how Echo managed to win and get this to game number 3.
What a series we are watching and witnessing again. RSG versus Echo. Yung RSG, sobrang laki na ng lamang nila nakuha, but Echo still finds a way. Paano ba nangyari yan? Let's look into the match with the analysis. At gusto ko sana simulan ito with the idea ng gustong gawin dito ng RSG Slate Philippines at kung bakit napakaganda para sa akin ang kanilang desisyon. Ang kanilang gustong gawin apulahin yung storm, yung bagyo. Hindi nila dapat hahayaan na maging successful dito si Benny QT. At meron sila mga specific na heroes for that. For example, kumuha sila ng Franco Blascari na alam natin na automatically kaya mag-eliminate ng kahit sinong hero, and that also goes with marksman. At alam din natin na meron silang glue na gusto nilang way para makapag-peel and at the same time, makahanap ng mga pick-offs, displacement, kumbaga. So, if you combine yung glue tsaka yung Franco, mataas agad yung threat dun sa enemy na gold laner. And if you think about it, enjoy na finlex nila ngayon as the mid lane, isa pang malaking threat kay Benny QT. And many portions in this game, we saw na malakas yung Joy kontra sa marksman. Kaya nga i-one-hit combo, kumbaga, ng isang Joy ang isang marksman. However, hindi yon yung fully nangyari sa laban na to. Surely in the first 15 minutes, that is what we saw. Nakita natin na nakalamang ang RSG Slate Philippines at nagagawa nila yung gusto nila gawin kontra kay Benny QT. But when the game progressed, nakahanap ng openings ang Echo. Simulan natin with some of the post-game items. Ang napansin ko dito mula sa RSG, nung first 14 minutes of the game kung saan sobrang lamang sila, isa lang yung magic defense item nila, which was yung Athena Shield mula kay Nats. Although nag-work naman siya before kasi knowing na physical damage, Arlot, Beatrix, and as well as the Akai, kumbaga hindi ganun kalaking threat etong si Valentina sa kanila. But come the 14-minute mark, and across the map ng bandang 14 to 15 minutes, nakahanap si Yawi ng opening. All of a sudden, threat na bigla doon si Valentina. Biglang na one-shot doon yung Joy and eventually tuloy-tuloy yung pag-damage or pag-output ng damage output ni Valentina. Dahil nung specific moment na yon kung saan gusto nang tapusin ng RSG yung laban, biglang wala silang magic defense. Eventually, gagawa sila ng itemization kontra doon sa Valentina, but it was far too late. Nakahanap na ng opening ang Echo. Hindi nga lang talaga items ang nagpanalo dito mula sa side ng Echo. They had to really win it by outplaying RSG Slate Philippines in the end. Both teams, naghahanap ng mga openings with their outplays. Tinatry dito ng RSG Slate Philippines bandang late game na gamitin yung kanilang Franco at yung kanilang carry for one-shot potential. And when it comes to the Lord fights, gusto ring mauna dito ni Nats. Ito mga bagay na to na take advantage yan ng Echo. Nalaman nila na ito yung win condition ng RSG Slate Philippines. Nalaman nila na kailangan pumunta ni Nats. So every time na gustong manggulo ni Nats, they will rain down on the glue. Kumbaga, binibigyan nila yung kanilang nakatapat na yun. And eventually, etong si Sanji, ang ating MVP, 100% kill participation, 6, 1, and 7. Naabot yung kanyang critical mass around 15 minutes kung saan nakakuha na siya ng kanyang Divine Glaive. At dahil nga naman dun sa lack of magic defense items mula sa RC Slate, at this point in time, biglang nakahanap ng kill threat ang Echo mula dun sa kanilang Valentina. Kumbaga, kung nasa-shutdown yung kanilang sarili mo. Beatrix, nung first 15 minutes of the game, nakahanap naman sila ng opening with Sanji in the end. First 10 minutes, talagang nangunguna dun sa may mid lane. Eventually, going to the gold lane. Yan ang kanilang rotation. Kasi nga naman, ang RSG, eto rin naman yung target. Mapapansin natin na yung mga ikot ng RSG Slate Philippines from games 1 and 2 ay papunta doon sa may gold lane. Kaya naman, etong si Sanji mula doon sa Echo eventually had to answer this. Papunta doon naman din sa gold lane para makontrol yung mapa. Through the highlights, we are gonna see important plays mula sa dalawang teams. Take note, RSG Slate Philippines ang naunguna doon sa first 15 minutes of our game number 2. Makikita natin na nakakuha ng magandang flicker play and this is what we're talking about, yung one-shot potential, one-hit combo dahil dun sa Franco na nakita naman natin sila. Sobrang ganda yung performance in the first 15 minutes of the game. Irad, the mechanics mula dito sa ating mekaniko sa ngayon ay napaka-impressive talaga. Lalong-lalo sa pag-control niya ng mga neutral objectives. Aabot nga lang talaga sa point na makakahanap ng momentum breaker itong Echo around the 15-minute mark and it will start with Yawi. Yung talon niya with the Kufra. At syempre, yung ating MVP na si Sanji. We are gonna see it here. Surely, mapapatuman nila dito yung glue. And you can see na mataas na yung damage output ni Sanji onto the backlines gamit yung Valentina. Take note, no magic defense, not a lot of magic defense mula sa RSG at this point in time. And then na-isolate na nga sila afterwards. Still, RSG, dahil dun sa mechanics na meron sila, makakahanap at makakahanap sila. Like yung hook ni Light na halos maximum range with the flicker as well, the fade away. At magkakaroon ulit ng isang Lord Dance kung saan yung lack of damage na ng RSG ay mararamdaman na natin. At alam natin na single target kasi yung carry. This time, ito yung game-breaking, masasabi ko na decision mula sa RSG. Nag-overstay sila. After nila makuha yung kill at yung immortality ay ma-force na nila, nag-abang pa sila. At Echo, sobrang dali nung kapag-kontra para sa kanila nung moment na yon. And that was pretty critical talaga na decision mula doon sa RSG Slate Philippines. After nilang makuha yung immortality, dapat nag-back na lang din sila at dahil doon, nakahanap pa ng mas maraming openings ang Echo para tapusin ang laban. 1-1 ang ating score with Echo snatching game number 2. But RSG Slate Philippines, ibang-iba na talaga ang form na nakikita natin mula sa kanila. That's analysis for game number 2. Bato na natin kay Mara at kay Sona.
We're getting tremendous energy from the Echo fans, especially with that last bout. Now, in fact, meron tayo dito mula sa Indonesia. Boryo, hello?
Hello.
And naging friend ngayon, Stephen.
Hello po.
Okay, so you flew here for Echo.
Yeah,
Why do you like Echo?
I like Echo because in winner World Championship M4.
So they're the winner and world champion in M4. Are they really popular in Indonesia right now?
Yeah.
Very popular. Kwento mo naman kasi na-meet mo lang siya today, di ba, Stephen?
Opo.
Anong nangyari? Paano kayo nag-meet?
Kahapon po kasi yung mga kaibigan niya, kasama ko po nung first
Kaibigan
match,
niya,
second match po.
taga-Indo din.
Opo.
Sino
yes
tayo
po.
pupunta? Taga-Indonesia para sa Echo? Anong nangyari?
Tapos nung second day po, di po siya makakapunta. Bali po, sinabihan niya lang po ako na samahan po siya na manood ngayon.
So yung tatlong kaibigan niya, nanood kahapon,
Yes
tapos
po.
sinabi, ay, meron kaming friend. Ngayon lang nakakuha ng ticket, alone siya, samahan mo naman.
Yes po.
Ang bait mo naman.
No choice po. Sinamahan ko po.
Bakit? No choice. So bakit ka naman sobrang willing na
Kasi
pumunta?
po, as a Echo fan, nakakatuwa lang kasi may mga taga-Indo fans na nag-invest manood para manood ng mga laro ng Echo po.
That's right. So it's really nice that we have people from Indonesia flying here. So tatlo plus isa, sila yung 4 sa 5 Echo fans sa Indonesia. Now, you got this shirt here in the Philippines?
Yeah.
You got this in the Philippines?
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you having fun?
Nag-enjoy ka ba? Nag-ano pa nga siya eh. Tumatayo, nagtuton. Ginagawa yung kay Ripo.
Nakita ko nga, gumaganon siya kanina eh. Okay. Who's your favorite player in Echo?
Yawi.
Yawi! Nasaan na yung mga fans ni Yawi? Mag-ingay! Why Yawi?
I like skill is in the keyboard Onyx ID.
So you like his skills because it's similar to Keyboy from Onyx ID. Oh, okay. Now, do you have a message to all the Indonesian fans out there watching MPL Philippines?
Intinya tetap semangat ngedukung Echo PH mau menang maupun kalah, tetap semangat. Mahal kita Yawi.
How about this? Let's get everybody to cheer. You scream Echo loud, and then they will say Echo proud. Go ahead. Invite everybody. Say Echo loud.
Echo round.
One more.
Echo round.
Louder. One more.
Louder.
Let's say one more. Louder. Echo loud. Go ahead. One more time. Echo loud.
Echo round.
He's loud. He's proud. Now let's go over to Sonna. What's happening there at RSG?
Well, narinig na natin ang kupunan ng Echo, pero ang tanong ko, ay magpapatalo ba ang GG? GG? Kasama natin ngayon. Wait lang, one more time. GG? There you have it. Buhay na buhay pa ang mga Raiders. And together with me are the 3 community managers na nagbibigay ng buhay sa RSG in terms of their cheers. We have here Lorraine on my side. Together with me is Marie. And speaking of which, meron din silang Facebook group. You can definitely join the Raiders over there. And isa sa mga nakita ko towards being part of the Facebook group chat is the fact na nagkakaroon kayo ng mini photo ops right after every single game at nakikita yan ng napakaraming mga fans all over. In fact, they're even sharing it across the league. So, what's the story behind that? Do you want to know, your fans, the fans behind the community a little bit deeper?
Yeah, because since our Raiders are mostly students, they mostly spend their weekends with us. And ayaw namin na masayang weekends na. So, kaya usually yung get-together namin every after game, make sure namin since regular season week 1, nag-photo off kami after nung game. Kasi it's more than just a photo eh. Kasi parang, memorabilia na namin siya na as Raiders. And hindi lang Raiders yon kasi everyone is welcome to join, even if fans sila ng iba pang teams.
That's very nice. And I'm sure yung nararaming mga fans na nanonood ngayon sa kanilang mga tahanan, same as the ones that will be included in the photo up for later are right behind me. This time, let's ask Marie. Marie, nakakita din ako from one statement in your previous Facebook group chat wherein you guys have mentioned something about okay lang, nakakaunti lang kami as long as we don't have any toxicity among our group. And kitang-kita naman yan from the ones in the back kasi todo talaga yung nagiging suporta nila. And so far, how has it been?
Yeah, the statement was okay na kami sa konti, basta tunay. Kasi we want to show other people na gaming is not just about toxicity. It's, at the end of the day, it's bringing everyone together. It's the sportsmanship, it's the bonding, it's, lahat ng experiences and memories na nagagawa ng fans. It's not about that trash talk, it's not just that. So, esports is not just about the bad things. There are a lot of things aside from the trash talk.
Energy, grace, and poise. Yan ang makikita natin mula sa RSG Slate Philippines. So please, give us one more cheer. Simulan mo na yan, drums, right away.
RSG! RSG! RSG!
And there we finally have it. It seems like our casters are ready. So casters, paso.
Thank you so much, Mara and Sono, together with those amazing fans, specifically that one from Indonesia who flew all the way to be here in the Philippines to support Echo. To all of the Indonesian fans out there, terima kasih for all of you watching us right now. And this is one way of supporting and creating a good ecosystem for MPL Philippines. And right now, it's happening. And this is the year of triumph. Our hashtag is Taon ng Tagumpay as we support our Cebu men and women Mobile Legends delegates in the upcoming 32nd Southeast Asian Games happening from May 11 to 14th in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Go for gold. Just imagine all of the golds being taken by the Philippines. That is how Lakas ng Pinas is built for in the land of champions. Amazing crowd that we're having here today. And also, a lot of championships to take this year.
Hey, man, maybe, I was watching that segment there. I was like, maybe that's the import that Mirko was talking about.
It was him.
It was him.
I knew it.
So everybody around the world in the chat asking, where's Mirko? Maybe that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, the import from Indonesia. Again, Aura is one of the sister companies.
He's here in the playoffs,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He's from Indonesia, right?
Yeah, and he cheered louder.
Louder.
He did.
For everyone to hear. Now, going back on the draft is tied 1-1. It's game number 3. Echo still decides to be on the blue side, and their priority pick here is the Joy, stolen from RSG Slate Philippines.
Very good pickup there for RSG. I'd want to see them pick up the Valentina for themselves this time around, but again, don't know where this Joy will go. Most likely, it will go into the XP lane though. In terms of the records that Echo has with Joy, it almost always goes into the hands of Sanford. However, it has been played once or twice by Carl TZ as well, so it is a very flex option. Valentina might be the pickup here for RSG alongside the glue. If they're not feeding the glue right now, Arlott is available for the taking. They could go Arlott, Valentina. Those sound like very good picks, or they can even get the Franco right away because Yaoi can pick it up for himself.
Yep, makes total sense. But right now in the first 3 bans, there's no Kadita being banned out. So yes, right on point. The Arlott here being taken away by RSG. Back in the game, Franco for Yaoi.
Yeah.
They're not wasting any second.
You pick it up right away. And they go for the... Oh!
And I was thinking that why don't they ban it? Well, I will take it.
Okay, I like it.
Sanji.
Like, just right away, quickly, take these. I would say these are also comfort picks in a way, but yeah, I love the fact that now you have this Kadita, who we've seen just work so well for Echo in the past, for multiple of their matches. So I'm wondering, what is the response from RSG? This time, with this Arlott, I do say if you take a glimpse of yesterday's performances so far with Nats, it's something that they really want to lock down on. The way that Echo approaches that, that's up to them, how they deal with it, but they're going to definitely have to keep Nats under control here. Last pick, though, for the first phase. Let's see, do they actually opt for that gold lane option? Do they go for the roam here? There it is. The roam option, the Kufra.
Game number 1.
I was thinking about the Kufra, but I thought that RSG would just pick their roamer later. I was in the camp of thinking that it would be a gold lane pickup and just leverage that. They can still leverage it. And I think RSG just decided to pick the Kufra as safety, something to block the dashes that Joy can bring out. But the thing is, in terms of Kufra going up against a Kadita and a Franco, unless the Kufra lands the combo right on, he's going to get counter-punished. Because if he misses it, he'll get pit down, he'll get bursted on, and the rest of RSG will go forward.
Again.
Echo will go forward. And by the way, I'm surprised, but it makes a lot of sense as to why RSG banned out the Mincetar this time around, is that the presence of the Kadita will be felt quicker than the presence of a Kagura. So earlier, right, the
Yes.
problem was it took time for our for Echo to be able to deal enough damage. The Kadita changes that. Hence why RSG said, I feel like this is looking like a Mincetar game again for Benny Curie. Let's just take it out to be safe.
Yeah, it's all about how they wanted to have this gambit against Coach Panda and how they wanted to brew this draft. It's a double M ban here. The Melissa finally being banned out, and from all of our matches that we witnessed today, this hero was floating, and most of it has a highest win rate. And now they're evening up the odds here. No glue. Nats banned it out for himself. Is this a setup for a different? Is this a setup for the Lapu Lapu this time?
It feels more like a setup for. He might actually even go tanks a lot here. Oh wait, no, sorry, the Lancelot is banned now. So yeah, the Lapu Lapu makes sense. Unless are they thinking Paquito?
Oh,
Maybe.
that's a possibility. Nats used it as well.
Yeah, but no, even potentially in the jungle.
Oof.
But junglers, Martis still up. Tanky ones, a lot of them off the board. See what they go for. Still a carry. Okay, so that's why they pick up the Kufa. They decide to pick up the carry instead. Oh. So Martis there for Echo. What's the marksman? Is it a Brody? It's a lot of dive on the side of RSG. A stun would be very helpful.
Yeah, I feel like Brody.
Yeah.
Good option. But it's not going to be. Instead, it's going to go with Benny Curie is going to go with the Beatrix.
Yeah, they were also still lacking wave clear, so they needed to pick up the Beatrix for the wave clear.
Yep. There's a more balanced Echo that we see, but they've stolen some of the picks here, signature picks here from RSG. So right now, Redmar's talking about how a good stun would be very, very helpful for RSG's lineup here.
Well, let's think. Is this jungle options for them? What are we thinking? RSG. There it is. It's actually going to be a Grok.
Okay. Jungle Grok.
Wait. A gold.
Yeah,
okay.
they'll switch it around.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was going to say, in terms of like, okay, looking at the lineup here for RSG, they have great CC potential, but like the damage, obviously, you need it to be there from the Valentine and the carry.
Yeah, but a Grok against a Martis, though.
That's iffy. I mean, both of them have the ability to remove control, and you can just charge. But I'm just gonna boil it down to it'll go down to the timing of Irad to make this Grok work. But I feel like they ended up picking something that was just like one of the last best options.
They didn't. Yeah, it's like, well, we're kind of in a corner right now. Let's just pick the Grok.
Yeah, because in terms of like who was way more useful, in terms of the final picture of the draft, the Martis does it really well. Because at least the Martis will be the killer, the Reaper, the finisher, with a chain of decimations if he can get that.
Yeah.
While Grok, it's just they have a lot of setup, sustainability-ish, but in the damage department, Echo triumphs there. But if RSG just plays it right, they provided a lot of space for Eman. That's the plus for the lineup of RSG. There's so much peel and frontliners for Eman to work off of, and this is what RSG likes to do.
Wow.
Okay, RSG with an early leash there for Irad and the young goat, Carl Teasy, showing off on our screens here. Meanwhile, up top, Sanford and Nats. Almost low HP for these XP laners. Still Echo gaining control of the river, and they want to get this Lethal Wanderer in for this one. But so far, it's 3 members here for RSG holding this area. But who gets it? It's... Okay, it's... Exort for that one.
Yeah, I think even for this, right, for Irad to make this Grok work, he's got to expect this from Carl Teasy, right? At least pretty much kind of shoving Carl Teasy into the jungle of Irad, kind of forcing those skirmishes, those situations that are uncomfortable for him. So Irad really, at the end of the day, has to just kind of plan himself there for those objectives. That's exactly what his kind of job to do, and then just go in for that wild charge, even a Hail Mary, right? That might be him and Light really kind of setting the pace for those team fights. Whereas, yeah, like you mentioned, Renamar, Decimate City might be a problem for RSG to be in.
Yeah, because RSG they drafted their lineup eventually to just make it shine for Eman. Echo's lineup can rotate frequently at just 2. They can send multiple different members of 2 players to just get kills all around the map.
No, well, right now,
speaking of which,
Turtle has spawned here. 2 versus 1 on the top side. Nav still doing work so far. Sanji not going to be able to get the rough waves the way he wants to. Irad, though, able to steal the Turtle away. Now running for the hills here. Does not have the wild charge available. Going to be waiting for the team. There's a lockdown, though. Light comes in. Nice rage setup with a Tyrant's Rage. First blood. Go in the hands of Naz. Sanford will grab a kill, but it's double for Naz. Still working. Not going to be able to survive that one. And Sanford will fall as well. It's a trade for both teams here.
Part of me was actually surprised that the members of Echo decided to chase down Irad, because when I saw Irad running away with the buff, I was like, are you guys really going to chase him? Because RSG's right there and they will counter-punish you, and that's exactly what happened. 2 kills there for Naths, but it's still close enough that it wasn't a major blunder there by Echo. Just boiled down to RSG read the situation really well and made the right call to help out Irad there.
Yeah, because we were talking about how Echo could respawn early and faster, so RZ's using that potential to utilize on who is going to take the bait first. So those moments that they can use delays Echo's progress to get proper items in. But most of the time, it's the reinforcement and the rotation of Nats aiding everybody on the map, which is very, very important to aid those missing damages as of this point in time in the game.
See there, Corrosion Scythe already picked up by Eman. 1 item down for the
Bottom
marksman
lane
of RSG. A lot of bodies here down in the bottom. They'll be able to find anyone though, but just Echo getting a little bit more forward vision, preparing for the turtle spawning in 22.
Okay, seems like they're eyeing on pressuring Light and Eman down bottom. Oh, Sanford almost took a hit down there. But now 10 seconds for the second turtle, and Echo is setting up a one-way to control the river. Meanwhile, Irad and Light is here as well to contest this one.
Yeah, Echo will be able to start this. Tyrant's Revenge is still on cooldown. Yaoi goes in.
Now we go in with the Flicker Bloody Hunt combo. Sanji making quick work of Irad. That's going to be an easy turtle now for Echo to go ahead and secure. RSG just getting some vision there. Don't want to commit to anything. And so that is a showing of just how bursty they can be. A hook going to land from Yaoi, but Exort going to be just fine there. Once again, you know, Echo showing that they have the tools they need to pick people off.
Yeah, speaking of tools, there's a lot of knockups here Sanji's been doing and aiding Yaoi in getting those pickoffs well. And now the answer is the items would really be in time for Benecutie to work for, because that's the damage they need. With those kind of deadly pickups that they can do, they could freely go around and be aggressive on the map of RSG.
Yeah, and you see it here. 3-man versus 1. Half down.
Navs going to be just fine Salt 4 now. Exort there, join him. Navs will fall, even with the tenacity. Yaoi, though, will go down to the turret. Exort able to get that kill, but Tier 1 will fall. Meanwhile, on the top side, it's a 2 versus 1 here as well. Sanford going to be just fine, though. Emon trying to run. Vengeance used as well. Emon on the run. Carl TZ looking for a sandwich play here. Looking to get that decimate off, but might not be able to find it just yet. Decides to just go ahead and take some resources.
All right, so mirror rotations by both teams. Both XP laners were the targets, but as Echo comes out on top. And a pick off!
Sanji.
That's a clean take there. That's what you expect. Once again, the Kadena was locked in the first phase, and that's exactly why. As we take a little breather here, that's what we're talking about. The pick-off potential, especially with a Kadena across from you to pop up, find that burst, especially early on.
Yeah, and I just want to point out something in the bottom lane. Yaoi getting taken down by the turret. It looked like it was intended, because it really looks like he just took the last 2-3 hits of the turret so that they can secure the break in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Because he knows that, well, with the last minion down, at least there will be a 2-3 second window where even without a minion, the turrets are still vulnerable to damage. So he just decided, okay, I'm going to go down here. We took down Nafs anyway. It's going to be a good trade. Roamer 4, XP laner of RSG plus the turret of RSG. Little things like that are what makes me nerd out about our beautiful sport.
Yeah, amazing, right? It's all about the give and take, but Echo wants to take more up against RSG. So those objectives that they can really have a good trade for is what keeps them going, and how deadly that this lineup can be is the one that RSG needs to be aware of, that the mid-game and late-game potential that they can stop. So as of now, they're all over the place, and Echo is just picking them off one by one, and Sanji taking one under their first mid-lane turret. That's just purely damage showing up for that one.
It's tough because if you're RSG, you got to think, how do we get our bearings back, right? Because at this point, again, this is that slow kind of momentum that is building for Echo, which they've done, you know, in even on the world stage. This is kind of a similar lineup to where they found a lot of successes, and the Kadita was a lot of an integral part of their success too, and they know how to execute it well. So if you're RSG, you got to say, well, okay, how do we counterplay that? And sometimes when it's a Kadita you're dealing with, especially with this kind of lead already, it's tough to answer that, right? And you kind of are forced to either play very defensively and not make those kind of moments, especially around these objectives. Now that we get to the last turtle of the game, you're constantly worried about the Kadita. But if you can actually survive that, and the Petrify is not there, the burst isn't there, then you can find that upper hand you're looking for. You know, they're not down too far from here, but it might even be better if RSG is like, you know what, let's just give up this turtle. We don't want to risk anything else, losing more and giving that momentum to Echo.
Yeah, and that's exactly the play here for RSG. Well, here comes a concealed play by Yaoi just to find information. A free one for Echo. They play it safe. You see here, RSG have adjusted their priorities. It's now help Eman, but Sanford finds him.
Already, look at that, Eman. Just getting whittled down. Sanford didn't have to do much there. So now Emon down. Echo making their way top side. Benny Cutie also around the orange buff. Another lockdown. Erad will fall. And this is exactly what I was talking about. The momentum full force now for Echo.
And they spotted more than one member away or out of RSG in their own camp. Just the damage department right now is really showing for Echo, and they're taking this first turret of RSG, and up top is one for the cleanup.
Great calls across the map there for Echo. You see here, RSG, you pose the question, what do they need to do to find their bearings? It seems like they're still looking for it. They're struggling right now. That felt like a bit of an overzealous commitment to just try and clear minion waves and get farm for Eman up top. He knew Sanford was there, but, well, with the ultimate up for Sanford, the vengeance as well, heck yeah, that carry is going to bite the bullet there. So now it's a 4K goal lead that has ballooned. It's now just bide time for Eman, which is exactly what we pointed out during the draft, that at this point it's just a lineup built for Eman. Will Echo give RSG the time for the carry to catch up? That was the big question. It's a two-level gap, and Benecuti already has a Malefic Roar on him.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, it's most likely this is the invade composition of RSG. With all the invade stuff happening, how would you evade a burst from Sanji and the entrance of Sanford? So with this, a catch from Light would really mean something, or even a bump for the wild shards of Erad. Because again, Nats has a changing final slash. All they need to do is possibly utilize those team fights and have a good way to divide them, but I think that might not happen.
Emon in a sticky situation, not going to be able to get away from it, so a bunch of firepower has now been lost for the Raiders, and they know it. And they're going to have to give up the first lord of the game, plus some space around the map to work with. RSG struggling here. Very questionable positioning from Emon, not expecting Echo to be where they were exactly.
Sharp, very sharp response there by Echo for big miscalculation there by RSG. Let's see what they can do to recover. At this point, they're just getting outplayed. It is one of the games where I could say it is an outdraft. Even worse so is that they were outplayed. Decision-making, execution, the timings, most importantly, of their rotations and engagements. Echo here have punished RSG after RSG kept it somewhat close in the early game. Looked like it could have been anyone's game, But Echo, once they found an opening, RSG have just crumbled and still trying to find those bearings.
Well, if that bearing needs to be on the right gear here, RSG would need to see someone out in the open.
Gonna get the hook.
Okay.
Control
position
for the
revealed.
Foundation and the Grok.
Yeah, gonna be just fine. They're gonna make quick work of this, Lord. Again, it's only the first one of the game, so expected that RSG shouldn't lose any of these inhibitor turrets, but Light will go in, finds the rage setup he was looking for. Do they have the damage? The lockdown was there on Emon. Can't survive it though, and now they're being unleashed on. 2 do fall for Echo. Benny Cutie still alive. It's a 2 for 2. So Light with a play there, found a setup. And right now, RSG still in the game despite the massive lead from Echo.
Light, that was beautiful. That was one of the most beautiful Flaker Tyrant's revenge into rages I have ever seen. It's like that is familiarity and understanding, knowing because of the vision provided earlier, that was just a massive estimation that was perfect. Familiarity against your opponents. One of the plays of the playoffs, biggest plays of the playoffs so far by Light. It helped RSG survive another day.
Veterancy is also showing here in all of the members of RSG. And in those kinds of specific team fights, you might need to make a winning play for your team to get back on their feet. So now they might see some angles, and those winning moments that even Light can do again and again could change things around no matter how the lead Echo is going for. But the problem is, will the damage make it through Echo's defense as they build up with this kind of lead? 8.1k. And they're on the base to clear some minions and the waves to even go out of their base to hunt more of Echo's members.
Yeah. So look at the items. You see they're still catching up. Almost a 3,000 gold lead. Just a golden staff. Demon Hunter Sword and the corrosion side for M, and he still needs a bit more. It's going to take a lot of time. What we saw there, if Light does get the pick off of you as you put OSX, and as we saw, here comes RSG with an attempt.
Conceal play going to be used here. Light charging up, but they also know that base is going to be pushed in bottom side from the work of Sanford. Once again, RSG has to decide, do we actually want to fight this? Do we want to back off? And it looks like they're going to take the latter. Lord secured here by Echo as RSG gets prepped up again for a defense.
I think that was one wise move of RSG to do, because with this kind of thing and you're up against Echo, you know somebody might do a split.
Yep.
Either one of them could do it. So maybe the mindset of Exort right there is just to be in the base to hold someone off, and they're respecting the fact that, hey, one of us could be in the spot here for being taken out, and this point of the game as well. So now they're on a defense again, and possibly they could call in a possible reset. But now Echo here sees more than that. They want to seal this game as early as possible. But again, the threat here of Light is vital for RSG and for their setups as well.
Yeah, can they pull off another miraculous defense? Almost 10,000 already is the gold lead here of Echo. It will take close to a miracle. Maybe a miracle set. A miracle find for RSG to hold on another day.
Okay, they commit a little bit here to Yawi. He's going to have to use the Bloody Hunt. The Wild Charge comes out too. Sanji will fall, still going to be going for it. It's Naz that fell as well, and now into the base Carl TZ goes. Meanwhile, Lord has made its way in the bottom side of the base. RSG, can they hold on a little bit longer? They've got to take down the Lord here. Crystal going to be worked on, taking a couple hits. Irad running. It looks very bleak, but it's a mega kill so far. Emmon still alive, clear the way. The hook will land. He purifies out of it, and that's going to be it. It looks like triple kill for the Storm. Benny Cutie as Echo takes game 3.
Echo, my goodness. A decimation of RSG in this crucial game number 3. The World Champs are now at match point.
And just as that, they manage to tie things around up against the Kings of C. There was more hope there that I saw back in that game. We saw Light in the back lines of Echo. And when Nath's fall, and that was the time to RSG was thinking we need to retreat back, and Light was too far from the base to make that miracle set that we were expecting. There was still hope there, but Nats, the one falling first, was not a great spot for the Raiders to even fight back.
Yeah. In that scenario, it was just RSG needed to do something, and for me, it was a good attempt, but I'm not surprised that that was the end result that we got. It was more of RSG had close to like no choice. Might as well pull the trigger right now. They tried it, saw them hold on for as long as they did.
Yep.
But at that point there near the end, there were just way too many minions. Exort and Eman, though, you have to commend their positioning there at the end, because it looked like Echo would not have been able to end it. Because they couldn't reach the carry, they couldn't reach the Valentina. The minion waves were being handled beautifully by RSG, but Echo just, at that point, that was just brute force, raw power and numbers.
Yeah, and Medicuti did have deaths.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in that case, too, with that being said, with to follow up with what Renmar mentioned, it just, you have kind of one option, you might as well go for it, but the gap between the itemization and the gold was just too much. You know, and that is kind of what was clearly the case. And when your ace card is literally Emon with the damage department and the carry, he had such a hard time getting in position. So, you know, things just kind of fell apart there, and they really didn't have the opportunity to profit even minutes before when Light had that amazing set.
Well, speaking of sets now, it's time for Wolf to break things down, and this is Echo winning this match, and they're at match point against RSG.
Na-mention ng ating mga casters na naging one-sided ang game number 3 doon sa Echo. At para sa akin, agree ako at meron akong dahilan. Ito ay dahil doon sa nagawang draft mula doon sa Echo. And I think ito yung pag-checkmate na nakita natin mula sa coaches or doon sa drafting team mula doon sa Echo. Tingnan muna natin yung mga unang parte ng ating game, which is the draft, right? We start dahil doon sa pagkuha ng Joy. Ang pinaka-nagustuhan ko dito is yung slot number 7 slot number 9 na nakuha nila agad yung Franco tsaka yung Kadita. Means ito yung second pick coming out from Echo. Nakuha nila agad yung mga posibleng counter doon sa Joy, which is, in this case, yung Franco. Sabay tinake away nila to mula doon sa kalaban nila, which was RSG. Ngayon, pagdating nung second phase, ang binan nila on slot number 14 was actually the Akai. Na-mention din nata ito nung ating mga kasos, napansin nila, napakagandang ban nito dahil pagkuha nila nung Martis, nung kanilang last 2 picks, ay biglang naupusan na ng hero ngayon na pwedeng gamitin si Irad. Ang kanilang naging trade-off is going to be Arlot and Joy, pero hindi nakakuha ng direct counters ang RSG doon sa kanilang Joy. This time, yung pagkakakuha nga lang nung kabilang side, which is yung carry na tinake away dito ng RSG Slate Philippines, dahil nga naman meron pang Beatrix na tira para sa Echo, may combo pa rin nung kagat plus the burst na we saw from Echo. So, na-checkmate ng Echo ang RSG Slate Philippines by their draft order. Yung pagbaan doon sa kanilang Akai at pagkuha ng Martes para maubusan ng hero si Irad na puwersa siyang gumamit ng Grak na technically speaking ay parang hindi talaga playstyle mula sa side ng RSG at mas madaming na-achieve yung composition ngayon ng Echo dahil doon sa kanilang draft. But of course, hindi naman dyan lang natapos yan. Titignan natin yung ilang parts ng mga game na nagbigay nga naman ng malaking advantage dito sa side ng Echo. Una sa lahat, ang Echo versus RSG matchup ay parang nakaikot dun sa kanilang mga gold laners. Alam natin na si Eman at si Benicuti ay sa mga keys to victory palagi ng dalawang teams na to when they are playing. So, laging importante yung mga X-Plane matchups na kayang mang one-shot ng mga gold laners. For example, in this case, yung Joy versus the Arlot. Ang only advantage ng isang Joy over the Arlot is kaya niya talagang mag-one-hit combo ng isang gold laner dahil dun sa kanyang ultimate, pati na rin dun sa kanyang vengeance. And that is what we saw in this game. Minute number 7, nakahanap agad si Sanford ng opening para patumbahin dito si Eman. At dahil dun sa nagawa niya, napigilan talaga yung momentum na nakita natin mula sa Akari. Tuloy-tuloy yung deaths na nakita natin mula kay Eman, sinimulan of course ni Sanford. Makikita din natin na yung itemization dito ng Echo ay saktong-sakto sa damage output ng RSG. Lagi nating isipin kapag may Valentina at siya lang yung magic damage dealer sa kabilang team, kakapusin talaga. So yung Echo, ang kinailangan nilang gawin, kumuha ng Kiras para doon kay Yahweh, kumuha ng mga leg plates para kay Sanford and the gang so that they can match up against RSG. WRC, dun sila nahirapan. Kailangan nilang pigilan yung damage output ni Benny Cutie, pati na rin ni Sanford on the Joy, but it wasn't enough in the end. Of course, hindi lang naman din about the draft, about the items, ang naging dahilan kung bakit nanalo ang Echo. Nakita din natin na maganda yung kanilang snowball. Early game was very important. Nakahanap sila ng mga early kills dahil dun sa connection ni Sanford, ni Sanji, pati na rin ni Yawi, yung mga pick-offs na nakuha nila at nag-snowball sila out of that. Ang pinaka-notable para sa akin dito is yung ginawa ni Carl TZ on this Martis. Bukod sa idea na nakuha niya yung mga important na unang mga turtles at unang mga kills, ang ginawa niya dito is nag-invade. In fact, sa lahat ng mga monster gold na nanakaw ng Echo, nakakuha sila ng about 4,000 plus na gold dahil lang doon. At sobrang importante nito para sa side ng Echo. Kumbaga, no early stages, bukod sa nakakuha sila ng mga kills against RSG, nakakapag-invade din sila. So, nakakuha ng bonus gold ang Echo, kaya naman yung early game ay talagang napunta sa kanilang side. Hindi na nakahinga ang RSG State Philippines afterwards dahil bukod sa na-checkmate na sila doon sa draft, napaganda pa talaga sa Echo yung nakita nating early game. Eventually, RSG will try to find some openings gamit yung initiation ni Light. And I would say, maganda naman talaga ang ipinakita ni Light dito sa ating game. Yun nga lang, etong si Sanford, man on a mission. Alam niya kung ano yung nakatoka sa kanya trabaho, which is i-one-shot yung kalaban niyang gold laner. Ang kanyang unang set of items, nag-casual leg plate shot and tough boots, rekta na doon sa kanyang Genius 1. And around the 5-minute to 7-minute mark, kung saan ito yung unang item power spike ng isang XP laner, dahil meron siyang Vengeance at yung kanyang ultimate, kayang-kaya na niyang patumbahin yung carry. Nakikita natin na napigilan dito si Eman dahil wala naman siyang flicker. Hindi siya naka-flicker, naka-purify siya. So even after utilizing the purify, kayang-kaya pa rin siyang habulin nitong ating Joy. Well, maintindihan mo naman kung bakit siya nag-purify kasi madaming ang mga lockdown dito na important para sa side ng Echo. But in the end, nakahanap pa ng mas maraming openings ang Echo because of that. Early game, papabor to sa Echo dun sa mga pick-ups na nakuha nila. Nakakuha pa ng kill doon si Beatrix. I think makikita na natin around the 7-minute mark kung yung nagawa nga naman dito ni Sanford. This is the fight. By the way, tinake advantage din niya dito yung CC immunity na meron ng Joy para i-dodge yung ultimate ni Light. And I think that was one of the better moments na nakita natin. Hindi nga lang talaga makahanap ng kahit anong play ang RSG. Surely makahanap sila isa katulad itong flicker play mula kay Light, napakaganda. Pero na-expose doon yung short range or mid-range na marksman katulad ni Carry. So, malayong-malayo initiation ni Light, pero kailangan lumapit ni Eman. At dahil dun sa kanyang paglapit, nahanap ng Echo, gamit yung kanilang Joy, yung access doon sa kabilang marksman. And we were talking about how important it is as a win condition para sa RSG, yung makakuha ng mga -1 na yon. Pero napigilan nga siya doon ng Echo. So to sum it up, magandang draft order mula doon sa side ng Echo. And of course, good early game. Yan ang dahilan kung bakit sila nanalo sa game number 3. Match point para sa Echo. Makakabawi bang RSG? Alamin natin mamaya. For now, let's pass it over to Mara Aquino.
3 games have passed. Intense ang energy dito sa SMX Convention Center. Intense din ang energy ng crowd. Kaya ngayon magtatawag tayo ng dalawang personality para i-settle this. Let's call Bad Boy Boyets and Urada. Hello guys, hello. Face off. Sige nga, face off tayo muna. Alright, ayan. Wag namang kiss. Ito yung mga crowd. Kung ano-ano yung sinasabi. Okay, gusto ko muna malaman kung anong kuponan ang sinusuportahan nyo. Urada.
Echo.
Bad Boy Boyet. RSG first, bago tayo mag-battle. Bakit mo sinusuportahan ng Echo?
Kasi yung nag-ML din kasi ako. Tapos yung mga galaw nila, parang may pareho sa galaw ko.
Oh!
Kaya ayun, simula nung nakita ko yung gameplay ng Echo, na-attach na ako sa kanila eh.
Agree ba kayo? Ang ingay ng crowd. Tama! Okay, bakit mo naman sinusuportahan ng RSG?
Di ako RSG kasi nandyan yung kababayan ko and yung mga katropa ko. Si Irad and Eman.
Mga kababayan, mga katropa. Eto na, gusto ko kasi, yung mga fans dito, sobrang intense. So kayo ang magre-represent sa kanila. Ipagmayabang natin yung paborito nyong koponan. Si Urada is gonna go for Echo. Bad Boy Boyet para sa RSG. It's time to settle this. Alright, round 1.
Masabi ko lang, sure win na yung Echo.
Sure win yung Echo.
Bakit? Nung unang first game pa lang, natalo sila, di ba? Sinadya nila. Kumbaga, inasar lang nila yung RSG.
Mga asar.
Bakit nila inasar? Para makuha yung loob. Ngayong kampante na yung RSG ng second game at third game. Panalo na Echo. Tama? Tama.
Wag kang makakampante, Orada, kasi inadapt lang namin yung technique mo na buy time purge. Binabay time lang namin para makuha nila yung game 1 at game 3, tapos amin na yung 4 and 5.
Pero huwag ka mag-alala. May masabi rin naman ako sa team nyo. Ito
Ano
na masabi ko. Hindi mahalaga ang magwagi. Ang mahalaga, ikaw ay... nakiwagi.
Tama. Pero... alam namin, nasa amin na talaga itong 4 and 5. Kaya yung pakikibahagi mo, sana sa susunod, maayos yung ibahagi mo.
Pinag-usapan kasi natin yung team eh. Yung ginawa nilang bahagi kanina, napakaganda. Nakita mo yung binibigay na space ni Yawi. Kuwang-kuwa sa akin. Di ba?
Pero hindi mo ba nakikita din yung mga buy times ni ni Light? Panis na panis yung yawi mo. Parehas na parehas kayong galawan eh. GG Bird!
Pero ito nalang masabi ko ulit. Sa larong ganito, dalawa lang pagpipilian mo. Ang manalo o ang matuto. Tama? Tama! Hey!
Dapat ata ako nagsasabi sa inyo eh. Kayo yung matatalo, kami yung matututo.
Pero fans ako ng Echo pero hindi man ako ganun kasama. Okay? Echo ang aking kupunan. Pero hindi ibig sabihin nun, ibang team hindi ko sinusuportahan. Basta Pilipino ang manglalaro, lahat panalo, walang matatalo.
Tama.
Enigma time. Ay, wala pa.
Tama lang. Lahat tayo sinusuportahan natin lahat dito ng team. Kaya sangayon na kay Purge na lahat sinusuportahan natin. Echo RSG.
Ito. Gusto ko malaman kasi kung sino talaga ang nag-settle this. Pag nilagay ko yung kamay ko sa top ng kanilang ulo, mag-cheer kayo. Kayo ang boboto kung sino ang panalo. Okay, let's hear it for Bad Boy Boyets! Okay. Let's hear it for Urada! Ay! Mukhang may clear winner. Ay!
Echo loud, Echo Purge. Echo loud, Echo.
We settled it here. How about we get the crowd to settle it? Sona, where you at?
Alam nyo, Urada, Boyet, Mara, tama na kayo eh. Kasi ngayon, nandito tayo sa gitna, sa harap ng stage. And can I hear some more noise, everybody? Rinig na rinig ang buhay ng Echo. At ngayon, pinakikilala ko sa inyo, ito ang cheer-off. Kailangan ng lakas ng lahat ng audience dito sa pagitan ng Echo and RSG. This time, representing the Orcas is none other than Mami Dars! Okay. Narinig mo naman kanina ang sinabi ni Urada. Hindi mahalaga ang manalo, ang mahalaga ikaw ay natuto. Pero syempre gusto mo manalo, di ba?
Yes! Gustong manalo talaga, as in.
So this time, we're gonna be taking note of the cheer-off. Gusto ko na sindakin nyo ang RSG this time. Simulan mo sa pinakaunang cheer na meron ang Echo. Mami Dars, take the floor.
Let's go, Orcas! Echo! Echo! Yun po.
Parang wala namang nangyari. Okay, gusto kong malaman what's behind the cheer. Saan nagmula yung unang cheer na binigay mo sa amin?
Ayun yung galing sa Indonesia, yung Emperor Chan po ng mga yung taga-Indo.
That's wonderful. Kita mo naman yung support ng mga sa likod. Verified and certified ang ating mga nakita. Now, since this is a cheer-off, bigyan mo na kami ng pangalawa. Kasi ito yung nabanggit mo sa akin, you still have the second one. Kumbaga, ito ang iyong cheer tutorials. And this time, Mami Dars, ikaw na to ulit.
Let's go, Orcas! ECHO! Let's go, Echo! Laban, Echo! Let's go, Echo! ECHO! Let's go! Woo!
So, ikaw pala yung woo sa dulo. Right? Ikaw yon. Ikaw yung naririnig ng mga tao na nandito ngayon sa SMX. Now, talk to us, what's the story behind it once again? Sige, gawan mo ng kwento. Kwento mo to eh.
Since kasi iisa pa lang yung yung cheer ng Echo, marami akong iniisip na iba pang mga pwedeng gamitin para ma-boost yung ng Echo.
And that, again, is one of them. Nakita naman natin, grabe talaga yung suporta na nandun sa'yo. Fan favorite for a reason. And I believe you still have one more cheer to show us. Ito na yung pagkakataon mo. Kung magkakaroon ka ng cheer na ibibigay mo para sa lahat ng fans ng Echo, what would it be?
Pwede ngayon ko lang kasi...
Ngayon mo lang naimbento. Kung ngayon mo lang naimbento, there is no other perfect time but here in the playoffs.
Echo! Echo! Sa playoffs na to, magcha-champion tayo.
Okay. Feel ko, kailangan ko pa rin tanungin kung ano yung storya behind that one.
Siyempre, yun lang, magcha-champion po talaga Echo. Yun ang nararamdaman.
No other words needed. Palakpakan naman natin the cheer machine herself, Mami Dars. So, huwag na natin patagalin pa to. Papatalo kaya ang RSG?
Siyempre, Sona, hindi magpapatalo ang RSG! Wow! Nabibingi ako. Kasama natin dito ang super fan, Nico! Okay, ulitin na natin yan. Let's go, Raiders! Woo! Let's go! Okay, ikaw ang in charge. Ibibigay ko sa'yo yung mic. Kailangan ipa-cheer mo lahat ng RSG fan dito sa SMX Convention Center. Kaya mo ba?
Kayang-kaya yan!
Kailangan talbogan mo yung nasa kabila, ah.
O naman, Tamara! Kaya ko yan! Raiders, are you ready? Let's go! R! S! G! Let's go, RCR! S! G! Let's go, RCR! S! G! Let's go, RSG!
Okay, okay. Ano ba ang meron yung RSG na alam mo sa kanila talaga yung panalo ngayong araw na to?
Siyempre, meron silang teamwork. So, hindi porket nasa isang team sila, team lang for play. No, team is a family. Yun ang meron ng RSG.
Yan ang meron ng RSG. Ano pa? Bakit mananalo ang RSG ngayon?
Siyempre, malalakas sila. Tinatanong pa ba yan?
Okay nga, gusto ko malaman dito bago tayo mag-cheer ulit. Bakit? Ikaw nga, bakit mananalo? Bakit mananalo RSG? Ba't ka nagugulat? Ikaw nga yun ang gugulat sa akin eh. Ang loud niyo pa kanina pa. Bakit RSG?
Kasi nagpapatalo yung bida sa una.
Kapatalo, yung bida sa una. Oh, okay, okay. Kanina, nagkaroon tayo ng settle this. Sino yung nagsasalita dito? Naririnig ko kanina. Ikaw ba? Ikaw ba? Ikaw ba? Ikaw ba? Okay, okay, okay. Sige nga. Ipagmayabang natin yung RSG.
Mananalo RSG sapagkat malalakas sila.
Sino sa kanila ang pinakamalakas? Paboritong player?
Si Irad!
Si Red! Bakit si Red?
Magaling siya at child prodigy.
Yon! Okay, kanina, nandun, may eyo. Anong kaya mong gawin na kayang tapatan yung ginawa niya doon sa kabila?
Actually, lahat, Ate Mara, just so you know, here at Traders Family, lahat kami gumawa ng cheer ng RSG.
Okay! Let's hear this! Let's hear this. Lead them. Go ahead.
R! S! G! Let's go, RSG! R to the S to the G! R to the S to the G!
GGRSD!
R to the S to the G!
GGRSD!
Woo! Grabe! Grabe talaga ang suporta natin dito sa SMX Convention Center. Kaya dapat ilagay nyo sa comment section below sino ba sa tingin nyo mananalo at bakit? You can settle it right there. Now, papasok na tayo ulit sa ating laban. Babalik tayo sa ating mga casters. So, ikaw naman ang bato. With energy. Okay, game.
Casters! Pasok!
SMX, if you're hearing this, somebody turn up the AC because that face-off, that chant cheer, whatever you call it, is so electrifying. How do they manage?
Hot. I thought you'd say hot, man.
Hot and electrifying, whatever you call it. This is the first time that we witness in MPL Philippines history makes chants, makes dance moves, and all of the things. Even that bars being dropped down in the middle, that's Mara did.
Yeah, I would say we have found progress, like so
Yeah.
far. Like as an
Building on
audience,
it, yes.
we're like, you know, before, I think they mentioned this before, like, you know, at playoffs and whatnot, or even in the regular season, people were just like watching.
Yeah.
And then like slowly but surely, they started to adapt, they started to evolve. Now you have, all those light boards, all those, whiteboards, they
The
have
props.
merch, they have props, and now you have
Jerseys.
bands, and pretty soon you're going to have full-on cheers.
Who knows? Again, the M5 is happening here. If you see the cheers of the international teams present in Indonesia, well, we need to up our A game for that one.
Yeah, man. I know we have the lungs and the vocal cords to do it. If we can stay up until like 4:30 a.m.
Karaoke.
singing karaoke,
That's his thing.
we can do it. That's not my thing.
That's his thing.
Yeah, we know
I've
that,
heard
man.
you sing,
it's
man.
okay. Ranmar's a good singer and a dancer.
I am really not. Okay, dancing, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
he
take
can
that.
agree on the
I
dancing.
will take that. Not on the singing, though. But yeah, man, with M5 coming here, and I know a lot more of our fans in the Philippines actually fly out to the other countries to watch the international tournaments. Like, show them the lakas ng Pinas of the audience. You know, the energy, the creativity. Let's bring more out of that because, like, the Indonesian fans, they're fantastic. Honestly, like, I'm gonna give them that. They set the bar for like fan energy and creativity. I want the Filipino fans to be inspired by that and show the potential that is innate in the Filipinos to scream our freaking lungs out.
Man, I will say that when I went to Indonesia for the first time for M4, feeling the energy of the audience, I was like, is this a Mobile Legends tournament or am I in like
Are we in the
a
right
football
sport?
game?
Yeah, right. And to add more of that, imagine a whole stadium with flags carrying up the jerseys, their colors, and mind you, all of the side of that stadium has drums and has dancers. I want to see more of the dancing here in the Philippines. We haven't seen it yet. And since Indonesia is raising up the bar on how to chant and cheer, us Filipinos are also do good, or we will do good on the dancing as well.
Yeah, we have that in us. Let's bring it.
Not me.
Bring it.
I'm not,
It will
I'm not quite the dancer.
We're giving you a little bit of time. I know it will show.
Yeah.
It will show.
There's a dancer in all of
Nope.
us. I'm sure there's one in you.
Nope. It's been about 3-4 seasons now, still not dancing.
Well, we're not talking about being in. We're not talking about being in the desk, bro. If we caught you dancing, but by some point we will do it something we can upload online.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I'm not dancing in front of you, Francis.
Man, what if like Naisu was actually like a awesome ballet dancer? Like the most
Hidden
graceful,
talent.
His childhood.
Yeah, like a hidden talent.
Man,
that's my headcanon now. I'm sure you have that in you.
I hope you have more of this sharing on how our childhood went, on how we do the jazz.
Why are you?
And the
You know,
ballet
this
dances.
isn't therapy.
I was going to say, we don't need any more Google searches of Naisu. It's already happened with the whole Century Tuna thing by our dear friend Mirko. And, you know, we don't need to type Nisu dancing.
You have the search bar, folks. You have all the time. But now, it's the world champs who's on match point. And they chose to be on the red side this time around, which gives RSG to prioritize their hero pick this time around.
Okay. Looking at the bans, there's a big shift in the picture of the draft. First time we're going to be seeing
Sir, what's your command?
Echo on the red side. And it seems like they're just mirroring the priority bans from when they were in the opposite sides here. Kaj is still not being given at all. RSG really do not want to give the Yuzhong. The Yuzhong going to the hands of Echo opens up or closes the possibility of a lineup with it, even a Farsa potentially shining. With RSG banning out the Fredrin, this seems like a signal for either three things. If the Lancelot is open here, could be a Lancelot first pick, a Glue first pick, or a Valentina first pick. If the R-Lot is open, for sure the R-Lot will go in the hands of RSG.
Yeah. That is a beast in all of the hero that he uses, and there could be no surprise if this is the first card that RSG is going to use. We have 39 seconds, and this is, or what could be the prio pick of RSG here. Because right now, we are seeing similar bans. Glue is out of the option. Fredrin as well for RSG. And this is a Lancelot! Ranmar, I see you stood up. What is this? What's this mean for RSG?
It is exactly what they did in their crucial victory against Echo. Game number 2, a Lancelot first pick. This forces Echo to go pick up the Joy and the R-Lot. Now, I'm not mistaken, the difference is, or actually RSG can mimic what they did back then, and they can go ahead and pick up the Brody if they want to. If not the Brody, they can go early carry, but I'm sure Echo will have it red if RSG are just replicating what they did in the past. Valentina will be a fantastic option yet again. So if I'm RSG, just either pick up the Valentina now and then pick up your marksman as well, but you're already showing all your aces. But then that would mean the picks for the roam and the XP lane has to be really good.
Okay. Yuzong is available. No, not available though. But this is Mincitar for RSG. And Franco with light.
So
no marksman.
Yeah, they're going with Franco Mincitar combo, right? So now it's Echo that has to deal with the basically their own dance, right? Dodging basically these hooks, these spears. And at the same time, I like what you mentioned, Redmar, how, you know, that first pick Lancelot really kind of changed the pace of this a little bit for that first phase. But more so for Echo, you know, this is very similar to what we've seen them do in the past. Having the R-Lot, having the Joy, now the Akai, part of their bases are pretty much covered for the most part, right? They need really to lock down or hone in on this lineup because they know that they will be dealing with that pickoff-esque kind of lineup here. And at the same time, RSG this time, with Irad having that Lancelot, albeit be in the tanks a lot, right? You can still do quite a bit of work with that. For sure. And I feel like that's something that so far in these series where, you know, RSG has struggled a bit is just relying too much on one aspect of damage.
Yes.
And so now you have it more, I would say it's spread better. Of course, you need to see what they're going to throw in the mid lane, right? What magic damage they're going to deal with.
Yeah.
But so far, I like what RSG is doing here to possibly take us to a Game 5.
They're all playmakers, man, and all make sense because if they don't need to rely on just one. And to make all their magic and cards work, they need to activate everybody here that they can do. Again, this is match point for Echo. They ban out the Kadita that could be a possible steal for RSG, and as well as the Valentina that you guys mentioned. So more... Oh, Eve is still open, and Farsa...
Yeah. Up against a lineup with a Joy, though, Eve looks like the better pick here for RSG, but I wouldn't be surprised if Echo goes ahead and picks that as pick 4, and then the Roamer will be their last pick. For the side of RSG, They might be... Oh, I really thought they'd actually be drafting the Claude. That's why they... Ah, interesting. Okay, so they really don't want to give the Claude instead.
Okay, so they don't want that annoying marksman who can be in and out.
A lot of dive. I'd want to see
Position with a dive.
Brody here, maybe for Echo. Pick it up right now.
Welcome to
Nope,
my
still gonna be the
castle,
Grog.
friend.
And still, this is gonna be a mid lane Joy. A mid lane Joy for
Yeah.
Echo.
Yep, certainly. So Sanji on this one. So what are the options here for the gold lane? So we still have Melissa on the table. We still have the Brody for RSG. For Eman.
It's a really tanky frontier for Echo. A carry would look good.
Oh.
But they need a bit more peel. Their mid laner, I wonder what's it gonna be.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
There's a whole group of them.
Yeah, it's our MPL casters. Inaugural best caster for the MPL. Bringing it there alongside Athena
There you
as
go.
well. Great call there, OSX. And of course, with the Eve open, they pick up the Eve.
Wow. That's two.
Good job, Francis.
The Eve and the Melissa up against the Joy, as Renmar mentioned. But the carry here for Echo, man, we're on the right track here on how they're going for.
Yeah, okay, so it's not a it's a Roam Grok, a Jungle Akai, mid lane Joy. That's the picture of the draft for these two. And this might be one of those games of whoever just presses better wins.
Yeah.
It sounds better when I say it in Filipino.
How does it go in Filipino?
Pagalingan ng pindutan.
Pagalingan ng pindutan.
Yeah, oh, wow, you said that perfectly, dude.
Yes, sir. Whoa,
I'm proud of you.
You're a true Filipino.
I'm proud of
You are
you.
Filipino.
Let's go.
And yeah, so yes, it boils down to who presses the buttons better, who executes better. It seems like it, but the X factor for sure is the interaction between the Mincetar ultimate, the King's Calling, and the entry of Nats. Plus, and here's a surprise here, the heavy spin of Carl TZ. Being able to spread everyone out and potentially get out of a really shaky King's Calling.
This hero was Carl TZ's best bet for most of their matches today, and he's not letting go. Oh, we have Sanford and Nats on camera. We have our XP lane matchup here, and we're trying to look for a possibility on how Nats would use this, because we haven't seen Nats on this hero though.
Yeah, it's going to be his debut. And one of the difficult things about the lineup of Echo is their lack of long-range poke. This lineup of Echo is honest. They will get in your face. They will just try to be disruptive with the dives of Sanford and Sanji. But if RSG can leverage and position themselves well enough, Echo might not even be able to reach Eman during the big team fights. Hence why you see here an early rotation topside by Sanji to disrupt and slow Eman as much as he can. As long as RSG and help out Eman, and Eman stays in a relatively safe distance, it's good news for RSG, bad news for Echo.
Okay, so the pressure up top for Benny Cutie. Light looking for information. Irad is on the crap going rather. So Sanji got on the first Lethal Wanderer, and possibly now he's mostly busy on how he could rotate actually from top to bottom. So only tells with information on how Echo could really pressure RSG to early game.
Oh. I mean, a little early poking going on, but really nothing going to happen, you know, at least until I would say that first turtle does come up where we see both of these teams really see what they make out of their compositions, right? I mean, even Sanji on top of it is what we've seen from Joy so far, whether she's in the mid lane, whether she's parked in a side lane, hell, even if she's jungling. She's still a nuisance, right? And it came to a point where Joy in itself as a hero is really kind of hard to deal with for a lot of teams. And so now are the tools there, especially for RSG. The turtle's already going to be less than half health here. Nav's already using the ultimate. Urad going to go in, but not going to find what he's looking for. Turtle secured. There's the bloody hunt, the follow-up. Sanford going to flicker around. Another flicker from Nas. Going to miss it, though. Sanji there to help him out. One hit away. Sanford dodges the hook. Sidesteps and survives. Turtle was secured by Echo.
Off-cam kill there up top. Benny Cutie. Oh, we're not done yet.
Oh, look at Sanford.
Yeah. Still going to be going. Once again, Navs will get that stun off, but survives both of them.
Wins across the map there for Echo. not the dream start here for RSG. Eman already dished one death. Great help and assist there by Echo. Benny Cutie, the solo kill. And of course, the response of Echo there in that turtle. Walk away with a kill and no other losses.
Okay. Well, speaking of losses here, RSG needs to have a checklist on how to counter the control of Echo right now. Yaoi being busy with information as well as Sanji. The two players of Echo right now is so important on where to strike. Oh, look at that!
Yeah. Speaking of which, Flicker with a wild charge. Benny Cutie trying to get the kill there. They get away from me as popped. Heavy spin comes down. Not going to be enough. Emon, light fall. Echo finding 2 on the top side.
Echo are getting the start they want. Benny Cutie might get punished here.
Yeah, Benny Cutie did not know that they were waiting for him there. So will fall top side. RSG finally on the board. Still 2 versus 2 here. But they ultimately going to back off, get set up for that turtle in less than half a minute.
That looked quite amusing to me. It's like Carl TZ and Yaoi said, hey guys, we can both go. Hey, wait, we don't have damage. Let's just get out of here. Just let them be. We have to commend RSG. Exort and Irats playing off the shrubs to make sure that the other members of Echo don't see them, to give them the position and the opportunity to pick off Benny Cutie like that. That was a great individual and, well, duo sense by Exort and Irad.
That's how veterancy and experience works here for RSG. Taking control of the map, their macro sense, and also their plays is really important for Echo. Now Irad takes a poke out of this turtle, but now Carl TZ and Yaoi's looking for chances to not be in a retribution battle, but seems like Irad and Light as well is here for the challenge.
Not sure if they really want to do this. Irad gonna jump in. Wow. He steals it under the nose of Carl TZ. Gonna get out of there. Still Nas holding down the mid lane. RSG holding on. Really controlling that gold lead that Echo has. It is only a 1K at this point.
Yeah, you see the retribution timers of both ticking. So that really went down to the microsecond of who got that retribution offers just in time, and it was Irad.
Imagine being in the nose of Carl TZ, the one who uses the lance a lot.
Yeah.
Shows confidence, experience, and no matter how or who they're up against, it's on skill that they want to go in for such a showdown. Who secures it's Carl TZ getting that crab coin.
Yeah, bottom lane though, seems like Nats is not having a good time going up against Sanford. With Sanford cutting his lane, he's going to be rotating mid first, trying to get info. So they know the orange buff is up there, and they have the info that the Lancelot is down in the orange. See if Echo will try to make a play out of this, but they don't necessarily have the minion weights to do it. And because RSG have flooded bodies onto Eman's lane, Echo cannot commit a big play right now. Except Sanji's just trying to disrupt Irad.
Yeah, not sure if he's going to actually escape this one. Already forced to use the Vengeance. So, you know, despite the idea there for Sanji, we'll get a resource out of here. But, you know, we have about 30 seconds for that turtle to be up. Last one of the game so far. Exort also picking up a key item here to prep up for that fight.
Yeah, Irad really could have gotten Sanji there, but Irad decided to play it really safe.
Yep.
He felt like he was getting baited into a trap. Member of Echo could have jumped on him. Although, in our point of view, it looked like no way in hell anyone could have actually helped Sanji there, even though Carl TZ was relatively close. But Irad, to me, in those situations, that is warranted to play safe like that.
Yeah, they need to compose themselves and have the discipline if they want to force this game into another breathtaking match. But now Yao is on the conceal though, and Exort is trying to maintain that crystal. Oh, look at that light with a flicker.
Flicker comes in. They find the lockdown of Carl TZ, trying to get him out. Irad secures the turtle once again. Carl TZ will fall. Yaoi the next target. Irad on the hunt. He goes in.
Wow.
That's 3 that fall. Double kill for Irad. Echo is in trouble. The tables have turned for RSG.
Oh, the hell of a turnaround by RSG. The mechanic, Sanford, can he do something?
Sanford still trying to hold on. Final slash and trying to buy time. Will dodge the iron hook. Has to flicker out. Tier 1 in the mid lane going to be claimed by RSG.
What a play there by the Raiders. That was just them pressing buttons better. Better execution, better timing. And you're starting to see and feel now the presence of the King's Calling in the right area, not necessarily just to dive the backline, but to close off the areas where the members of Echo can dash through is coming in big here for RSG. It threw off the positioning and the team fight tempo of Sanford and Carl Teasy especially. And again, RSG going back to their key targeting. Find Carl, burst him down, then we go for the red tree.
Big hook. There's the bloody hunt. Yawi not going to be able to escape from this one. Uses the wild charge. Couple hits away. Emon will get the kill. And now their eyes set on that tier 1 in the bottom lane. Carl Teasy getting poked down. Irad and Exort here. Going to be just fine, though, as Echo trying to find their bearings in this game. Irad still in the hunt. There's the iron hook. Still looking for the follow-up. That should be a kill. They get the heavy spin out, though. So still a small win here for RSG, building on the momentum they have, plus the turret.
Wow, 3 turrets being taken down by RSG up against Echo. This is just problems being served up to Echo right now, and all of the gold earnings is leaning towards Irad and Eman, being in the damage, being in the distance. We're waiting for this Melissa to show up, but RSG, how they actually prepared themselves to go up against Echo, they're not putting down without a strong fight. This is one way of them seeing by not losing their grip in this game.
Oh, Echo!
Conceal play. Full-on wild charge coming out from Yawi. It is going to be deterred for a little bit longer. Exort dropping the rear world manipulation. Sanford trying to buy time with the final slash. He gets Emon down before he falls himself. Irad with a mega kill as he takes on Sanford. Now it's a 4 versus 4.
Oh!
The hook's going to land from Light, but it's Yawi that they find. Do they have the damage? 4 versus 4 for the Lord. Both junglers going to go ahead and start up the dance here.
King's Calling, man. Looked really good there for Echo, but again, the King's Calling, the ultimate of the Minotaur, throwing off Echo's team fighting.
Still going to be fighting for it here. Looks like they're going to give it a go. Irad getting in position to steal it as he's done before. Exort, though, will get whittled down by Sanji. Irad does it again against Carl Teasy. Takes out Yawi on top of it. Benny Cutie going to be in trouble. Has to flicker out. Will survive. Light's going to hook the minion and will get taken down by Sanford. There's the bloody hunt, trying to buy a couple more seconds before he falls.
Idolo Irad. He is looking like an absolute star right now. Look at him dashing.
He's bobbing, he's leaving. He goes in. Can he survive this and get away? No, he can't. Sanford will take him down.
Irad. Wow.
His confidence is off the roof and up against the GOAT, Carl Teasy. He managed to take him down under the turret, and RSG's now still leading with the push.
Oh, Yabi once again. Emon having to use the ultimate here. They got to deal with the Lord still. Echo in a good position to at least defend this one. Nats goes in. There's the final slash. They can cut him off from the rest of the team. Nats will go down to the base of Echo as they hold on from that Lord push. Sanji, though, going to be hunted down.
Can they chase him down?
Can his team get to him in time here? Sanji's still on the run, and they know we can't catch this Joy.
And that's a good pull and buy time as well by Sanji. He's been doing it. He's been doing it so good for Echo that everything's being divided for RSG.
Oh, they found Light. Echo gets... Oh, the wild charge.
Oh, no.
It looked like Grok was way too thick.
I think, yeah. He's like, all right, that wall's a little longer, or I'm a little too thick.
Yeah. Here comes Irad. Purple buff still secured by Carl Teasy. That wild charge landed. If Grok was able to get through it, could have been a pick off onto Light, but Archie was close enough to answer. So we can't say for sure that would have been a sure secure there for Echo or a big win for Echo. But despite all of that, despite Archie being in the lead, it is still a very close game. Item-wise, you see here the signature of Irad. What he does is he builds that War Axe early on. It's a hybrid, and instead of it being late game build damage items for Lancelot, it's you build it as one of your first, then you go Guardian, Bloodlust Axe, and potentially it looks like he's building one more damage item, which, if I'm not mistaken, could be a Malefic Roar.
Well, now that's physical damage penetration being present. Now with that kind of damage now, they need to be prepared on how the defense would look like. But man, I just wonder how Irad does this everything with such full confidence and experience. He's just so, well, not being not being disturbed on how he's up against the world champs.
Yeah, he is styling and profiling right now in his debut playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people, you got to be honest, a lot of people kind of doubted him when he first showed up,
Yeah.
you know, and really questioned the decision, even, you know, put him in. But, hey, the guy is doing an amazing job, and he's styling, like you guys mentioned, and he's 6-1, just picked up the BOD. Position to do exactly what he's been doing against these objectives. So Echo's got to have an answer here. Yawi going to go in with a wild charge. They look for Emon. Can't find him just yet. Sanford in a bad position. Light did fall, but now Sanford to follow. Still going to be going. Benny Cutie unleashing.
Benny!
The spin wheels are too much. 3 have fallen for RSG.
A TK for the Storm and a Lord for Echo on the back of Carl Teasy, just saying, all right, y'all guys fight there. I'm going to get this Lord. Zone out for days. The Storm is activated. Triple Benny. What can they get out of this Lord push, though, as the members of Echo are spawning in? Seems like the Lord has free reign up top. Echo will have eyes set on breaking down the outer turrets of RSG.
So that's how he managed to sustain himself, by just himself alone. Physical damage immunity, Wind of Nature was present, and both of the 2 important members of Echo were on to a big objective, and were on to taking the most important people in RSG. And they've broken down another turret, and they're pushing in from top to mid, and Echo is the strength that they're missing from the early game, and is just purely showing up against RSG.
Yeah. You have to appreciate the call there by Echo. They got to knock up Emma. They couldn't take Emma down, but Sanji said, okay, it's my job to just stop him from getting to the fight. And without Emma there, RSG struggled in that fight, especially to take down Benny Cutie. But kudos to RSG for taking down 3 crucial members of Echo in that scenario. They just couldn't take down Benny.
How do you catch Benny? It's all up to Light here. It's all up to his Iron Hook and that Bloody Hunt, but that's a conceal.
Yeah, Yawi going to go again, using the flick of the wild charge. Not going to find a target. The side steps were there from RSG. They lose that tier 2, but might be looking for a counterpunch here. Light going to be looking for the Hunt. He goes in with a Bloody Hunt, finds Sanford, but was that the right target? Look at the final slash comes through. And the follow-up, Benny Cutie still unleashing in the backside. Naz is there. Sanji goes in, cuts him off. Naz will fall here. Double for Sanji. And it looked like a counterpunch from RSG, but it ended up biting them in the back. As now the inhibitor turret's going to be worked on here. Irad trying to buy some time. But they hold on. They get the flicker out to avoid the hook.
Wow. Sanford, the final slash to set it up. And also great news for Echo that there were enough members close by to respond to that. That was the right call by Light, the right call by RSG, but that was the right turnaround by Echo.
Going back on that instant replay, that wall, and how Benny Cutie managed to have his free hits in the area of RSG. It's just Nats being left alone by the Raiders, and that's purely in a great timing, but it wasn't enough for them to defend as well. Echo on the lead, 2.3K.
You know, that is even the positioning there from the previous fight when Sanji, you know, able to cut off the rest of RSG from the backside. That's something you always have to worry about when dealing with a joint.
It's the X factor of this XP laners, RSG and Echo. Amazing micro plays.
Look at the rest of the team. Echo isn't even here for this fight there. We've seen them do this before. Going to be setting up there patiently while Carl Teasy and Sanford are around the Lord Pit. RSG trying to get sense of exactly where the rest of the members
are. They?
Yawi going forward from the backside. They're going to find X-Sword in a massive play. Can they turn it around here? Emon will get Sanji down. Does he have enough damage? Benny Cutie, Immortality will be popped. Still going to be looking for the kill, and they get the shutdown. Double for Emon. Still going to be unleashing Sanford, trying to take him down, and he does it. Gets rid of Emon, and now Echo. What do they want to do? Do they want to start the Lord or retreat?
He's on a pursuit. Will he chase down?
Irad going for it, trying to get him down. There's the hook. They find him. Still has the immortality to work through here. Irad quite low. but buys some time.
Amazing plays.
What a showcase.
Amazing plays right there, Echo and RSG. On a tight match there, losing 2 members. Exort falls down, and RSG still maintain their defense and poise up against Echo.
Still very even. What a showcase by the Kings of C and the world champions in this game number 4. Lord down to 50%. Echo knows where Irad is. The rest of RSG still on the way.
Still going to be working for it. Irad looking to do what he can. The wild charge going to miss. Does he grab it? It's Carl Teasy securing the Lord here. RSG has to retreat. They know what's in store for them. Look at all the immortalities for Echo. The Raiders, they're going to have a miracle defense against this push almost 19 minutes into the game.
Bah, you can hear it. He's a panda, but I'm hearing goat bleats. What a play there by Echo. Great targeting. That scenario, though, you have to go all the way back to the efforts of Eman to stay alive and free hit. Why RSG even got themselves into a position where Irad can contest that Lord.
Yeah.
And it was close. Irad was there. He could have gotten it. But at the end of it all, it was Carl Teasy who gets that Lord.
He lost
the last one, though.
He might lost the early objectives, but not now. It's Carl Teasy still winning the Retribution battle, and now it's a base defense for RSG.
Let's see if they can do it. Still, Lord here going to have to whittle down. They've got the minions mostly taken care of. And right now, Echo knows they don't have an entry point. Sanford also doesn't have the final slash available. But leave it up to Yowie. He might look for an opening here. Waves pushing in. It looks like Echo's just going to call it off.
Now it'll be up to the defense and those conceal plays to get out of base and find a pick-off and then fight around that. A very close hook onto Carl Teasy would have been bad for Echo. Now RSG, what opening can they find is the biggest question.
Okay.
To answer that question.
Oh, Light's going to get trapped under the Guardian's barrier. Can he get out? Has the immortality. Echo didn't want to commit anything to Light there. They know they've got to play this carefully. They are at match point here. And it looks like they're just trying to take control of this side of the map.
To answer your question, Ranmar, possibly isolate one from Echo and wait for them to commit mistakes. Oh, almost a pixel. Light on those iron hooks is just totally on point. But if they had a chance to divide Echo right now and commit those mistakes and over commitment of those ultimates, that's one way to have a chance against the world champs.
Divide and conquer the Orcas. Eman picked up a rose gold meteor, the little bit of light steal, the magic defense, and of course the shield that you get out of that will come in big, or may come in big for the gold laner of RSG, considering that it's been Sanji over and over again who's been diving him, looking for him. Now you see the marksman juggling items around earlier. Benny Cutie didn't have this, but now he has the Haas Claws. And now Echo are going for one of their signature plays for a Lord. They position themselves as 3 in this area, and they will go for a sandwich play once the Lord is almost down. Let's see if RSG knows the situation. They're going to be looking for the backliners of RSG. Is that 3-man kill squad of Echo. You see, that's why RSG are staying back right now. Here comes the Conceal.
There it goes, Conceal. RSG's seen this a time or two. They're not going to fall for it just yet. Sanji still trying to do work as well. Lord now half health here. Carl Teasy knows he's got to watch out for Irad
This
as
game.
they go ahead and dance on.
Oh, this game just makes my heart pump too fast. Amazing ways of these two kings to battle it out. It's just so amazing to witness, but Irad is trying to look for an avenue here. Sanji on the back line.
Here comes Sanji, right for Emon, gets the ultimate out. They know he goes in. Yowie with a wild charge, but do they have the follow-up? Emon's unleashing. Do they have enough? Sanji's still going to be alive. That's the immortality. Light goes in, pushing Sanji back. Benny, though, will fall. Emon down as well. Gold for gold. Exort the next target. And now RSG still on the hunt. There's the winter truncheon, and Sanji will fall. Now Light quite low. Echo looking to control the fight, still going. Irad Immortality will be popped, and it looks like Echo still on the hunt. Irad's gonna have to have some fancy footwork, but does he have it? He goes, he pops, he weaves, and he survives for now. Irad's there as well to help him out.
Irad is showcasing one of the greatest Lancelot performances of all time.
Amazing. He evaded the wrath of Echo right into that scenario.
That's so tanky, able to hold off Yawi and Sanford. Meanwhile, buying enough time for Irad to clear the lane and come back to contest the Lord.
Is he
Can
doing
he
this?
take it? There's the lockdown. Does he have the retribution? It's Naz that comes out on top. And Irad on the run once again. Can't be chased down. RSG does it.
Naps! Really? Naps! Both junglers utilizing their retry. Irad, the decision to run to the Lord because he felt that something was off. Where was Carl? I'm sure he's getting the Lord, says Irad, and that put RSG in the position to contest. And now Echo have their backs against the wall. Just when they thought they had it, the Raiders raid the hope back from them.
No one is still safe. No one is damn still safe. This is just purely experience. Amazing place, beautiful MLBB showing up on your screens here. The Battle of Kings, and now the base defense is now on the Echo side.
Echo feeling how the tables have turned here. Gonna have to work for this Lord, taking it down. Gonna lose the next inhibitor turret in the mid lane. There's the hook. Carl Teasy getting the spear actually. And now Irad making work on the last one. And now it's a similar situation for both teams. Base is fully exposed. Concealed play going to be used from Yawi. Not sure if he wants to go in on this. RSG is ready. Carl Teasy going to go in with the heavy spin. Benny Cutie trying to unleash. And the final slash comes through as well. There's too much. Emon still alive here. Sanji on the hunt, can he get him the wind of nature? The hook from Light, able to keep him alive. And Echo's in trouble as RSG is all alive and two members of Echo are down, still on the hunt. The spear will not land. And RSG waits for minions to possibly push it in for a game 5.
What a game.
TikTok timers in. Echo, can they afford with that moment to wait? There's 3 members present. Yawi still holding the line.
Oh,
Yawi trying to buy some time. Benny Cutie gonna get cut off. He's in trouble. There's the lockdown. Light gonna find him, and that's gonna be it as Emon takes out Benny Cutie. Carl Teasy to follow. Will heavy spin out of the way, but the minions are here. The full force of the Raiders as well. And we go to our first game 5 of the playoffs.
In the battle of champions, in the battle of being able to showcase what makes you great, add to your legacies, the Raiders say no, we will not fall now. History will not be repeated. We will not be 3-1 in the upper bracket by Echo. We will force game number 5.
The first one in the books for season 11 in the playoffs. Our first game 5.
I love it. Wow. I love it. That's
finally,
man. That's what I've been hoping for since yesterday. And you know, we had 2 sweeps yesterday, and hey, now we've got game 5. We made it to game 4 earlier. Well, finally, man. Day 2, get game 5. It's between 2 kings in their own right. And now we get to see what unfolds for that. I can't wait. What a showing of top tier, I would say nearly best in the world Lancelot gameplay, man.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Beautiful from both. And we really
wow,
need to.
Wow.
Everyone will be commenting, Irad. The new prodigy deserves it. The new age of young greats deserves it. But Eman staying alive in the crucial times that he did, for the crucial moments,
Eman deserves as much flowers as Irad will get for this performance. Please.
Wow.
Oh my goodness,
Wow.
what a performance by RSG.
Okay, we gotta take a breather here. Wolf, you break things down because today and tonight, we're going to game number 5.
Binigyan tayo ng isang Lancelot game ni Irad na hindi natin makakalimutan. Nakakalamang na yung RSG but Echo was able to take it away from them. But then, yung pinakahuling mga engagements, nakita natin mula kay Irad. Hindi natin makakalimutan. Match point sa parehas na team at dahil yan sa mechanics na ipinakita ng RSG. Let's look at the analysis. Simulan natin dun sa draft dahil tingin ko hindi katulad ng game number 3. Etong game number 4, ginalawan naman ng RSG yung ating draft. Interestingly na Lancelot yung una nilang pinili. Biglang nabigyan tayo ng rason kung bakit ganun yung kanilang naging choice as their first pick. At yung Echo nakaramdam ng konting greed. Kinuha nila yung Joy, tsaka yung Arlot understandably. So open eh. Siyempre kukunin mo yan. But then, RSG swung it back. Kinuha nila yung Mincitar in combination with the Franco. Dalawang heroes na pag pinagsama mo ay maganda laban sa Joy. They know na ang Joy ng game number 3 ay naging sobrang impactful para sa side ng Echo dahil ito yung one-hit KO or kumbaga taga one-hit doon sa mga marksman na main win condition ng RSG. Pero yung RSG hindi lang pala doon sa kanilang marksman ang kanilang win condition. Irad ay kakaiba. By the way, si Irad ang ginawa niyang build order after ng kanyang Molten Essence, nag-War Axe agad siya. After niyang buuin yung kanyang helmet, kumuha naman siya ng Endless into POD. So, parang sabihin na natin hybrid pero more on damage Lancelot ang kanyang ipinakita sa game na to, which is very important. Dahil nga, yun yung way nila para mag-deal ng damage doon kay Carry. Para naman dun sa Melissa, last pick dito ng side ng RSG, nagandahan talaga ako sa kanilang choice. Alam nila, pinakita ang Arlot, pati na rin ang Joy, ng side ng Echo. So, walang Nuke Mage na pwede kumontra dun sa Melissa. Technically speaking, ang mga Nuke Mages yung mga tipong Farsa, mga Lilia, mga Eve. At dahil nakuha nila yung Eve together with the Melissa, biglang nagkaroon ng free game etong si Eman. Well, hindi naman ganun ka-free kaya dahil nakita natin mula sa Echo, problema pa rin yung taga-dive which is Yawi as well as si Sanji which is now managed by RSG. So, kung yung nakita natin Mincitar nung game number 1 ay mag-flicker para kontrahin yung mga marksman, etong playstyle ni Nats together with Light, although nakakahanap sila ng mga magandang hooks, ang main idea nila dito is kung sakaling mag-asim ang Echo at mag-dive doon sa may backlines, meron silang pangontra. Imagine, if Joy goes in doon sa kung nasan man si Eman, activate agad yung King's Calling na naging crucial naman in many parts of this game. Ang daming mga notable na paggamit dito ng King's Calling. But altogether, ito yung idea ng RSG. Hayaan na yung Echo ay makakuha ng Joy at ng Arlot. Hayaan silang dive doon sa may backlines para hanapin yung mga counters doon sa Melissa. Pero i-counter nila yung counter gamit yung King's Calling. And it was very, very effective in this game. Echo, meron silang mga moves na nakakatawa din tignan, lalong-lalo na nung biglang niremind tayo ni Benny Cutie around 13 minutes into this game kung bakit siya yung palaging win condition din ng Echo when it comes to damage dealing. And of course, Carl Tizzy showing up when he is needed kapag may mga crucial na retry na kailangan nilang i-secure. Yun nga lang, RSG had something to show for it. Nakita natin na sila yung nanguna, yung classic RSG Death Ball na nakikita natin every time na makaharap sila ng opening, nag-group up sila as 5 early on para makapag-push. At alam natin na yan yung kanilang version ng Death Ball. Eventually, nagkaroon ng point na yung Echo ay nakakahanap ng opening. But, of course, this MVP, this guy, Irad, napakagandang itemization. So, hindi lang ito yung nakikita nyo mga huling items siya. Hindi ito talaga yung actual na items siya. After yung kanyang boots, Molten Essence, sabay War Axe, and then followed up by Helmet, tapos kumuha siya ng Endless Battle and POD. Along the way, ang dami niyang pinagbebenta dito. Yung Molten Essence niya, naging Thunderbelt. Yung BOD niya eventually naging Immortality, tapos naging Rose Gold meter no kinailangan niya. And then Windtalker to finish the game. Hindi lang naman din siya nag-buy and sell dito. I can fairly remember na si Carl Tizzy, nung one-on-one niya yung pinakahuling Lord ng laban, bumili din siya ng sarili niyang Windtalker. But yung idea na nahanap ni Ira doon si Benny Cutie for the punish, it allowed RSG to out-damage Echo doon sa pinakahuling Lord ng laban natin. Sa sobrang tagal, nakapaghilap na si Irad. At gustong-gusto ko dito yung choice niya na tinira niya yung Sky Guardian helmet. Kasi nangyayari, after niyang maging aggressive, pag nag-out siya, nakakapag-heal up lang din siya gamit yung Sky Helmet. So hindi niya kailangan mag-lifesteal. Although meron naman siya mga lifesteal items, parang ang kailangan lang niyang hintayin ay mag-heal up gamit yung helmet na yun. So hindi niya binenta yung item dahil alam niya na magiging crucial yun sa mga latter portions ng laban. And indeed it was. Yung aggression na nakita natin mula kay Irad, nai-heal up lang niya yung kanyang sarili tapos lalaban ulit siya. It is so crucial dun sa mga huling team fights na nakita natin. Early game, RSG, ginamit yung King's Calling sa turtle number 3, which was very important. Nakuha sila ng malaking advantage dahil dito, nakuha nila yung turtle at nakuha na nga nila yung advantage dun sa early stages nating laban. Pagdating ng mid-game, sila na ngayon nakakalamang because of that factor as well. Nakikita din natin na nagugulat yung Echo kapag dumadamage siya si Lancelot kasi sanay ka nga naman na tank silot yung kalaban mo. But this time, it's a true assassin Lancelot. So, masakit. Nangangaray talaga yung mga members ng Echo whenever they do find the opening. Finally, ma-shutdown nila dun si Irad and big props to Eman to activate, sa kanyang pag-activate ng kanyang ultimate no matter what happens. Nakikita niya pag dinagoat na nga siya ni Cartesi o kaya naman ni Yawi, ang kanyang first response is yung paggamit ng kanyang ultimate. Very fast on the trigger, sobrang critical din para sa ilang mga teamfights dito para sa RSG. You can see, Eman, ito yung isa sa mga teamfights na siya yung naeg, but Benny Cutie eventually will find an opening in the mid-game para naman ay makabawi ang side ng Echo. Ang kagandahan sa ginawa ng RSG, 2 beses attempt ng Echo yung conceal play. First time, it worked so well para sa RSG. Pero yung pangalawa, hindi na nila hinayaang mangyari. Yun, at nakahanap nga sila ng opening. And that's stealing the Lord away. Pero syempre, nandiyan pa rin si Irad to make it so difficult for Caltesi not having any damage dealers. Dun sa Lord na yon ang nagbigay sa RSG ng advantage. Ito na naman, makikita natin yung attempt nila but handa si Eman kanyang Wind of Nature. And then King's Calling na in-anticipate or in-intercept yung pag-back ng side ng Echo. Kaya nga naman, hindi na sila nakahanap ng damage output pa. And we even up the series 2-2 because of the mechanics. Minekaniko ni Irad ang laban na to. Kaya naman, ang RSG ay may chance sa paulit na ma-reverse sweep itong laban na to. My God! Game number 5, here we go. And I think na parang dalawang teams na talaga nagpapakita na kung ano yung preparation nila. RSG, different form heading into the playoffs. Alam natin na si Echo naman nag-realize sa kanilang draft dun sa kanilang experience to win this. I am so excited dun sa game number 5. Makakita ba tayo ng Lancelot na this time ay kukunin ng Echo? If they go blue side, nakawin pa nila yung Lancelot or isi-secure pa nila yung mga typical and usual suspects like the Joy as well as the Arlot. That is what I'm very excited about. So, ano nga ba yung mga pwede pang maging crucial na pickups dito? I think yung Franco, pati yung Kaja, eventually ay kailangan ding tingnan ng dalawang teams natin. Lalong-lalo na yung Franco kasi parang dalawang teams natin nakikita natin na marunong gumamit ng hero na to. And it's also a very important hero dahil pwede niyang i-counter both the Arlot as well as the Joy. So these are the most critical na pickups ng dalawang teams natin. Lancelot and Franco, abangan natin yan. Siyempre, Arlot and Joy, it still is going to be very important for both teams. I can't believe that we are going into this kind of series, di ba? Parang in-expect natin, ang RSG hindi ganito yung kanilang performance after the group stages na forgettable talaga para sa kanila. We know that Echo is very dominant at alam natin, yung mga mechanics din ng mga players ng Echo ay hindi natin pwedeng itanggi. Kaya naman sila nag-World Champ. But napunta tayo dito sa point where yung Echo na gustong i-defend yung kanilang M4 championship title, pati na rin yung RSG na kahit din-out natin ng group stages, ay gusto pang makabalik doon sa kanilang form, papunta doon sa MSC. This is the treat that was given to us. Sobrang excited na para sa game number 5. For now, let's throw it back to the casters.
I have never felt so alive right now. Our first game 5.
I don't know why. Why is it every time when...
One of the best intros I've heard going into a
Yes.
Game 5 series. I've never felt so alive
Yes.
until now.
As he's chugging water.
Yeah. I needed that.
Hydrate.
I needed that, yeah.
Hydrate.
Stay hydrated, stay in control and in pace because the last time I had my game number 5 was one game in Season 10. Oh no, Season 9. And I'm just happy to be part of this. it's time to pop off, and so is the players right now, because this could be a possible reverse sweep in these two Kings battle, whatever. I'm just so excited right now for this game to happen.
RSG takes game 1, Echo takes 2 games. RSG forces the game number 5.
Yeah.
I'm sure Blacklist International here, the first team to advance to the upper bracket finals, are looking at this closely and seeing, oh, this is our competition. Blacklist won earlier against BREN Esports 3-1, but the level that RSG and Echo are showing right now match the world-class level that BREN Esports and Blacklist International showed off earlier. It's great. The ability to recover and punish errors, knowing when to set, just fantastic.
The thing that, you know, previous series today with Blacklist International and BREN, I was pretty much saying the same thing. Like, this is a very good sign or a test, if you will, of what is that refinement that Blacklist went through for those 2 weeks of the technically the off. It wasn't off season, but the off time before the playoffs. The same can be said here for RSG because, hey man, RSG was struggling a bit through the regular season, right? And now, yeah, they're against the kings of the world, if you will, Echo, and this type of gameplay that they're presenting to us, even when they work back from a deficit, it's the proof's in the pudding, and that's what we're seeing now. Now, all holds bar here. The game number 5 that we've been hoping for is between these two kings. And I think it's funny, too, OSX, because there's been a battle here for the Mincetar pick, the Kings calling and everything else, and you got 2 battles of the Kings here. It's interesting. It's not scripted. Kindness.
But it's so connected. Yeah, it's connected and it's interesting, and it's always the XP lane. We were talking about the XP lane, the X factor of these two teams. We were talking about Nats. We're talking about Sanford. But one thing is really shining here is also Irad. We've seen players go up against Carl Teasy from the previous seasons, and now with all of his training and all of his practice, will H2O being also guiding him on each of the challenges he's going through is just amazing. And for the first time, we're witnessing the 5th game of the playoffs, and Echo is back on the blue side. So this is the one pick that they're willing to steal up against RSG.
That's really what I'm hoping for, though, man. Like I said, I've been hoping for full game series. So I'm hoping, like, after today, we have 2 days left of playoffs, we see those full game series, right, ahead of us, because that's, especially tomorrow, that's where things get really dicey. And so that's what these two teams are pretty much fighting for, right? So we have Echo, first pick, like you mentioned, on the blue side. They're going to go ahead and secure the Joy, right? They went with that, and RSG right away going to respond with taking the Arlot and the Franco here.
Okay. We're looking at reverse game scenarios from game 1 to 4. Now, Light is not letting go of his Franco. Again, on the XP lane, Nat's not letting go of this one as well. And the Kadita, though, is open for Echo to steal up against Extort. That gave them also a win in game number 3. So now, it's still the same thing. Akai and a Valentina, they're not letting go of this. There's just something in these two players and teams that they're really known and strong for.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, Akai, Valentina, Joy locked in here for Echo.
Yep.
Looking pretty solid in RSG. We'll see. The last pick for the first phase, what do they opt for?
Right selection of picks here for Echo. RSG, they can go pick their marksman already. Power picks to the table, not so much. I think RSG are thinking if they're willing to give the real-world manipulation to Echo by picking the Eve on their side. An Eve will look good for a very team-fighting dependent comp. They can also pick up a Nats pick right now if they just want to play it safe. It's none of that. They decide, we'll do the pick-off. We'll hope that Kadita and Franco can land it. Extort, former top global Kadita, gets his signature pick.
Oh, we were talking about it, Naisu. We were talking about it earlier on how this Kadita changed everything for Echo in their team fights, in their micro skills. Now it's back in the hands of Extort, and this is one of the strongest forces that we're seeing, and they banned out the Melissa that gave them really a headache and a bit of a sweat on how the game 4 went.
Well, you've been asking for it, man. Like, I know constantly you've been saying, where's the Melissa pick?
Yeah, it was
not just from
floating.
this series, but even the previous series.
Yeah.
And we kind of saw, I would say that Melissa's a great option, but you could see where there was some spicy, dicey moments.
Yeah.
Right? There was some, ooh, is that going to work? You know, and luckily, again, the mechanical skills here, you know, from Emon were really showcased as well. And you know, Renmar mentioned that as well. It wasn't just Irad. Actually, the whole team, you know, from the previous game for RSG to turn things around and really capitalize on that win. You're wondering, do they have obviously momentum's technically on their side, right?
Yeah.
They've got it. So the next pick is going to be the carry here. So we'll see how that plays out.
RSG wants to end this fast. RSG wants to end this fast. Carry scales relatively quickly. We know the burst potential pickoff. We know how great Arlott is dueling and just fighting as early as level 3 even. But once it's level 4, that's his go signal, actually. Meanwhile, for Echo, their roamer, what will it be? It's a Kufra yet again and a Brody for Benny Cutie. RSG slate. If they really want to end it fast, they can go pick Assassin. They can help contest.
It's a wise.
Hayabusa might be good.
Yeah.
Ling will be shaky. Hayabusa looks perfect.
I hope Hayabusa, man.
Yeah.
After seeing it yesterday, you know, and I know that there's some special people in the audience watching Irad on the Hayabusa as well. And it's quite impressive the way that he plays it. So if they lock in, you know, the Hayabusa, in a way it's like a risky, but it fits the playstyle and the risk factor of this game so well.
Yep. What if suddenly something is different? But oh, there, no, it's a Martis.
Okay.
Safer pickup this time around.
Okay.
So it's also this is what I like about Martis getting picked up. Martis getting picked up
Yeah,
against
the plural form of
strong burst is that if the burst isn't enough,
Yeah.
it'll be the Martis to finish it
Yeah,
off.
that you'll just decimate.
Yeah.
You know?
Quite
That's
literally decimate.
yeah, and I love that. I actually just love that that option is there because at the same time, he kind of gives off that he's tanky in his own way. Like the fact that he can get out of a lot of situations, and then yes, the decimate option is there.
Wow.
Whoa.
We're really in.
We're going through it.
This is really a swirl on how the games went
Did
today.
they save that for a game 5 or what?
I
like, was
think.
that?
Yeah.
A big shout out to that camera operator. Just
Special camera work. Game 5.
Amazing work to see how this was an amazing roller coaster ride. And to think how this match is so heavy for these two kings, two teams with two heavy titles to defend. Who is going to rise and who is going to fall? It's game number 5, Echo versus RSG Slate Philippines. Light.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it looked cool, Light, but unfortunately there was no follow-up there for you. He tried to delay a little bit, too, if he could. But, you know, unfortunately, just burn the flicker. Probably isn't going to need it for a little bit, as long as he doesn't get punished there for it.
Well, RSG Slate, that could have been a teaser for what is to come for Echo, unless Echo can change potential destiny.
Here, Light wishing he had the flicker as he goes down first blood over to the hands of Sanford. So that was, you know, punishment for that decision early on.
Smart play there by Echo. Quick rotation by Sanford. Without Sanford there, they wouldn't have secured that onto Light. But yeah, Light not having the flicker there was what opened up the scenario of Echo getting the first blood. Can Nats get a kill onto Sanford? He will not be able to get Vengeance off in time.
Eyes on top here, Light, Emon, and Irad as well, eyeing on to delay Benny Cutie. The danger of this Brody for a good scaling marksman is really crucial to be slowed down by RSG because, again, their composition is they want to finish this game fast up against the lineup of Echo. But I said this is still a slow and steady pace for Echo and RSG.
Yeah. That's what you usually get when it's a game 5. Both teams just feeling each other out. We'll find that little bit of overextension. One skill used at the wrong time. Someone lacking a dash, an ultimate. Turtle is up. We'll get it.
Well, half health here for the first turtle of the game. Going to press the situation, trying to zone them out the best they can. Yawi goes in. Naz with the final slash. Still going to be working for it. Irad secures the turtle. A little early for Carl TZ. Still going to be looking for a kill here. Quite low. No one goes down, though. But turtle secured for RSG.
Early indeed for that retribution. Great play there by RSG. Slightly questionable targeting there by Echo. They will not be able to get an R-Lot down fast enough. I could have thought that they would have tried to at least force Irad back a little bit. Targeting of Echo just need to change up just a little bit. Oh, and what a hook.
And they stolen the crab coin for Amon, and that's just like getting busy with the information where Yaoi's heading. So this is one way that they need to play in for. Where is the roamers? And again, as we started the headline of the day, his confidence is on 80% for this match. And he's up against Yaoi, and most of the time, it's just Light taking or making all the positions for RSG, and Yaoi needs to have that counter in terms of getting the information.
Yeah, is it hook first? Is it revenge first? It's the question between the two roamers who can set first. Then one of the X factors though is the Mages, the Kadita for her counter burst. We painted her as one of the best counter heroes this season. But Sanford, in a right entry by him in a big team fight, could stop RSG from answering whatever Light and Xort can set up. So we check the items. No full build yet for either marksman. Seems like it's going to be a rush on the Malefic Roar there for Benny Cutie, while it's going to be traditional Corrosion Scythe for Emon's carry. Genius Wand looks like the main build there for Xort, while Enchanted Talisman is the first priority for Sanji, just so that he can get the cooldown reduction and, of course, the regen of mana. Xort builds his Genius Wand.
It's quiet and slow and steady pace. Now, second turtle is up for the taking. Echo and RSG has eyes on this one. Meanwhile, Carl TZ in Sanford, the Wrath of Irad, forcing and boxing them out.
Yep, Sanford going to go ahead and push Irad back here. Not really going to be in a position to contest for the turtle. Secured here for Carl TZ. Sanford doing a great job there, but might get punished. Able to survive for now, so they trade the turtle. So 1-for-1 for the turtles for both teams. Still could possibly look for a follow-up in either of these top or bottom lanes. Irad makes his way. Sanford bombs and weaves. Still going to be fine. Has to use that vengeance. And now Carl TZ here to help him out. No one committing just yet. You can see just in how they're playing. They're rotating around, the tension between the teams for this Game 5. Carl TZ might get the call here. Possibly looking for the heavy spin lockdown. Not going to find it, though.
I never fully understood the statement of you can cut the tension with a knife. At this point, you can cut the tension with a spoon. That's how thin it is right now in terms of just one little moment can break everything.
But just looking at this game, I'm feeling the tension. I'm feeling, well, the challenge.
They're
and
called
also
goosies, bro.
Yeah.
Feeling the goosies right now.
The goosies is on my veins and even in my heart. But just
yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah. But just watching at this game, no matter how it goes really quiet, that's how the tension is quite building up. Yeah. And as you guys said, the spoon, this is one crucial way of saving those resources.
Oh, could be a clash here.
Oh, yeah. Light.
Light. You saw Carl TZ was there. The rest of the team obviously now in the open as well. Still focused, looking for any pressure on these tier 1 turrets, all in position for this next turtle to come up here. It might turn out to be a full-on fight for the third turtle of the game. No one being able to find a pick off in the numbers advantage. Hook gonna land though. Light just getting sight of Yaoi though.
Yeah, Glowing Wand was built already by Sanford. So, starting to feel a little bit more damage coming out from that Joy. Sanford zoning out of the back lane of the members of RSG earlier, Irad and Naz, is what helped Echo secure the second turtle of the game. Now for the third one. Can Sanford do it again, or will RSG be able to stop this Joy?
Good position onto Echo. Turtle on their side. Who's going to get it?
Yawi going to jump in. Hook not going to land there. It's Irad that secures the last turtle of the game. The final slash comes through. Still looking for a kill. Yawi will fall. That's the decimate that comes through. It's a double for now. Still going to be looking for more. Sanji going to get hooked. Oh! Triple kill for Irad. still Benny Cutie trying to fight Naz. Naz there caught in a bad position.
no, no.
Goes in, outplays, gets the kill. And RSG with a massive just unfolding 1 minute back and forth.
R to the S to the G with the 4K gets Turtle 3, and Nafs securing the 4K there for RSG, outplaying Benny Cutie, understanding the limits of a Narlot. And look at these two XP laners duking it out up top. Nafs will just be able to walk away. What a play there by RSG to win that team fight.
Benny Cutie had the chance to recall back. He was trying to test the chances of the damage, but Erod on a 3-0 on 8 minutes. And the items here is just on the side of RSG here, having a great start.
And I don't know what Erod had for breakfast or lunch or dinner, whatever time it is now, boys, but he is zoned in. In this series, he has been dominant in the jungle lane against, yes, Carl Teasy. And again, RSG able to build this lead at this point. Again, momentum being in their side. It's clearly showing here. Now putting pressure on the top side. Going to go ahead and grab that tier 1.
Oh.
Getting more space to work with. It looks like Echo wants to set something up here in the bottom side.
Yeah. Exhorts Kadita actually earlier. His knock up there was massive. Going to get the pick off.
Okay, he gets the knock up. And Benny Cutie will fall. Exord, you guys mentioned it, and you saw that. Divine Glaive picked up on top of it. Light's going to go in, give the green signal. They get the heavy spin from Carl Teasy out.
That's a Lord
and
for
this
RSG.
is going to be a Lord in the hands of RSG unless something can be done here. Sanford trying to buy some time. Has the damage there. Also, the Vengeance is going to be popped. Zoning them out a little bit here. Yami going to charge up. Hook not going to land. He does find Light. Still going to be quite risky here. Sanford still trying to show face. Nav's quite healthy. Trying to secure this here for RSG. The Lord still going to be bobbed and weaved between the two teams. Sanji will find a kill, still fighting for it. Carl Teasy in position, but it's Irad again securing the objective, but they might look for more bodies. They can't find them. RSG in control.
Irad is on fire, winning another crucial retribution battle. The first Lord for RSG. Echo handled that fight very well. It looked like they were able to send RSG back out of position. Echo had a positional advantage, but Irad said, no, I will get this Lord.
And he didn't even blink against Carl Teasy. 2 deaths onto Benny Cutie. Oh no, this is not looking good. For a mid-game entry, they need to hold the line. The world champs needs to hold the line and buy time here. But on the other side, RSG is on a full roll here. They're on a great roll on how to take them down 1 by 1.
You mentioned it, Renmar. Yep. RSG wants to end the game quickly. 10.5 minutes in, 4K gold lead. Lord on the top side, getting this tier 2 in the mid lane. Definitely looking to end the game as soon as possible, as they get dominance on the side of the map for Echo.
RSG Slate, 1 hook, 1 play, can solidify themselves as an upper bracket finalist. The lead that they have built is no joke here. But Echo, this is what they would call a comebackable situation. But will RSG allow it? Or will Echo just find it, brute force, with their will and their wits? Now, whoever gets this purple buff, this contention for the purple buff rather, could be a devastating one if either side decides to commit.
Oh, the hook, the lockdown with the bloody hunt. Carl Teasy getting quickly taken down. Gonna lose the purple buff here too. You called it, Renmar. And just like that, it happens. Now RSG sets their eyes on the prize. Top side, they're gonna go in. Yaoi trying to buy some time still.
They're too far.
Holding on. They are too far away. Emon will fall. Sanford finds a moment himself, but ultimately has to go back. Hook's not going to land here, but Echo successfully defends their base for now.
Some crucial happenings there. Of course, Carl TZ getting picked off. Yawi had the perfect angle actually for a Tyrant's Rage onto 2 into the wall, but the trajectory of the Tyrant's Rage was put off by the knockback of Irad's Smartest, as Irad was just trying to get away and trying to avoid getting set up by Yawi. But Echo was saved by Sanford just deciding to go straight to the backline and find Eman.
Man, this positions Yawi's trying to look for. He's looking for a shot. He's looking for a setup here for RSG. And most of the time, he's looking for an isolation play in most of the places where the Raiders are going. They really want to contest this Lord. They've been losing. Carl TC has been losing the Retribution battle. And Irad is just right in front of everybody right now of Echo.
Yeah, this is the one that Carl TZ needs to win in terms of that Retribution battle. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and charge up, finds the Rage on top of Navs, but was a right target. The Bloody Hunt gonna come down for Sanford, and it's Carl TZ securing the Lord. They just have to back off now, and RSG knows the situation, but Echo able to find a big objective.
Carl TZ. Youngblood. Youngblood, I'm still here, Youngblood, even though their age difference is probably just like 3 years. But Youngblood!
It's okay.
I was here before you. I've been losing Red 3 battles for a few times now. But Carl TZ gets a crucial one for Echo, but RSG with a hell of a response, not allowing Echo to get that middle turret down. Side, bottom might fall. Top one, let's see if the minions will be able to get it in time. They do. Both side turrets falls, but RSG holds on to the crucial middle turret that allows Light to get himself into key positions for pickoffs.
Oh, they might punish here. Nas could be in trouble. There's a lockdown. Benny Cutie goes down, though. RSG, Emon unleashing. Gonna find Sanford. Yawi on the run. Here comes Irad, though. Looking for his target. The Retribution was you. Sanji in trouble. Gonna get cut off from the team. Trying to escape, trying to buy time. A distraction to keep his team in the game here. But it's a full force of RSG.
It's a disaster. A disaster for Echo.
Three down.
2 members left to defend.
Yawi and Carl TZ are all that's left here. They're trying to buy time. They clear the waves the best they can. The hook comes through.
Nobody's
and
leaving.
Carl TZ will fall. Benny Cutie and Sanford are back up. So far they've only lost the middle inhibitor turret. Another wave coming down mid. RSG prepping up to punch this one in. Sanji will now spawn as well. It's a 3 versus 5. Vengeance gonna be popped. Sanji has the Bloody Hunt. The Crystal's gonna be worked on. And RSG will do it in a reverse sweep, sending Echo down.
The Kings of Sea have raided the ocean of the Orcas. They knocked down the world champions into the lower bracket. 5 games, 1 series away from making it back to MSC. The Raiders, who many thought you can count out, who many thought won't even make it this far, have proven the doubters wrong. And you hear RSG. RSG. RSG gets the victory.
And the crowd is screaming MSC. On to their prize, a heavy title to defend, and they're on a great momentum. The first 5 games of the playoffs has just happened, and the world champs is gonna bow down for this one for the Kings of Sea.
Wow. RSG, man. What a showing for just how much they've learned. And it really does look like they're just like, you know what? Hey, like Coach Panda said, just, hey, everything. Just leave it.
Forget everything.
We got it. We got it. They got it under control. And that's what happens They take us to a game 5 in such a clean way. I mean, the gameplay at times might have been a little messy for some of those team fights, but the decision making, the shot calling, even the finesse, man, the finesse from Irad, from Emma, from Light's plays, everything just fell into place there. And RSG, hey, what was it, 80%? I think that Light said, like
80%.
I'm feeling like the 80%. Well, now, man, there you go, Light. Look where you guys now are, and they send down Echo. So.
And
tomorrow, man, gonna be spicy.
Yeah.
And am I right? Right. It's Echo versus BREN Esports
in the
I think
lower
so.
bracket, and they are the top 2 teams. Top 2 get sent down by number 3 and number 4.
Yeah.
What in the heck? One of the most unpredictable playoffs. The community was already setting it up. People are saying, we can't really determine who. Unpredictable is an understatement. Amazing is an understatement for the action we saw today.
Well, speaking of amazing, let's go ahead and throw it over to Mara Aquino together with the Kings of C on stage.
Everybody give it up to RSG Slate Philippines! Man, oh man! I don't know if you guys know how difficult it is para ma-reverse sweep in a game of 5. What you guys did was phenomenal. That's a difficult task to do. I mean, usually when that happens, not only does confidence go down, talagang tumataas yung pressure, and you were able to achieve that. Light, kwento mo sa amin kung ano yung nangyari, because one more, they would have won. But something must have happened pagkatapos ng game number 3 dahil pagbalik nyo, you were able to do a reverse sweep, which is phenomenal.
Siguro yung na-practice din namin na best of 5 nga yung game. So, yung mentality namin kailangan di kami nadadown basta-basta. Tsaka ayaw namin masayang yung effort namin na pagpa-practice ng talagang umaabot na ng madaling araw, ganun. Tsaka ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa amin dati na hanggang 2-1 lang kami sa Ego.
Okay, kwento mo kasi wala kaming eyes and ears doon sa room nyo. Ano yung nangyari doon?
Todo practice pa rin kami kahit kulang kami sa pahinga, ganun. Tapos yung magre-review pa kami ng games, tapos sila coach, sobrang late na rin nila natutulog, konti lang rin yung pahinga parang. Kanina yung nangyari kanina sa play with no regrets na lang kami kanina. Parang hindi kami naglalaro na parang takot, ganun.
So you guys talked about that, play with no regrets. You guys came out like different people. And hey, let's give credit where credit is due. Irad! Wow, ha? Ang daming na-impress sa ginawa mo kanina, ha? I mean, sobrang humble mo. Sabi mo nga, may statement kang sinabi na nung una na nakatapat mo sila, para sabi mo nga parang binata ka ni Carl TZ. Sobrang na-pressure ka. Eh ngayon, na-dominate mo, nakita natin kung ano yung ginawa mo, talagang ibang klase yun. How do you feel now? And do you think na na-achieve mo yung goal mo na nakasabayan yung one of the greatest junglers?
Nung time kasi na nakalaban namin sila nung week 8, yun nga, may pressure nga ako. At saka sa ngayon, alam ko naman na confident ako na lamang talaga ako sa mechanics kay Carl. Ayun, yun yung yung kinukuhanan ko ng lakas ng loob. Kaya consistent ako ngayon at ayun, na-excite yun na maayos.
In other words, talagang trinabaho mo at hindi ka nag-slack off noong 2 weeks. Pinakita mo nga na ang ganda ng mechanical prowess ni Irad. And ngayon, Coach Panda, my gosh! I have to say, job well done. I know how you talk to your players when the pressure is on. But man, now tomorrow you will face Blacklist International. And if you win that, you get to defend the title, your MSC title, see to the world. And you get to fight to head on to the Grand Finals. Now, kwento mo sa amin, Coach, ano yung sasabihin mo sa team mo pagpunta nyo ng boot camp. And exactly, what was it that you said to them that turned things around?
Isa lang sabihin ko, pack everything and let's get some coffee.
They're gonna pack everything and they're gonna get some coffee. Coach, great job. Phenomenal series for today. Once again, everybody, RSG Slate Philippines. Congratulations. My goodness, you may now take your walk of victory. Kung may camera lang talaga tayo dun sa kanilang room, I'm really curious what happened there. Because RSG came back with a vengeance and they were able to do a reverse sweep against the reigning world champion. And now, hihimayin natin ang laban na yan. Kabalikan tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
What an amazing day. What an amazing plays that we've seen. 5 games. I repeat, 5 beautiful games. And to trim or to share down a bit on that winning interview, Irad just said that he is off better with mechanical skills up against the GOAT, Carl Teasy, in his winning interview.
A fan called him the new young prodigy or the prodigy. I gotta agree. Because seeing that, his confidence, how he played, reminds me of Carl Teasy in his younger days. Irad deserves the recognition he's getting today. What a performance by the young man.
What is it with RSG and their junglers, man?
Right.
Like,
I know,
like,
right?
You know, I'm a fan, you know, of H2O even, of Demon Kite.
Demon Kite, man.
Demon Kite, when I came in Season 8 and Demon Kite entered, I just love RSG, what they have, what they've done. I can't wait to watch what unfolds tomorrow because that's going to be an electrifying matchup.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow, and it's been an honor to call this series, to be part of this day with you guys.
Again, the Kings of C, bro. The Kings of C is on their way to defend their title in MSC. I'm OSX. This is Renmar, and Naisu will be back again tomorrow. Wolf, break things down a bit for this beautiful game number 5.
Thank you so much, casters. Alam nyo, low-key na parang best Game 5 ang nakita natin na nagsimula dun sa draft kung saan best pick-an talaga nangyari. Nakuha yung Joy, nakuha yung Arlot, nagkapalitan, nagkaroon ng trade-off. Then eventually, yung RSG nakakuha ng kanilang mga standard or mga signature na heroes. Let's look at game number 5 and let's all start with the draft. Alam natin na yung Joy at Arlot ang laging pinag-uusapan sa matchup na to. At kung babalikan nyo yung game for analysis ko, sinabi ko dun sa dulo na magkakaroon talaga ng agawan dun sa Franco at dun sa Kaja. This time, Franco ay napunta doon sa hands ni Light. Na alam naman natin, all throughout game number 5 ay sobrang solido nung kanyang ipinakita. At kinombo nila to with additional heroes that can burst. Alam natin yung carry plus yung Kadita, kill threat palagi yan. At kung na-enable sila ng Arlot, pati na rin ng Franco, nag-aaral talaga ng magandang shot ang side ng RSG. So, ang kanilang idea dito, mga -1, Task Force RSG once again. Para naman dito sa side ng Echo, gusto nilang i-counter yung win condition ulit ng RSG na gold lane. So meron silang Joy, meron silang Valentina, 2 great heroes para makakuha ng -1 agad. As essentially, gusto din nilang puntahan yung may backlines. And we know na kayang-kaya nila gawin yon. Sanford and as well as Sanji, madaming beses sa game na to ipinakita na kaya nilang maging threat doon sa may marksman ng RSG. Fortunately, kinapos lang din sila. Best pick ang sinabi natin, Kufra ni Yawi, alam natin, pwede mo nang ilistahin. And of course, this Brody coming out from the side of Echo, alam natin na kaya-kaya nilang i-execute itong composition na to. So meron kang taga-dive at meron kang AoE damage na rin kapag naging ulti na nga yung torn apart memory. But RSG still managed to pull it off. Ang pinaka-critical para sa akin dito na ginawa ng RSG ay yung mga decisions nila doon sa kanilang items. Particularly, tingnan natin yung pinakahuling item na kinuha ni Irad. Nagmamarcha sila papunta doon sa base ng Echo, doon sa pinakahuling teamfight. Alam nila, nakaubos sila ng mga members ng Echo at pinick up agad ni Irad yung kanyang Wind Talker. Kung babalikan natin yung past 2 games para sa RSG, nakita natin na si Irad ay may out-of-the-box way of thinking sa paggamit niya ng kanyang mga items. This time, ginamit niya yung Wind Talker para tapusin talaga yung laban. Nakita niyo kung gano'n siya abilis at Ang ginawa ng RSG to make space for Irad ay gumawa muna sila ng gulo. And then double dash coming out from Irad, enough para makapunta doon sa base ng Echo at basagin na nga yung kanilang building. And that meant that RSG will take the series. When it comes to the other stats na kailangan nating i-take note dito, napakaganda ng performance ni Sanji, I would say, with this Valentina. Nakuha niya yung mga kills kay Exhort when it mattered, na pahirapan niya si Eman. Maganda yung mga nakuha niya ng mga spells. Unfortunately, hindi yun enough para sa Echo. Alam natin na ang Echo ay gustong mag-engage gamit yung kanilang composition ng front to back. Tapos, hahanap lang si Sanford ng classic na XP lane dive. But RSG prepared for that. So apart from the fact na nakakuha ng magandang hooks, pati ng mga initiations dito si Nats, pati si Light, yung ginawa ng RSG is to actually protect Eman kung sakaling kailangan nila at tinadive na siya ni Sanford. Binibigyan nila yung joy whenever try ni Sanford na pumunta dun sa may backline. Syempre, meron silang hard lockdown courtesy of this Franco. Ang isa pang kailangan natin i-take note dito sa RSG is maganda yung chain stun nila na pwede na natin makuha. Nats is our MVP. There was a moment in time na nagpakitang giilas yung dalawang mechanically gifted players mula doon sa RSG. Nandyan si Nats at nandyan din si Irad. Hindi ko makakalimutan nyo, ginawang halos Lancelot nitong si Nats yung kanyang Arlot by actually doing so many dashes at alam niya na may iba pang mga sources ng crowd control mula doon sa kanyang teammates, so tinake advantage na rin naman yun. At 7 minutes, a very crucial team fight ang nangyari para sa side ng RSG. Nakahanap ng opening si Nats at si Irad at nakakuha ng triple kill doon si Irad doon sa kanyang Martis. Alam natin na kapag dire-diretso ka decimation chain ay sobrang ganda ng team fight para sa inyo if you're utilizing the Martis at yun yung nakita nga natin. Lord 1 was also very critical. Again, Nats, pati si Irad ulit yung nagpakita nun around the 8-minute mark na hindi na nakakahanap ng openings dito side ng Echo just because of how good and confident mga members ng RSG. Nats our MVP. We're gonna see the highlights once again. Maganda yung early game ulit para sa RSG, lalo na dun sa mga big objectives. Look at that final slash. Halos, kung di ako nagkakamali, 4 yung nahuli dyan, if not 5 of the members of Echo. At yun yung nagbigay ng opening para dire-diretsong mag-deal ng damage si Irad. Take note, RSG, dahil sa sobrang daming stuns na meron silang guaranteed stun mula doon sa Franco, meron silang knock-ups from Martis, at syempre yung final slash and yung kay Exhort. Kung sino man yung mauna na makakuha ng connection with the stun, dire-diretso na at chain na nga nila. Ito yung naging problema para sa side ng Echo. Once na may mahuli, hindi nila nadedepensahan yung kanilang sarili. And this time, makikita natin na yung RSG ay nag-take advantage sa mga moments na yun. Burst is also an important factor dun sa lineup ng RSG. Nakita natin na kung sino yung makuha na kill dahil meron silang carry, kahit single target damage yon, kaya nilang mang-burst down talaga. At ito, exactly, yung nangyari sa pinaka-crucial na clash para sa side ng RSG. Nakakuha sila ng 2, eventually magiging 3. And look at Irad, talagang inuna niya yung mga minions. Gonna be able to get the win talker. I'm not sure kung makikita natin sa highlights, pero at this moment, alam niya, pwede na nilang i-end itong laban na to. So, pipick up na siya ng attack speed item for extra damage. At nandun siya sa likod. Hindi siya napigilan. No lockdown whatsoever coming out from Echo. At nakita natin na sila na ang pupunta doon sa upper bracket finals. Imagine, Blacklist and RSG. Blacklist na gustong makakuha ng kanilang stat doon sa MSC. And of course, RSG na gustong depensahan yung kanilang title. They're gonna be battling it out tomorrow as seeds 3 and 4 topple yung mga nasa taas, yung mga nasa una sa upper bracket para makuha yung tsansa na makapunta sa Cambodia for MSC. Ganyan kalupit ang MPL Season 11. Na-checkan lahat ng kailangan na keys to victory para sa dalawang teams na to. Kaya naman may mga parts ng laban na to talagang paalitan. Drafting was perfect. The identification ng kanilang weaknesses ng kabilang team, nakita natin yan mula sa dalawang teams natin. Kaya nga naman sila naeg. My goodness, what a series we've had. RSG versus Blacklist tomorrow, Echo versus BREN. Sino mag-isip na laglagan yung magiging Echo versus BREN matchup tomorrow? I just can't believe it. For now, that has been my analysis. Wolf is gonna be throwing it over to Mara.
The back-to-back battle of the champions today clearly reminded us sa lakas ng Pinas. Blacklist International retaliated against BREN Esports. After getting dominated in the regular season, Blacklist sent BREN down to the lower bracket and Blacklist would advance to the upper bracket finals. Right after that, my goodness, RSG Slate Philippines outlasted ECHO in that full best of 5 series with that phenomenal reverse sweep. Now Blacklist will go up against RSG Slate Philippines tomorrow in the upper bracket finals, while BREN Esports and ECHO will go head-to-head in the lower bracket, and unfortunately, one of them will go home. Bukas malalaman din natin yung unang Filipino team that will see the world go back to MSC. Kaya huwag kayong mawawala para subaybayan ang mainit na laban. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala sa inyo sa harap ng pagsubok ay tagumpay. Huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody. See you tomorrow. And thank you to Jan Joseph Laida for this beautiful outfit.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.